and Twitch and what have you, and YouTube, of course, wherever you are watching this race from. But it's great to see that we are still having moments, we're still having bits of this race where we're sitting back in our seats just not wanting to look, because it is getting quite tight, not necessarily the most comfortable for the drivers in the car, and which makes us quite uncomfortable sitting in our chairs up here as well, Arjuna.
Oh, I'm not too uncomfortable right now. I'm quite happy. Can't complain, although I am definitely of the type that I like to stand up when I commentate. It's definitely my preference. So I don't know about you on that one, Dara, but standing up's quite nice for me.
Well, I would stand up, but because my microphone isn't attached to my headset, I end up having to sit down a bit more. I do sometimes stand and hold, but after a while, that can be slightly irritating, so I end up just giving in and sitting down. If it's a short race, I might stand up, but a long stint like this, and I am comfortably seated with a blanket on me to keep myself nice and warm.
That actually sounds quite cozy.
It is, even though it's May here in the UK, it's still freezing cold outside in the middle of the night. Just double check. I was looking actually, because when I was doing Friday Night Primetime on RaceSpotTV yesterday with Joe Peak, Joe Peak was saying how it was mild out at Snetterton. It was 23 degrees. And I was saying that it's actually not going to get that hot there for another 2 weeks. So, and that's centigrade, of course. I don't know what the conversion is into Fahrenheit, but I can tell you that the highs that it will get to tomorrow in my local area is whatever 19 Celsius is to Fahrenheit, 66 Fahrenheit. There you go.
What does that mean in Celsius again, sorry?
19, just about, just room temperature, just about, in the middle of May.
I don't work in Fahrenheit, so...
Oh, don't you? Oh, okay. Oh, I could have made it easier for myself saying 19 degrees.
Exactly.
Easy.
Yes, no, it's nice for the viewers, don't get me wrong, for anyone that does work in Fahrenheit, but you're wrong. You should work in Celsius.
I am willing, again, this is a sword I'm willing to die on, that if anybody says that Fahrenheit's better than Celsius, really needs to take a look at themselves in the mirror.
Yes, there is no logic to Fahrenheit. With Celsius, it's easy. 0 is freezing, 100 is boiling. It is as simple as that.
But Arjuna, 100 is hotter than 0. So doesn't that make sense? 0 seems cold, 100 seems hot. Doesn't that make sense?
Fahrenheit's just... what even is the formula to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit?
Not a clue. What's the formula to convert a yard into a mile? Doesn't make any sense.
No, that's true. Again, 100 centimeters is 1 meter. 1,000 meters is a kilometer. What is a kilometer? There you go. Now you know. Clip that. Send it to Logan Sargent.
Oh, I know, right? We still use miles here in the UK on our road signs.
No, you're crazy.
I know, for inexplicable reasons. But, yeah, so it does actually make the conversion in my mind difficult. But it's because I guess it's generally what you're used to. Generally, conversion. I mean, living in America, the imperial system is, king. So Fahrenheit just generally in your brain makes sense. But then when it's explained to you, Celsius makes a lot more sense in the same way that kilometres make a lot more sense. As does the metric system. But I remember my aunties, who are American, showing me lots of media that they found was funny, complaining that the metric system was a symbol of revolutionary forces because it stemmed out of the French Revolution. Bit of history for you there, if anybody cared.
Sorry, you're talking about history, and I'm very distracted. No, I'm very...
We went from racing to the history of the metric system there. It's one of my own very much rabbit holes that I've gone down myself.
But now I'm just getting distracted by another topic that I want to go off and talk about, which is museums, racing and automotive museums. And we've had this discussion plenty on broadcast, so maybe we should steer away from it, at least for the time being. Let's talk about some of the storylines, though, in this race. GT4's in pit lane with Apex Racing Team leading them in. Let's not forget, there is one driver doing this race solo. Let's give a shout-out to Roland Alonefredson. Now, that's not his name. No, that's Roland Alfredson, but clever pun in terms of the team name. There he is, Toyota GR86, running in second place right now. Incredible.
Yeah, he's just kind of getting his nose out of trouble, hasn't he, really? I remember earlier on he saw there was collisions in front of him and put in full counts, yes, into the chat, because he thought he might gain another position, and lo and behold, he's up into P2 now, driving a wonderful race. But I did see in the Twitch chat not too long ago, someone had put in Roland almost had a moment. He's falling asleep.
Oh, no.
Not ideal for that. I'm also looking at the chat and seeing someone saying that Fahrenheit is better than Celsius for outside temperature, and I'm,
What?
All I can say is maybe just seek professional help at that point, because Celsius, come on.
It still works fine. I don't get
works
the
fine.
thing. Are they trying to say that there's like more of a scale? In which case, what do we usually have the ranges between? We don't really need that much of a scale at the end of the day, because it's pretty simple. There's Karin Tengunes in pit lane for Team 75, Bernard by SimRC. So his entry going to see off and away for Drago Racing's 169 with Vlad Kimichev behind the wheel. All as well, of course, with Maxence Godino and Steen Ledger already having left. But yeah, no, if zero is freezing, that's the important thing to know, right?
Snow happens at 0.
Exactly, yes.
Rain becomes snow at 0 degrees, and rain becomes mist at 100. I mean, obviously that's hopefully never going to happen in normal conditions, but it just makes sense. 0 is freezing, so water freezes. Where does water freeze at Fahrenheit? Like 44 or something?
No, I think it's 34, 33.
34. Oh, who came up with that number? But yeah, I think for Americans,
when your pipes
for Americans,
freezing.
I think it's just difficult to. To be fair, I think it's just because you're so used to the Fahrenheit system, thinking about weather, it's difficult to think about it in terms of Celsius. But once you've lived with it, if you live with it for more than a week, it makes complete sense.
It's great. It's superior. And that comes from someone who's been now in the US for 14 years and still can't wrap their head around the Fahrenheit system, but that's neither here nor there. What I will say is there are some things about the metric system which do make sense, like spring rates, for example, are often a little bit more convenient to express in the imperial fractions than it is in like the metric pound-foot of torque sort of thing. So there are some things in the metric system that aren't all perfect, like what's an M3 bolt as compared to, some of the other the imperial systems. But yeah, temperature definitely ain't it as far as I am concerned. Anyway, Josh Thompson off and away from pit lane finds himself still in front of Jesse Halayo for the Sontec Racing team. Jesse Tekela for Frozen Speed and Grid and Go is then about 5 seconds down the road from these drivers. But back up front in the GT3s, they're on the 5th lap of their run or so. Probably into pit lane, not this time by, but the next time by, and the race lead down to 18 seconds. Phil Denez just ran off the road a couple of moments ago and may have lost himself a little bit of time at the top of the track at Hoa. Alex might even have got a slowdown as well. That's seen him drop almost 10 seconds behind his teammate. But right now, it's still Diogo Pinto from Sam Coit at red line 1 and 2, with the 20 leading the 21.
Where have we seen this before, red line 1-2? The answer is quite a lot, frankly. But they're going along nicely. That gap, it is still 18 seconds. It's grown out to Marla in BS competition, of course. BS competition with Phil Denez maybe having a couple of moments, because that is a gap that is open by about 10 seconds, isn't it? To the leader, down to 32, where it was about 23, 24. But I don't think they're going to be too worried about Falcon Sim Racing, who are 3.5 minutes, or 3.25 minutes behind, so pretty much half a lap. So not too much concern there for BS competition, but they won't be wanting to lose too much more time to Marla up in P3.
No, and Phil Denez in that car, sometimes we've seen him, start these special events, but he lives out near Monterey, near Laguna Seca, and so maybe not surprised to see him only jump into the car around lap 30 in this race, so probably a good 4 or so hours in. He'll be helping to anchor the night stints rather than wake up in the early parts of the morning and try and jump in. But they've got a very interesting driver lineup to rotate around in that car, of course, with Norby Kish as well as Reina Talvar. It is the 3-driver lineup, though, that makes the rotation just that little bit easier. We got 30 minutes to go, though, till the halfway mark. We are going to jump on board and ride around for some RaceSpot fan immersion. Let's jump on board with, why don't we do it with the race leader, with Diogo Pinto in the BMW M Team Redline car as he gets ready to head down into pit lane on his flying in lap. And riding on board with Diogo Pinto in the race-leading BMW M Team Redline entry as he navigates his way through traffic with the sun, not minutes away, but hours away from making its presence known in the horizon. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Dara Thacker as we are almost halfway through this second 24-hour race on the iRacing special event calendar, the 2024 Nürburgring 24 hours powered by Extreme Sim Racing. It's been an interesting race so far, and Dara, the car's somewhat broken up right now out on track. No one really in a close wheel-to-wheel battle. So we'll continue talking about some of the stories around the track. And so during that little break that we have, I was taking a look at some of the lap times and driver sheets for the teams. And we talked a lot about Roland Alonfredson going solo in the GR86s. So far, in that Forgia TV racing team that leads in the class, though, Roland is not the only driver to have gone solo, because Franco Ruggeri has done 70 laps by himself so far. Now, he is meant to do this race with 3 other teammates. However, his teammates have not helped in the opening 12 hours of the race.
Yeah, I noticed that his name has been there quite consistently. I didn't quite realise he'd done all of the race so far. Maybe his teammates haven't woken up yet. Something might be going on down at Forgia TV. Maybe it was the plan that he does most of the race and his teammates just do a couple of hours at the end. Not too sure. But regardless, doing a very, very good job. And to be, nearly a full lap in front of Alfredson is a Herculean effort nearly halfway into this race.
It's incredible. I didn't even realize that until just now, going through the rest of the GR86 class, where, you know, maybe in some ways they are the slowest class, so it's less intense. You might expect them to be able to do this race solo a little bit more realistically. No one else outside of those top 2 have been doing it, and they have been the ones that have stayed out of trouble so far. The best. Definitely very, very impressive. Next time we have an iRacing special event is next week. We'll have coverage on Friday of the iRacing Coca-Cola 600, the full-length round of the NASCAR iRacing series from the Charlotte Motor Speedway. And then, of course, the following week here live on the iRacing Esports Network, we'll have coverage of the iRacing Indy 500. That is going to be live on Saturday, June the 1st at 5 p.m. UTC. Coverage coming directly from the in-house team at iRacing of the Open Setup Split, and plans to be confirmed about a potential broadcast on Sunday, June the 2nd, of a fixed time slot broadcast as well here on the iRacing Esports Network. Fixed and open setup series available, of course, for you to try your hand at the greatest spectacle in sim racing. Down to pit lane, Diogo Pinto brings the BMW M Team Redline machine, and we're about to find out who is going to leave the box as well. My suspicion is Pinto's done one stint. Dara, he'll stay in for another at the very least.
Yeah, I think Sam Koita maybe will be dipping out of that other red line car. We'll keep an eye on that as they sit in pit lane. But I think Pinto, as you said, only doing the one stint so far, probably going to go at least one more, if not 2. So will be no surprise to see him emerge from the pit lane still in that Team Red Line car. But I'll be a little bit more surprised if Sam Koita emerges in that car. He's worked his way up from 4th to 2nd, done a very good job. Maybe he wants to do one more stint, but no. Gustavo Ariel is going to jump in that other red line car.
And so the Brazilian takes over. Looking forward to see what he is going to be able to do from the cockpit. Away for Pinto. Portuguese driver leaves the lane with clean air behind him and now gets to work. The task at hand is potentially trying to continue to build up the advantage that they have got over those behind. Ariel has just left the box, I can tell you. Away as well goes Ryan Barneveld, who stays in the cockpit of the Mahler Racing Team machine, but Reina Talvar takes over from Phil Denez in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition team. That name a mouthful to get out every time. And wow, I can just tell you that Ryan Barneveld coming out of pit lane has just had a bit of an issue with the Nürburgring Esports team. The GR86 has gone around, and well, drama once more with traffic right as these drivers get out of the box.
It's an age-old story. It's a tale as old as time with traffic incident. They go hand in hand together. Let's see this one. Just a bit of a love tap around, isn't it? A couple of bumps, and the GR86 not facing the right way. Got to be careful. Merging, but not reversing onto the racing line, and gets back righted in relatively quick fashion. So not too much of a loss there, but still not really what you want at turn 2.
Definitely could have been a little bit worse, but cost them or get a better sense of time in probably a lapse time when they cross the line, but at the very least I think 3-4 seconds or so, probably in that ballpark. And still with, of course, that sunrise very tantalizingly close. Back in the touring car category now, Obsidian Racing, we had been talking about how, you know, they at one point were what, a good 90 seconds off the lead. Gaio Valero's on a bit of a charge right now in terms of the lap times. Has done 2 9-minute lap times, basically flat, compares to a 9:04 and a 9:05 for the Impulse and Team Huizenveld entries. And so he's right onto the back of Stefan Scheller in the Huizenveld 148. And Team Huizenveld, one of the most successful teams in terms of a touring car racing on iRacing, but then at the same time, in terms of this race as well, they have won, what, 3 races in a row in the touring car category, technically as well. They won back in 2021 in the GT4 class in a partnership with Team RSO, so trying to make it 4 wins on the bounce. Team Huizenveld, the sole representative of Hyundai's up the front in the touring car class.
Yeah, it's been nice to see this touring car class generally. There's been some nice close battles between quite a few of the teams. Huizenveld, of course, really needing to put their foot down if they want to win this race yet again in the TCR class, because Impulse Racing by GTU are doing a very, very nice job in the lead, and they haven't really looked backwards in hours, probably in about 8-9 hours. So they've done a very, very good job at Huizenveld. They have got through an Obsidian Racing. They've been waiting to do that for quite a while now, and having done that, they really need to push on and try and use that somewhat freer that they've got in front of them to, well, claim time into that 44 seconds.
So what do you think that you're going to see, Dara, in about 4 hours and 20-odd minutes time when you're back on the broadcast? You'll see sunrise. I think we're both in alignment there. But what else do you think you're going to end up seeing in terms of race situations? You know, that 992 strategy battle still quite intriguing as well. Where do you think this race is headed right now?
Well, thank you for reminding me that I will be back up again.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. My sleep schedule could do with a little bit of a kick up the rear end, but
happy to help then.
Yeah, thank you. I can only say I'm disappointed that I was possibly wrong that there is no light out in the sky. But I've still got 16 minutes. My fingers are well and truly crossed. But it definitely will be light. Hopefully, we start to see the likes of Huizenveld gain on Impulse Racing in the TCR class. I can't see Forgy a TV racing team not having the lead. It would take quite some hit from a GT3 or something else to take them out of contention. In the GT4s, hopefully we still see quite a close battle, because the Apex Racing team are in the lead, but they've not really had it all their own way in that class. There are still 11 cars 10 cars within 4 minutes, about half a lap or so. So there is still room for some movement there. In the 992 share at eSport, they look like they're relatively comfortable, but in the GT3s, now, I know I might make myself unpopular with this statement, but if something bad could happen to Redline for once, it might make it slightly more interesting.
Okay, fingers crossed that something interesting does happen. Remember, they had one of their cars disconnect when they were leading 1 and 2 in the Daytona 24 earlier this year in the GT3 class. So, you know, never say never. As of course, now Gaio Valero leads Team Huizenveld. Let's see if he can close what is a 44 now. Second lead to Impulse Racing. I think that touring car class is very much still up for grabs. Some new content coming the way of iRacing as well. The GT3 class going to be breathe some fresh air in many ways when it comes to the addition of 2 new cars, recently revealed to be the brand new Ford Mustang GTD/GT3, and of course the Corvette Z06 GT3R, which is racing around in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. We'll have two or three new tracks as well, 2 road courses in the form of Navarra, Sachsenring, one oval, both of the pavement and dirt variety with Oswego Speedway, and of course rain tires coming to a handful of cars, GT4s included in that regard, and plenty more new things that have been teased. I think iRacers are going to be looking forward to, well, GT3s in particular, because the next time we have a 24-hour special event, Dara, the 24 hours of Spa, GT3s only.
Yeah, not really traffic to speak of, is there, when there's so many GT3s on the track. I know of a couple of GT3-only splits, of course, going on right now for the Nürburgring 24-hour. Not just this one split that we are covering on the iRacing Twitch, YouTube, and the Race Spot Twitch and YouTube. There are many of the splits going on, and some of those splits do, of course, have the full GT3 grid, but for these top teams, you likes of Redline, you likes of Apex Racing Team, Marla as well, when we get to Spa, they're all going to be in the same car, so it creates that little bit of added...
Don't say that! No, come on. We got to be optimistic.
No, I am being... I was going to say that when we've got everyone in the same car, you are racing everybody on the track. It really adds that bit of strategy. You're not passing someone on the track thinking they're not my race. Everyone is fighting everybody, and the car in front of you, they might be a lap down. They're not going to be much slower than you.
See, I thought you were being, negative on BOP. I'm trying to be optimistic on BOP.
I was building myself up for it.
There you go. No, so my hope is that we are going to see some Ford Mustangs, some Corvettes, maybe some Audis, Mercedes, BMWs, Ferraris. I mean, I've already just said 6 manufacturers, and I haven't even probably gone through all the options, right? So, fingers crossed. Oftentimes, we end up seeing the top splits are often just one manufacturer. We're kind of seeing that right now with the BMWs 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a couple of Audis before the sole Porsche is down in 11th place overall, 8th in class here today. So, yeah, again, fingers crossed. I'm hoping that the BOP is going to stand us in good stead when we make our way into the Ardennes. Just a curious note, Luca Alpert may be falling asleep slightly because he drove off the track down the pit straight and into the grass. He's still okay, but interesting.
I don't think he's going to be looking too well. I mean, having said that, he of course we've got Roland in that car, but Franco Ruggeri, I mean, he's technically done exactly the same thing up to this point, so you've got to give him credit. Maybe reaching for, yeah, that very much looks like I was reaching for some food or looking around typing, and I didn't realise I was going off the track. Definitely some fatigue kicking in. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I've got some fatigue kicking in. I've been up for about as long as him, and I've done much less in the last 12 hours. I've actually been up much longer than him, but we won't get into that. I'll be up again in 4 hours. Yippee! With hopefully some more great racing.
Yes, hopefully, fingers crossed, some great racing when we make our way into the sunrise. Of course, 12 minutes to go before the top of the hour, and we are at just gone past 4 a.m. virtual standard time, so I think probably another hour or so before we see the sunrise, at least really start to make its presence felt around this, let's be honest, enormous facility. It's so wide in terms of its span across not just the track itself, but the types of corners that you often have to deal with. There's some distinct sections, of course. We talk about the fun part right around the carousel, and after that, Hoax through Wipperman, Brunchen and whatnot. And then you've got the opening section, which is similarly tight and twisty before you run towards Flugplatz. Then there's a long stretch from Arenberg through Adnar Forest towards Metzfeld, before then the tight twisty sections once again. It's a real setup balance that you've got to strike, Dara, because you've got to be good through the twisties, you've got to be fast in a straight line, otherwise you're going to get swarmed by your competition. Yeah,
it's a real challenge that these teams will and have had to deal with, because you can never really know... Let me restart the sentence. With other drivers around and with other teams, you never really know where they're going to go with their own setups and strategies. So you've always got to be trying to focus on your own, but also with a mind to what the others could do. If you're out near the front and you're expecting some tight racing, do you maybe go for a little bit more straight line speed and hold them up through the corners? Do you maybe go for a little bit more downforce, catch them unawares through the middle sectors or through the twisties, as you put it? It's difficult, really, isn't it? But running that fine balance is exactly what you need to do, and exactly what these teams are best at, which is why we're seeing them in the top split.
Twisties is the technical term for it, and just like, you know, race car drivers use driver hands to try and describe stuff, we've got our very technical terms for whatnot as well. We're watching, of course, as Luca Alpert rounds his way towards the, I believe, Stefan Beloff S's. No, in fact, that was totally wrong. He's at the very opposite end of the track. So this is Metzgveld down towards Kallenhard, around the 8-kilometer stretch or so, still with plenty of the lap to run. Ford Mustang or Corvette Z06? Which one are you more excited for, Dara?
Give me those two again.
Corvette or Ford?
I'm going for the Ford.
You are?
Now, I'm saying that based off the fact that I have been brought up in a Ford family. Okay. My grandfather has worked on Fords for over 50 years now, and I have never had a family car or my own car that has not been a Ford, so I bleed Ford at this point.
And if you were to say anything else, you might get in trouble.
I might get disowned by the family, so I've kind of not been given an option there.
So I don't know which one I'm more excited for, because they're both very, very unique cars, and they're going to add to the range of GTD, GT3 machines that we're going to have. And I'm curious what the teams are going to find in terms of where they find and can make their speed. The Ford, of course, I think will have its place, just because hopefully it means that Team Fordzilla is going to have an actual Ford to run in some of these top split special events. So I can probably guarantee that we will see at least one Ford in the Spa 24 hours. Not sure about the rest of the manufacturers, though, whether they'll have the representation. Other special events coming up the rest of the year, it's more about the diversity again. Remember, we've got the Martinsville MX500, that's going to be insane. Crandon, the Knoxville Nationals, there's the SCC Festival, Fuji 8 Hours, SCCA Runoffs, Winter Derby, Chili Bowl, in and amongst a couple more of our VCO Grand Slams. We've got the Watkins Glen 6 Hours and the Petit Le Mans iRacing special event still left to go, where, of course, Dara, the winners in the broadcast split in the GTP and GTD class win spots in the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship.
And that's the big prize, isn't it, really? You know, these events all do have meaning behind them, and no more so than that race, and you always... And realistically, it puts another little bit of honour on the line and something to win, because even coming in second place, you don't win the race, you still get yourself a prize to go, effectively, someone might say, into the next round. Of course, technically not the next round, but you get what I mean. The second versus third may be a bit of a harder fight than first versus second in that race. We see it in, you know, reverse grid races, where if the top 10 are reversed, 10th place versus 11th is very hard fought over, rather than first and second. And, you know, where there's a prize to be won, you are going to see some hard fought racing. And, yeah, definitely something to look forward to. There's always something to look forward to on the iRacing official series.
And news coming about IMSA Esports for 2024. Hashtag soon on board with Gabby Montoro in that Simu 5 Esports Porsche in that GT4 class, where, of course, qualifying went relatively well. The first stints went relatively well as well, but they've dropped back since then, and now just holding on to a spot inside of the top 10. Now, Sontec have dropped back, not just from Was Cooking Racing Adventures, but also behind Frozen Speed by Grid and Go. So I'm not quite sure if they've got some damage or something. And look at the overspeed in that Porsche Cayman. It blasts on past. That's not just draft. There's definitely something going on. And down in towards the run in towards Tiergarten. That looks like a car that's blasting itself away.
Yeah, the BMW here for Sontec Racing doesn't... we haven't seen that kind of lack of straight line speed so far. Maybe an issue, question mark, a very slight issue. We've talked about slight damage on some of these cars you can pick up by taking a curb too hard and maybe grazing the wall. Maybe that's something that is a concern for Sontec Racing, but they will not be wanting to see the cars in front get away easily, and in that regard being Simufy, because I mean Gabriel Toro, you know, C opened up. It was an easy move. Maybe didn't expect it to be so easy.
You can see how much the gap's opened up as well, just through the opening section of the Grand Prix part of the track as they work their way through maybe one of the only places where there are some lights around the track that might help them here and there in terms of finding references. Everything else is pretty much reliant on the drivers to then use the headlights to find good references that aren't going to then be moved around, which is very important. If you have never done a race with changing day-night conditions, don't use shadows as references. That's a top tip from our team here at RaceSpotTV. Definitely am not telling you that from my personal experience.
Oh, I feel like there is a little bit of sarcasm hidden in that comment there, Arjuna.
No, never. By the way, sorry, I'm going to cut you off. What has happened to Gustavo Ariel, because he is now 25 seconds off of the race lead. He's dropped into the clutches of Ryan Barneveld, put 2 and 2 together. It doesn't take Sherlock Holmes to figure out that car's had an issue.
Yeah, not too sure what's happened to Gustavo Ariel, could get the name out there. But, you know, still with the cars behind him, possibly a bit of traffic, maybe getting caught up, a couple of collisions possible, but you wouldn't think that coming into Tiergarten, would you, with such a long straight beforehand, but all things possible. The last lap time there from Gustavo Ariel, not going to be representative on my timing screen, but...
No, that was representative. It was an 8:16 as compared to an 8:09 for Diogo Pinto, so that was 7 seconds lost.
No, it just updated for me. It had said 3 minutes 53, which definitely wasn't correct. But just as you were saying that, yes, it has updated. So yeah, what, 5.5 seconds then gained by Marla Racing Team, and something happened to Gustavo Ariel on that lap. Presumably he will be able to gather it back up, but possibly an issue. I can't imagine it is, but hopefully not for them.
So, something happened, just don't know what. Oscar Mangan has said, by the way, for Sontec Racing, that Jesse Hilario has hit a wall somewhere. That 100% explains what we're seeing from that car, because that last lap was also a 9:04. Again, put 2 and 2 together. He hit the wall on that lap, cost himself time, not just with the speed lost after that, but with the initial incident as well. We're now going to have to wait and see, does Ryan Barneveld have the speed on Gustavo Ariel? Is there damage on the red line 21? So again, word from our iRacing Esports Network chat is that Max Verstappen is going to get back into the car. My suspicion is going to be that has got to be during the morning. So what time is it right now for you, Dara? Just remind me. Sorry, I don't mean to rub it in.
It'll be 12 to 3 a.m. in Imola.
So it's almost 3. So let's say best case, you're waking up at the earliest. Oh, he's got his media obligation, so he might actually have to wake up at like 7 or 8 to do a 2-hour stint or something.
I reckon you've basically put my schedule perfectly in this Max Verstappen slot. It was great for the first stint. Maybe great for the second stint as well, because I'd imagine, what my stint would end, I reckon he would be up before 7 o'clock. He's gone to bed around midnight. I'm sure he doesn't need too much sleep. Of course, he'll probably try to get as much as he can. But I reckon either when myself and Lewis are on the commentary, or when you and O'Leary and David Haynes are, I think Dane Baird in the broadcast booth is going to get a taste of Max Verstappen, and we might get some more people asking, is that Verstappen in the chat?
And of course, we do have is Verstappen or is Max in the split shirts on our RaceSpot merch store, and we'll have to make some new designs at some point.
Do we actually?
We do. Have you never seen these?
I haven't. I genuinely have. For a second there, I thought you were joking, but then I genuinely thought that might be real, and I might have to invest.
All right. You know what? I am going to do the needful. I will go and find the links, and I will also go and try and find the discount codes.
Oh, thank you.
So we will sprinkle that into our chat. Not just for Dara to enjoy, but for some maybe of our fans to pick something up as well, a little bit to support us. Now, 45 seconds before we let you go, Mr. Producer Hugo, can we go to the aerial scenic shot? Because I've just noticed, Dara, we've got some pink in the horizon.
Have we? If you know that, genuinely, I can see it just about, actually.
Right,
yes.
there you go.
Oh, I can go to sleep a happy man. I really can. Slightly later than I thought it was. Oh, look at that. I don't think I've been happier in the last week.
There you go.
I really didn't think it was going to happen. Last 60 seconds. Oh, it's wonderful, that, isn't it?
And well, unfortunately, on that note, we'll kick you out. Go and get some sleep because you're back in the broadcast booth in 4 hours. Unfortunately, it's at least not in the real world. You can sleep in your own bed. You're not sleeping in a car or something. Welcome along to Lorenzo Bonder, who jumps in. Lorenzo, we officially now have 12 hours left to go in the 2024 iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours powered by Extreme Sim Racing. And there is a look at what is coming. The sunrise is what awaits us, and this is what the drivers want as well, right? That confidence, the realization we've survived the night. Now, yes, there is still 12 hours of racing left to go. It's a long time, but it only surely can get easier from here.
Yeah, it's going to be less pressure on everybody. They can see a little bit of, you know, a natural light on every corner they go, and they don't have to rely on their headlights anymore, which for everybody, I think at this point of the race should be a good thing.
We've had plenty of drama along the way. We'll talk about some highlights maybe in a few moments' time as well. But Lorenzo, I mean, you've just jumped in for the first time today. What has shocked you? What has surprised you outside of the fact that, let's be real, 53 cars took to the green flag. We've got 43 still out there. Attrition has sure played its part, but it's been a lot less intense than I think any could have expected.
Yeah, absolutely. I think after the first few hours of the race, where I think attrition was at its highest, right? I think it picked down a little bit. It just became more of a, you know, strategy mind race than anything else. That it goes on and just keep the car consistent as it goes throughout the run, basically, which is always good in my books.
So I've just gone and found the link, and I found the discount code as well. If you want to, is Max in this split shirt, or maybe more importantly for us behind the scenes in the broadcast team, if you want the We'll Do It Live shirt, which, by the way, I showed it to my broadcast partners during Prodigy Week at the Atlanta Motorsports Park. Made them chuckle just a little bit because everyone will appreciate exactly how crazy those situations can end up being. Now, Lorenzo, Max Verstappen's done his couple of stints already, triple stint potentially. Diogo Pinto's back in that race-leading car. Chris Lullum has done his couple of runs as well. Florian Lebigra has shared the responsibilities in the BMW M Team Redline. With Gustavo Ariel's mistake, the lead re-established at what, about 26 seconds. We have an estimated 90 laps left to run in this race. Is 25 seconds too much to overcome?
No, it's very doable, completely doable. Of course, you might need a little bit of luck here and there, especially with the traffic in some of the, I'll say the most toughest parts. Let's just say going to, can we call the third of the forest after you go through the carousel, and then you start more the twisty portion of the forest as they're going to climb the carousel right now, and then just try to, you know, go around the track and maybe lose a second or so in there, and then lap by lap, if you are consistent through it, you can get you can have a little bit of, you know, what you guys got at the DLNLS last lap battles.
Oh, we had so many of them as well. It was remarkable. We were very much spoiled in the most recent season of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. And that's why I talk about it so much as well, because the previous season, which I also got to commentate on, so that would have been 2022, 2023, was fun, but definitely not as fun. And we had plenty of this side-by-side swapping, although Ryan Barneveld, the Dutchman, pushes out a little bit wide, almost into the grass in the Marlow Racing Team machine, and he cooks his way up into second, passes Gustavo Ariel. We'll see now if there's fuel saving at play. They have just crossed over, or will cross over, onto what is now the third lap, I think, in their stint. About halfway through the run, should be back down onto pit lane in about 3 laps time as well. Talking about the new cars, the new tracks, Lorenzo, How excited are you? We got a Ford, we got a Corvette added to the GT3 mix.
Would you believe if I say I might actually go back into GT3 racing just because they got the Ford Mustang?
Really? Is it that exciting for you?
I love a Mustang on the track, man. I used to love the GT4s, watching them around in GT America and other series. I think they had one at GT Europe and maybe one in the British GT Championship. But it's always exciting to see that car, see the true V8, go around the track like that. And I finally get to experience that in iRacing.
It's going to be really, really fun. And does that mean, Lorenzo, that you are already thinking about your iRacing 24 Hours of Spa endeavors and what that's going to look like?
100%. Oh, 100%. I'm doing that. If I'm gonna find a way to convince my guys at W2 ePro GP to, we're doing it in the Mustang, and if you guys don't do it, I'll fire you all.
You'll bully them into picking that car, basically.
It's effective. It's effective.
Does that mean that potential? What's your I rating?
Right now is at 3,300. I can go back to my 4Ks.
So you won't be in top split, but you might be able to convince a W2 ePro GP car to be in top split in the Ford Mustang, is what I was thinking.
Yeah, potentially. I don't know if we're going to be able to break into the top split. I don't think, besides Leon Rudiger and Raphael, I don't know if there's anybody else with like 8K rating plus. So
hey, remember, it's a single class, so you might not need
that high.
Unless we are thinking that you're going to need, 8K I rating plus for all their drivers, in which case, whoo, wow, that's going to be crazy. Let's go back, by the way, to talking about GR86s, because Roland Alone Fredson has officially now become the only driver to have crossed the halfway mark of this race, competing by himself. For the first time, we have a new driver in the Forgia TV racing team car, as Franco Ruggeri out, Daniela Fugiarini jumps in, and just as the sun is rising as well. A remarkable stint, Lorenzo. 12 hours, and my suspicion is he's going off to sleep and never to be seen for the rest of the race.
Imagine if he comes back into the next, and it's like he comes back into the Daniele, and it's like, all right, Daniele, you've done enough, in Italian words, of course, and let me just go back to the car. I had enough rest.
I'm trying to think what other legendary long stints we've had. Govan Keeney at the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. That's one that does stand out to me potentially as well. He did 10 hours, jumped in at the start of the race, left the car 10 hours in, still leading at the front. And I just remember Pablo Arujo had the heart rate monitor on his stream, and when he jumped in, it was pretty regularly up above 190, 200 beats per minute, averaged out probably at close to 185, such was the pressure he was feeling, let alone, I'm sure, what Govan was going through in the moments before. Gustavo, though, right behind Ryan Barneveld as we ride from the roof of the BMW M4 GT3 out in towards the twisty part of the Nordschleife once more, distending just a little bit and making sure to be very aggressive with their usage of the curbs.
Yeah, just coming out of Conhart, just riding too much the curb outside of Conhart, in my opinion. The question, and now you got me wondering, Arjun, I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually trying to go back into my mental notes and see if actually anybody has done close to, can you say 6 hours too much? I think I've seen drivers in 24 hours and on top speed doing like 6 hours, but like back in 2019, 2018, but I wouldn't be able to remember the names. It's been 5-6 years, so it's complicated for me to remember.
Right. So I remember I've done a few 6-hour races here before. Now, I don't think I've ever tried to do a 6-hour race solo. No, that's a lie. I've definitely tried to do a 6-hour race solo. I probably don't think I've finished it. So I'm not so sure if I would want to try and do a 6-hour race solo. 4 hours here is just about fine until you need to go and use the restroom, which I think Roland Alfredson has potentially had to do because his last pit stop was about 20 seconds longer than the Forgia TV racing team, and that's what I was saying. You'll lose 20 seconds, but you'll be a lot more comfortable for your next into the race, and so it's a give and take.
It basically you're taking out the ballast of the car. Think about it.
Nice. Ballast of the car. Is that how we're going to describe it from now?
Yeah. To be honest, I jokingly said on a Discord server, we gotta protect Roland at all costs when this race began, because he's gonna solve this whole thing. Of course, I'm jokingly saying that he's the true winner of the 24 hours of Nürburgring on the top split. Of course, there's still a lot of battles going on, but protect him at all costs. And I didn't think they would take it quite literally when I would say 2/3 of the GR86 actually died right after that.
Yeah, unfortunately. Why don't we? We're 10 minutes into this next portion of the race. I see Roland Alfredson's jumped into our YouTube chat to say he sees light. We see the light as well. Let's go back potentially and take a look at some of the highlights of what we've seen so far in this race, because we did that about an hour or so ago. There were some great clips in there, maybe a good opportunity to cycle back through some of the memories of what we've seen so far over the course of the opening 12 hours of action. We had 53 teams primed and ready to go. Unfortunately for VRS Coanda, it didn't end up going great for them, as Alejandro Sanchez in that Apex Racing team machine, slight contact and into the kitty litter for Elvis Rankin. Rest of the teams though, and rest of the 4 classes underway safely until 30 minutes in. We saw how much Williams Esports Chill Blast and Vasilius Belitiotis were pushing out wide through the mud curva. That literally translates into bravery. Guess what? They were being brave, and look at the fast hands at work to bring that car back into control. It was indicative, though, of what was happening, and it was also great to see, even with the traffic making its way on through, GR86s close to one another until, well, the traffic started to play its part. Gianni Vecchio, unfortunately, into the back of the Carlar Esports touring car entry, and then Nicholas Rubelar, technical issue for him. He drove through a couple of GR86s, ended up badly for the Moai Regards at 1:30. Then the drama at the front. The Apex Racing team was on the charge, and as they tried to make their way around the outside, on the exit of Bergwerk, chaos erupted. Contact with the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, both of them in the wall, both ended up back in pit lane, and both ended up out of the race. It gave BMW M Team Redline the lead, and they never looked back. There are 3 Drago Racing BMW M4 GT4 entries. Ricardo Rico unfortunately slams the wall through the Hudson back. He retired. Miguel Freitas, unfortunately, technical issue for them in the second of the Impulse Racing by GTU machines. They have also retired from this race. And then as the night set, well, was that a bit of sleep deprivation? Was that a little bit careless from the Nürburgring Esports Whipperman team? Whatever the case, they recovered from that, and they are still running in 3rd place, albeit almost 2 laps down off of your race leader. And well then, unfortunately, on the Ava Ravatic team, not much that they could do, as they got driven through, no other way to describe it, by this car, the Mahler Racing team. It's Ryan Barneveld that is on the driving duties now, but it was Felix Quirnbach that was driving at that time on the incident. We've got 13 minutes past the top of the hour, and 992s are down to pit lane. Luca Alpert is going to roll off and away in the lead of the 992 Cup class. The Scherer Esports team still leading by around 20 seconds from Xander Reed in the Altus Esports machine. Lorenzo, it's been an interesting race in terms of strategy shakeups in that 992 class. And right now I can tell you 4 tires taken for Scherer Esports, 2 tires taken for Altus.
Yeah, because I think at this point of the night, you don't gonna burn out a lot of rubber. The tire wear, I think it's gonna be at its maximum, and you can basically do 2 tire transfers to try to something different, because it's gonna equal out as this thing goes on with the front tires of sorts, and it's still gonna give you grip as you go throughout your whole stint. But I like this, mind battles between everybody, and what Scherer has been doing. Just can you say carry on the dominance they had at the NLS, because they won that. They are, I think, if I not remember, they probably contended for the win in the 24-hour series esports, and in here they're dominating the whole team. And I think it brings up a point that you and O'Leary and I were talking in the Barcelona race, that arguably in terms of endurance in this car, Scherer might be the best team in the world today.
At this track with this car, I don't think there is much questioning it. Again, remembering that they were fighting against the best in the world on their run to the class win in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Just saw Diogo Pinto went off track momentarily. Now, that was a very small moment just to avoid the frozen speed by grid and go machine. It could have ended up being a lot bigger. That's not once but twice now that car has been able to avoid incidents in front of them. And I've got to say, very impressed by the cool, the calm heads that Redline brought to the equation here. The eyes of the world in many ways are watching, let's not forget, right? Because Max Verstappen announcing that he's going to be pulling double duties with Formula One racing at Imola, and of course him doing his stints here, and plenty of people questioning whether or not it's a wise idea. He continues to prove, though, that he's the best in the world, potentially in the real world. He's definitely showed that in Formula One in many ways. He's definitely amongst up there in terms of the best in the world. Out here in the sim world as well, and the cult of personality at Team Redline continuing on their live stream as well, as Diogo Pinto sets that moment aside and continues to run his way around.
Yeah, I wonder if Max actually got that from, you know, Kyle Larson's playbook. You know, he gave him a ring, you know, Kyle, what you're going to be doing this weekend? Oh, next weekend, oh, I'm doing the 500 and the Coke 600. Oh, okay, you're doing that. Oh, I might be doing something different this weekend then. I might actually do F1. I might be, you know, plugging in my steering wheel into the F1 car, maybe doing some laps around the F1 into iRacing as well. Of course, that is never going to happen, but it would be funny nevertheless. But it's crazy the amount of commitment some of these real life drivers are to, not just on the virtual side but also real side as well, and try to have the most fun out of those things.
Yeah, I heard the joke was on Team Redline stream that, you know, sometimes they let Max go off and do his hobby. Oh no! Frozen speed by Grin and Go. Heartbroken that car driven by Jesse Tekela is hard into the wall, and Jochen at frozen speed gonna feel a little bit frustrated. Oh, to see that on screen, because they were having a decent day in terms of staying out of trouble and leaving themselves still technically on the lead lap and in contention. Hard into the wall, not a pretty sight by any means. And now let's take a look at the onboard. That's what I was about to just say. Out through Flugplatz, one of the fastest corners on the track, and look at the heads up there from Diogo.
Yeah, I was about to ask, isn't that Diogo going around? And it kind of goes on what you just said. You know, he went off track, so good avoidance. You know, just, you know, biding his time, slowing down the car. That's the exact thing you need to do. Pretty much the same thing what happened when Williams and Apex got out just after Bergberg.
What a moment that was, right? And such an unfortunate moment, because it could have ended up leading to such a fun fight. Let's talk about touring cars, though, because as the sun rises, the lead gap down to 32 seconds, and now Martin Ashert into the Impulse 122 that we see on your screen. That is a Honda Civic Type R. Now, pole position went to Michael Polashek. He's just jumped back in to the 111 for Obsidian Racing. He is 33 seconds behind. And about 2 hours or so ago, that gap was 90-odd seconds. It has charged forward, first in the hands of Gael Valero. Let's see what Polashek is going to be able to do. He is also in a Honda Civic Type R. Then you go on over to Team Hoisingveld Lorenzo, where Stefan Scheller is about 10 seconds off of Obsidian Racing. He is lost out as Gael Valero is charged away. That is the best running Hyundai Elantra in the field.
Yeah, which surprised me a little bit, you know, the Hyundais, you know, not having that best performance, because you would think, of course, this car would, I would say, stake out better around the Nürburgring, but the Civic is just so safe. I think it drives so safe. It is also a fast car, good acceleration, especially coming out of the slow corners, and I wonder how much of a setup tweak has Impulse has done from the 24-hour Series Esports when they won the Nürburgring, right? And to come over here and do a 24-hour race rather than a 6-hour race and still dominate this early on.
Gustavo Ariel's made another mistake. Gustavo Ariel has dropped to third. Marlow Racing Team have got up to second. Now, what has happened there? Wow, this race changes so quickly. When did that happen? Did we see that and did I totally miss that? Or am I crazy?
No,
No, we definitely saw that. We definitely saw that, didn't we? And I'm just crazy. Why is the gap increased so much? That's where I'm not so crazy.
Yeah, 3 seconds. Oh my Delta says he's +5 on the lap, so something happened.
Yeah, that I'm quite curious as to what has happened here. Ariel's got into the car, and I think he's pushing a little bit too much. Maybe traffic as well, word from our producer behind the scenes, but definitely has opened up. Here's a look on board. This is up towards Hoa Axe. He's inside. And this is just so difficult. You got to pick your way through up the inside of a touring car. I think that was SimCity Racing. Simufy's GT4 lies in front as well. Clamber onto the curb on the inside, and then you can't get alongside because you just don't have the speed to throw it up the inside.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait around the S-Bach and then do the overtake. That's why he lost the 2 seconds. That makes sense. It is that thing I just talked about a little bit earlier, right, Arjuna? You know, coming around the third portion of the track, you know, this more twistiest section where it's hard for you to make the overtake. Just get yourself in the traffic at the bad spot at the worst time possible. Things like that happens. You lose like 2-3 seconds without even thinking about it.
And so when, you know, the sun rises as well, Lorenzo, does it mean you get more aggressive in traffic? I've always kind of wondered that when it comes to some of these drivers, because I just know that I was always aggressive in traffic no matter what. I was not great at being the calm driver in traffic that you really do need to be in many ways here. But do these drivers, you know, they get through the night, now they know that they can be a bit more aggressive, they can push the limits a bit more. Is that something they start to do?
Potentially, I think so, because you're not relying on artificial lining anymore. You do have some natural lining coming into the car itself. Of course, it isn't going to be just like it will be potentially in 2 hours, 1 hour or 2 hours, where, you know, sunrise is actually going to be blooming around the track, and you're going to see that sun just, I would say, right before the final corner. But there will be some aggression coming out of the drivers, yes, because they're, you know, at this point, the gaps are so close between everybody that everything is possible.
11 hours, 38 minutes to go. Gap up front down to 19 seconds. Like we were saying, it was 25 just when the pit stop windows were opening up. All it takes is a few laps of traffic and it starts to shrink on down, and the lead battle becomes a fight between Redline and the BS Competition-backed Marla Racing team, and of course their sister car, the BMW M Team BS Competition. They have got 3.5-4 minutes back to the Falcon Sim Racing Audi that sits in 5th spot. It is very much down to these four as they run right now. We've talked touring car, we've mentioned GR86 here and there, talked about 992, and we focused plenty on the GT3s. Let's talk GT4 as well, because Apex Racing Team started in 3rd, dropped back initially to 4th, and then have slowly clawed their way back up to the lead, and since then have established themselves at the front. 22 seconds in front of Virtual Coach by Grid and Go. Door Esports sit 3rd, Drago Racing 4th, and then Team 75, the first non-BMW as they run in class.
Yeah, it's interesting in my books, you know, how this GT4 race came to be. I think when it started, I would say potentially within the first 5 hours of the race, you could have said, you know, this could have been Drago's race, this could have been, you know, the Virtual Coach by G&G. Apex was in it as well, so it was basically an open field. I think after, you know, I think the Dragos that was driven by Ricardo Rico got off the track, I think, you know, the range of options and the strategies just made it work towards Apex, and it's odd to see Apex in a GT4 doing so good, but it's refreshing to see them, you know, dominate a class that is, I think, in previous years has been probably the most contested in my books.
This is also, right, the race in the special event that I think many have been most curious as to how the weather system is going to influence everything, right? So we saw Sebring, we kind of know that the changing conditions are what are so difficult, right? When it's just steady rain, everyone can figure it out pretty easily, and from there you settle into the rhythm. It's when it's changing around that some drivers make themselves known and show their ability. When it's going to be around a track like this, where it can rain in one section of the track and be totally dry on the other, you have to make the call as to whether dry or wet tires. So much goes into that, so much goes into staying out of the wall. You know, Lorenzo, I mentioned that GT4 car is going to get rain tires in the next iRacing build. If we come back here in 12 months' time and we have, you know, weather to think about, this race has seen relatively little attrition as compared to years past. I don't expect a repeat of what we've seen so far today.
No, it's going to be, I think, the most unpredictable race can I say in iRacing history?
Yes, I think that would be fair.
And because it's like this might be the first true test of, you know, engineers, because there are some teams with engineers. I'll go back to you. A scary moment for the 20 car. We'll get around safely.
Carving through some traffic, but Diogo Pinto, who only has one more lap to go after this before we expect him to get out of that car and hand over. Now, who is in the iRacing sim that would be ready to take over? Well, either Florian Lebigre or Chris Lullum would be available to jump in. Now, Florian hasn't done as many laps as Chris, so maybe the French driver is more of a logical choice to take over, but we'll find out in 2 laps' time. And as the sun continues to rise, that driver is also the one there. Oh my, wow, what a shot. Across from the Grand Prix section, you can see the roller coaster sort of guardrails on the right-hand side. The Mercedes-Benz Arena illuminated as we don't have to carve our way all the way around it. The sun's here, Lorenzo. Sunrise is not far away.
No, we're close. I would say maybe an hour and a half tops, and we're gonna see that sun blooming. And I gotta say, man, of all tracks where you see the sunrise and you know, this pink skies and everything, probably Nürburgring is one of the coolest to watch around from the skies and everything. Probably not as cool as the meteorite that went around here in Portugal a few hours ago, but it's still very beautiful.
Yeah, it does look fantastic, doesn't it? And the sunrise going to also make way to some of these drivers probably going to sleep in some cases. Max Scudino has just brought the Apex Racing team car in. I can tell you he's jumped out, and Maxime Briand's going to take over, the rock and rolling grooving Frenchman, going to be responsible for the next phase of the race for that 1:19.19. Great shot through the Kleiner carousel as Diogo Pinto just navigates his way on through. No major drama. Martinsville MX500, Lorenzo. I was just reminding myself of the special events to come. Boy, I cannot wait for that one.
I'm ready. I'm doing that event, even if it's, you know, my fiance beats me and doesn't let me race.
Oh wow. Do we have to be careful, Lorenzo?
Yeah, I know.
Is there something we need to know?
Oh, what? That I'm engaged?
Yes, we haven't talked about that, have we? Congratulations, Lorenzo.
Thank you so much. It's recent. It's been nearly a full month, 2 months actually, but it's a unique. It's like breathtaking experience, man, and I'm all for it. My fiance's all for it, and we're happy, man. We're happy as ever been, and we're gonna get married. Fortunately, if you guys come over here from RaceSpotTV to the wedding and to Portugal, that would be, you know, more pleasant.
Wow. See, now I've got to get a visa, Lorenzo. You know how that may go.
Yeah.
I've not had great luck, unfortunately. So, when is the happy day? Come on, tell us.
We're actually trying to aim for January 4th or 5th.
Okay.
We're just waiting to see if I can buy my mom not her passport. Do you buy a passport? The plane tickets over here from Brazil to Portugal. But the problem is she lives down south where the floods have been affected.
Oh, no.
I don't know. We don't know how long the airport is going to take. They say it's around September it's going to open up. But with the unpredictability of weather down south in Brazil where I live and I was born, that it could even extend all the way down to December. So it's uncertain for now.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see some of the footage that's come out from Brazil, and yeah, just heartbreaking. And so hope that everyone down there stays safe. Of course, I know there's a large Brazilian contingent here in the iRacing community, not just Lorenzo, our producer Hugo as well, but plenty that are going to be looking to qualify for the iRacing Indy 500. So hoping that everyone in our community stays safe moving forward, and yeah, the best for them as well. That though, the first time I'm looking at the screen in quite a while, Lorenzo, and saying, you know what, headlights aren't as needed anymore, even though, let's be honest, they still very much are going to need them for quite a while.
Yeah, I think they're going to be necessary. I would say, like I said, for about an hour or so. And then once that kicks in, I think it's going to be useful for letting traffic know that you are coming, because the bloom of the lights still I think it's going to reflect on the rear view mirrors, and it's still going to be very visible on the rear view. But other than that, it's the darkness is going away. It's fading away.
And golden hour approaches when the conditions at their coolest, but the visibility maybe at just that right level to help the drivers guide themselves around. See that the Carlar Esports team have had a small incident down on the Grand Prix section, all by themselves. It slightly cost the Was Cooking Racing Adventures team a handful of moments, and guess who's just jumped into that car? Someone with plenty of experience around this track in the real world. Sindre Setsource has taken over in the defending race-winning entry, and he, of course, is an overall winner in the real Nürburgring Landstracken series. So great to see him back here in the virtual world.
It took a little bit of a while, but finally coming back, and I know Spengler is going to be happy to have a real-life driver, with lots of experience around the track pushing that car for all the means and purposes that the Was Cooking Racing Adventures team provides us.
They have a very distinctive livery, the white, pink, and colorful logo and bits on the side of the car. And they work their way now through the left towards the Sabine Schmidt curve, up into 6th. After starting in 5th, they did drop back initially. See how it runs for them in the latter half of this race. Pit stop still a boom for plenty. I can see Elliot Veyron in the Viras Coanda machine is stationary, just getting his fuel and tires done and dusted. A couple of other cars have just left pit lane. Jaden Ladick in the Drago Racing 369. And of course, Sontec Racing still sitting there and trying to get as much damaged repairs as they potentially can before they venture back out onto the track. But for your race leader, staying out of trouble, as much as Ryan Barneveld is trying to close, 19 seconds, still the race leading advantage.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to go around the full grid, because every year that we have these special events, we see a new team, or even if it is a fun team, like for example the Moyai Regards, right, or the Was Cooking, right? They are not. Spengler is going to kill me for this. They are a racing team, but they are not a red line type of team, right? Because they have drivers from red line, like Josh Thompson, for example. But I've seen here there's a few first teams like debutants, which is always good to know, even if it is different categories debuting here in iRacing.
No, I think Mike Spangler would agree with that assessment that they sometimes don't have a more regular driver lineup, so they're getting drivers that come together from other teams and work together, often not for the first time, and so that's a little bit different than being in a team where you practice week in and week out together. We jump on board with Diogo Pinto. Let's ride through. Let's run up towards Hoag, the top part of the track, and you just see how now the track works its way and winds its way around the Eifel Mountains. High curbs on either side as well to be very careful of. the more laps you do, the more aware of where you can place your car, where the bumps are as well. Lean on the curb, not on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side. There's a little bit of a flat area to try and just use and even out the car. Then as the track falls away from you, down the hill, double left-hander, close to the inside curb, but don't clip it if you can avoid it. Run out wide here on the left-hand side, but not too far wide. That gives you an off-track, puts you out into the grass. All those little things that Lorenzo, lap after lap, you figure out.
Yeah, first, of course, the first lap, if you come out with cold tires and everything, you just have to be a little bit more careful because the car is going to be a little bit more unpredictable. But I think it takes 1-2 laps for you to, you know, have a grasp of where you can place the car and everything, how the car will behave. Because of the different conditions that you have around the track, it is never the same condition that you practice on than the one you're going to be racing on. You can try to mimic as close as you can, but you have a certain touch of reality where you're going to be placing the car in, and they work. What amazes me is how close they work with the curbs, you know, these high curbs where you cannot ride on them, and it is basically the limit of having grip or no grip at all.
So as Diogo heads towards the end of the lap, out of the long final right-hander that leads you onto the Dottinger Hoa, there is now the blast through the gears. Sometimes you'll see the car actually stay in 5th if it doesn't actually get to the very top of the rev range. You can see there, light starts to illuminate, and then he actually does end up shifting into 6th because he's got a bit of the tow from the GR86 in front. But now you're climbing up towards that Bilstein bridge at the very end of the straight, and then you dive down into the braking zone, or rather dive down then climb back up into the braking zone of the very final corner. 170 corners, 22 odd kilometers. A lap here at the Nordschleife takes you around 8 and a bit odd minutes in a GT3 machine, and Diogo Pinto has been out there for a double stint already. He'll stay on the right-hand side, bring his car down to pit lane, and BMW M Team Redline once again leading 20 seconds the margin as they roll down to pit lane.
Yeah, I think Diogo is going to get a well-earned rest here in Portugal, and probably going to rest for the rest of the night while Lula and Florian are going to take over the car. Of course, we're not going to see Max in the car, unfortunately. Max in the split, but he's not going to be in the car until I think in the early morning. But good stint from Diogo, even though the gap actually winded down to 20 seconds.
It's been a phase of the race where we haven't seen too much chaos, and as expected, out gets Pinto in. Gets Florian Lebigra, Ryan Barneveld, Gustavo Ariel, Reina Talvar all into the box as well, and expect maybe one driver change there, but no one else expected to potentially swap around who is handling the responsibilities of the car the next hour. There goes Lebigra, off and away just before Nicholas Laubisch in the GT4-door esports machine that is up in 3rd in its class. And off and away, hooking through the chicane at the beginning of the lap goes the red line machine. And again, remember, around 20 seconds was the margin as it left. Now Ryan Barneveld, Gustavo Ariel, and Reina Talvar all end up staying in the car, so no driver changes for them either. And again, the margin right around 19 or 20 seconds, so no changes across the board just yet, but back out onto track and towards the Nordschleife they go.
Yeah, just clean and crisp for everybody, even though the gap is, I think, a little bit closer. I think around 2 to 3 seconds. I saw it at 2.7 at one point, but anyway, good racing on everybody. I like the fact that despite going for 12 hours, the gap between the top 4 is less than a full minute. I think this is the closest I've ever been in all my 6 years I've been commentating here at RaceSpot, and 4 years I've been commentating on the Nürburgring 24 hours.
it's a bit of a, indictment of, or rather a testament to how close the racing is. An indictment maybe of how it wasn't close before. I see Franco Ruggieri has just jumped into our iRacing Esports Network chat. So remember, he did a good 12 hours of this race in the race leading GR86 before he handed on over to Daniele Forgierini, who's taken over and now leads by 7 minutes and 10 seconds from Roland Alonfredson, the team piloted by the sole driver of Roland Alfredson. He's just jumped into our YouTube chat to say this is his first top split event. He's done 0 practice, has 0 teammates, has the wrong setup. It's still going great. Oh, he's having fun.
That's what matters the most, right? If you have fun, that's all that matters in my books. This is the true spirit of endurance. Doesn't matter where you finish, as long if you have fun, you're doing your best around the track, and you're trying to go for the 24 hours, regardless of what happens. If you crash, repair the car and come back out on the track. You're still gonna have a chance for you to complete the track, gain some experience, might lose some few iRatings here and there depending on the circumstances. Yeah, sure, but it's a special event nevertheless. You gotta go all the way.
Have some fun in these special events as well. Only come around once a year. And the next of our 24-hour special events is when we make our way to the Ardennes for the 24 hours of Spa, a GT3 only affair though. So that is going to be just something to keep in mind. No multi-class traffic, even though traffic will still be a factor when you have 50-odd GT3 cars packed in around the 7-something kilometers of the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Still, definitely you get stretched out, but still have to consider the fact that traffic is a factor. Jerzy Glax just got out of the Williams Esports Academy car. New driver jumps in, I think on debut for Stefan Helvik, if I've butchered that name. I look forward to getting a media guide from the team at Williams Esports in the future to help me pronounce that name correctly moving forward. And the Williams Esports team continuing just to grab some new faces to add to the mix. And again, I'm very excited, Lorenzo. I finally got the Williams Esports shirt that I was promised on social media 2 years ago.
Better late than ever.
Yes, and especially since I got the new team t-shirt as well. So,
Oh, the one with the Duracell and everything?
No, when they've got a new black t-shirt instead of the old bluish sort of a t-shirt. So I'm current. I'm 2024.
You're fresh dripped, basically. Nice.
Is that what the kids say nowadays? No cap?
Yeah, no cap.
No cap. Okay, cool. What other words do the kids say that I should be aware of, Lorenzo?
You're asking me? I'm 32, man. I'm a boomer.
I didn't realize. Okay, to be fair, we're both boomers, so we're no cap, sheesh, dab on me. That's apparently a phrase.
Me?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
What is this what are these Gen Alphas speaking nowadays?
Mike Spangler says on God. What does on God even mean?
In it. I forgot. In it.
What's that, sorry?
In it.
In it. Oh, that's just a British thing, though. That doesn't sound very...
No. But in it is like, isn't it? I didn't know until a few days ago, but I see a lot of people saying that nowadays.
Okay, so we need to hire here at RaceSpotTV, clearly, a translator for the youth. Because I'm turning 30 this year, Lorenzo. I'm quite scared about it. But yes.
I'm turning 33 in 10 days, so...
What happens when you turn 30, Lorenzo? Do you wake up and the world has changed?
It's something like it. It's midlife crisis all throughout your 30s, man.
I'm already going through my midlife crises. I don't want to deal with more of them. That Williams Esports Academy car, I love the touch of yellow on the side. Parker White is back out there in the Williams Esports Hoisingveld GT3 machine. So... good to see at least that even though the Chill Blast car has retired, look at the bright red on the Williams Esports Hoisingveld machine. Parker White out there and surviving and continuing just to... That's the shirt I have, Lorenzo. You see, I'm a Williams Esports driver as well.
You are representing everybody, Arjuna, if you think about it.
Yeah, I've got my Drago Racing drip, Apex Racing, BS Competition. I've got Pure Sims as well. I know they no longer exist.
Yeah, I have none.
You really have? No, you've got W2E Pro GT.
No, I have the W2 because I'm a driver and one of the managers, but
you don't have a shirt?
I have the shirt. I have a shirt and a hoodie.
Okay, there you go. So you've got something.
No, I have something. But believe me or not, if you ask me, like last year, I had nothing because all the shirts were back in Brazil. So Leon actually, when he went to Brazil at the end of October, he brought it back. He brought it back to Germany and he shipped out to me. So I actually got it because of this technicality. Otherwise, I probably would have never gotten it. But like Apex shirt, Williams shirt, Redline shirt, Drago, I have none of it.
Yeah, but you don't complain enough. Now, oh no, Roland Alonfredson has had an incident out on track. It was down at Exmüller, I believe. I hope that's not a big one and that he's going to be able to continue running at some point. He has been able to pick up some speed. I think he lost about 15 or so seconds out on track. Mike Spangler, by the way, says that every bone and muscle in your body starts to hurt for reasons unknown when he turned 30-ish. I'm not looking forward to that. But Juan Herrera says I'm allowed to say back in my day, so I'm looking forward to that. Ooh, suboptimal for Roland Alfredson.
Yeah, got killed by Simify from what it looks like.
Well, so I want to know how hard he hit the wall as well, because it didn't look like it ended up being that big, did it?
It did. It doesn't look like it, but I think he hit, hard on with the nose of the car.
Good
just
shout.
after Axmüller. So,
it was Simify. You were right there. So, I mean, he's never going to clear, and so that would have been No, it would have been one of the other GT3 cars, I think, behind that just takes avoiding action and is able to jink out of the way in time. Now the car doesn't look too damaged. It doesn't look too bad.
Like I said, we gotta protect this. We gotta protect this GR86 at all costs.
Yes. Oh, we need to protect everyone that's still running because we still, remarkably,
yes,
11 started, 8 are still running. Every single one, we want to see them finish the race, and we want the group photo at the end. And unlike last year, if any of the faster classes interrupt, we are going to petition iRacing Race Control. The faster classes, you touch the GR86s on the fastest lap, instant disqualification.
That would be interesting. I wonder if Nim and the boys would be thinking about it, because if they might be actually running their third or fourth annual running of the 24 Hours of Nürburgring in some of the splits. I know they are working there. I remember, I think 2022 I raced against them on third split.
The iRacing staff car is definitely somewhere out there in one of the splits, and hoping that they're running relatively well. So 11 hours and 13 minutes to go. Can we officially say the sun has risen, Lorenzo, or not quite yet?
No, it is. It is. Of course, we're not seeing the sun as the object itself. It's not an object, but it's a body itself. But
three-body problem.
I've never seen the series, believe it or not. I started it like 5 minutes in, but I stopped it because I had other stuff to do. But I'm gonna watch it. I'm not even O'Leary.
You don't have to watch it. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, okay.
It was interesting, but you know.
It's kind of like interesting concept, but the execution is quite bad.
Like you said, there you go. There's a look at the sky. The sun rises in the backdrop, and of course, we'll see the temperatures rise as we tick past 5 a.m. Virtual Standard Time on the 1st of June. It's mostly cloudy, of course, so it's going to take a while for the temperature to probably start baking down the track. That track temperature measured just at the start-finish line as well. Just keep that in mind. It could be warmer, it could be cooler around the track as well. Roland Alfredson has just put a frowny face into our YouTube chat. I'm wondering how much damage is on his car, Lorenzo, because it didn't look bad externally. Some of our Twitch audience on the iRacing Esports Network is wondering if there might be a bit of steering damage as well.
From the looks of it, from the way that he hit the barrier right there, I wouldn't be surprised if he picked up a suspension damage or like a tooling damage on the car. Oh, there is.
Oh, it's coming down.
The car.
And this is not a scheduled pit stop. I think this is probably a recognition that you've got a minute to the next car in line, then another minute back to Team RSO. You're anyway going to get disqualified at the end of the race. So, you know, finishing at the line on the podium would be great. It's better to come in, assess the damage on the car, and now determine what's going to happen as you see him sit stationary in the pit lane and all by himself right now.
Sad moment, man. I'm sad. At least
can we cue the music?
Continue running. Yeah.
I don't think we have the rights to it, but we can imagine it as well.
It's a sad moment, man.
It's up on the jacks, getting a fresh set of boots as well. And he won't want to be by himself. 40-second of required repairs, 5 minutes of optionals. Oh, heartbreaking. That will still leave him in 4th. So my suspicion is, Lorenzo, he won't take all of the repairs. He'll start slowly chipping away at it. You know, every pit stop will get 10 or 15 seconds potentially done, and that will see him slowly get it across the line.
Yeah, just come back onto the track. There you go, man. Is the car going to be performing quite well? We don't know. Most likely not, but you got to continue on, man. You got to keep on that, keep putting that effort. For everybody, all the fans.
There is Alone Fridson. Daniel Muth has taken 2nd for the Nürburgring esports team. Team RSO ready to cycle on through and grab the final step on your podium. In fact, no, because they are coming down to pit lane at the end of their stint, so Roland Alfredson might still have the chance to depart on the final step of the podium. As wibble wobble back and forth, Team RSO in the box. Not going to be a 4th win in the slowest category for them here in the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours powered by Extreme Sim Racing. There, though, is the 2nd red line machine, I believe. No, in fact, excuse me, that is the leader, Florian Lebigra, in the BMW M Team red line car, being chased down by, of course, Ryan Barneveld in the Mahler Racing Team machine. And while there used to be some confusion, was it Mahler powered by BS? Was it Mahler powered by Williams? No such confusion anymore. Whenever you see the Mahler Racing Team, it's been pretty, at least this year in 2024, we've only seen them in their BS competition powered guys. And so right now, as they try to close, who might be up next in that chasing machine? It could be Felix Kornbach, it could be Kaika Schuber. But BS competition have gone for the 3-driver lineups, Lorenzo.
It's quite an effort, 8 hours each. Not gonna lie, it's... I wouldn't be able to do 8 hours on this track.
How many could you do? How many would you want to do?
Maximum of 6. And that's not consecutive. Max I can do is like a double set around this track. I actually had a question to bring up about this.
Shoot.
Would you consider this to be the toughest stint in sim racing, despite, because of course you have 170 corners, right? So it's quite a lot. You're doing 8 minutes around the lap, but sometimes you're driving all by yourself, so you're not clustered with traffic. Now, other tracks like Sebring, where you are clustered with traffic, Daytona as well, which might be as just taxing on you than the Nürburgring is. So which one would you consider to be the toughest?
So, what does tough mean, right? Because, like, it's very difficult, I think, to get distracted for the most part at the Nordschleife, right? We saw it with Luca Alpert briefly, where he may have, you know, reached down to grab a drink, ran onto the grass on the pit straight, but for the most part, you're just so locked in, right? Outside of the Dottinger, where you are going straight, there's no real complexes where you are just in a straight line going fast. Like even here, in towards Arenberg, it's flat out. And the corner before, right? Schwedenkreuz in the Audi, it can be treacherous when you lift off and the weight transfer moves around. So I never found that doing 4 hours around 2 felt that long. And in fact, I find that 4 hours at Daytona feels longer just because it's so boring in comparison to just doing the same lap over and over with traffic being the only difference. Whereas here, you know, it's such a unique lap every time. You're learning, even when you've done thousands of laps, you're learning every time around. So, yeah, I'm not sure about that, but yeah. I think there is a reason why some of these teams are doing the doubles, some teams are doing triples, because they have identified what works best for their drivers and what they're most comfortable with, because that is what is most important. Finding the comfort level for your drivers to survive 24 hours. Did get word, by the way, Roland Alfredson is going to try and take a few of those minutes of damage repairs right now, Lorenzo. We're about 13 hours into the race. He gets a chance to get out of the rig and stretch his legs just a little bit.
Yeah, and he's never going to back down. He's already said that, which is good to know. You know, he's going to continue on through regardless of where he's going to finish. And like I said before, he's going to have the most fun out of it.
I am looking forward to seeing him at the end. And if we have time, we will interview him no matter what, right? I think we've got to try and make sure we do that. He came and had a chat with us while he was driving already. Had the chat with him afterwards. Mike Spangler says the most intense 24-hour race he's ever done is the Mooncar Martinsville 24, and I think actually that was what I was thinking about when I was thinking of intensity, because what makes a race intense, right, is not just the laps. In sim racing, we're so used to muscle memory being important. It's the traffic and all of those different things. So it's things like that. Mike says, you know, constant chaos and sensory overload that really do help you. So, you know, Martinsville MX500 that we've got coming up quite soon. I know it's not a 24-hour race, but that's going to be quite crazy.
It's going to be. I just feel that though he put actually the Moon Car, because isn't the objective of Moon Car Martinsville 24? You have the most accrued incident points.
No, that's definitely not the point.
Ah, okay. I thought it was that.
No, it's not a roller derby kind of thing. No. A serious race, my good sir.
Oh, okay, good. I don't know. I think Faria once told me about, you know, you have to have the most incident points and still placing around the track or something like that. And my brain just froze.
I mean, it's quite logical that you will probably end up having plenty of incident points in a race as crazy as that, but yeah, definitely don't think that's the expectation. I just remember when I was preparing for Prodigy Week, I put in my notes for Brandon Hawkin, you know, he's won some Spec MX5 championships against some of the other Prodigy Week participants, so that was important. P3 in the Skip Barber iRacing Formula Series in 2023 behind Diogo Pinto, who won, of course, that year. Finished in the Ferrari Esports Series as well in their North American regional qualifiers, which, by the way, Ferrari Esports qualifiers going to be available on iRacing for the first time ever. So go and search for a little bit more on that. Qualifiers are open across 3 different regions, so it's not too late to make sure you're getting a part of that. But the thing that was most interesting about Brandon Hawkin to me, 2022, Mooncar 24 winner. So, you know, the ability to navigate your way through all of that chaos, quite important. And talking of chaos, Roland Alfredson has decided, let's take all of the damage repair, Lorenzo, and try and see where we go from here.
Yeah, I think because at this point he takes the full optional, and the lap is so long for these GR86s, I don't think he's going to lose a lap. I think he's going to be relegated to what, basically all the way down to the back, nearly a full lap down, but there's a good chance he's still going to be in the lead lap and contend for this race. Oh, he's a lap down now, but there is always a chance whenever for Giardini and everybody else pit stops.
Yeah, of course, remember your leader has a 7.5 minute advantage. It's technically not a full lap, but it's as clear as, you know, as near as makes no difference at that point. It's effectively a lap that they enjoy right now. And of course, monster stint in the number 13 initially to navigate through what ended up being, what was it? 73 odd laps by Franco Ruggieri before Daniele Foggiarini jumped in. And so now, finally able to pop on the YouTube and Twitch, dial up some popcorn and relax for just a little bit as he's not forced to drive out on track and endure around the green hell. They've got a couple more drivers to take part in the race as well throughout the course of the day. Nearing, of course, though, the next hour officially being in the books. 11 hours or so left to go. We've got 8 surviving GT3 machines, 9 surviving Porsche Cup cars, 11 GT4s, amazing to say that one as well, 7 touring cars, 8 Toyota GR86s. Lorenzo, I've been here now for a 3-odd hour stint so far, about 60 minutes for me left to go before I jump off. It's crazy to think we haven't had a single retirement, with the exception of Ava Vivatic. Let's gloss over that one. Single retirement in the 3-hour stint I've been here for.
That's good. You know, the end of the night and the beginning of, you know, dawn is just being deep. Nice, you know, everybody, for you to commentate on, for you to watch around the action, see everybody still going on strong. Gaps between, for example, the GT3 leaders are still close to one another, you know, and should provide us an enticing racing moving forward, regardless if I'm going to be commentating or not, because I still have 2 more hours. And whenever you step out, I'm going to be with David Haynes. Actually, 3 more hours, correction. But I like what we have so far on our table. I think probably this is one of the closest, there's the gaps, 24 hours of Nürburgring we ever commentated on here on iRacing.
Yeah, and again, fingers crossed it stays this way to the very end of the day. It's closing up, though, in the 4-car effectively fighting out at the front of the GT3 class, because BMW M Team Redline slowly elongating themselves in the margin back to the Mahler Racing team. And Team Redline's second car, Gustavo Ariel behind the wheel, might be knocking at the door of trying to make a pass. Officially now, though, another hour in the books. Let's give you a bit of a rundown through all of the classes with 11 hours to go. 93 laps complete here in the 2024 iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours powered by Extreme Sim Racing. Let's start, of course, with the GT3s. 3 retirements and 2 very, very big ones. It started off with the Williams Esports Chill Blast and Apex Racing teams really kind of being the standouts in terms of raw pace. Alejandro Sanchez started to charge his way up through the field, and then when he was challenging for the lead, came to blows, unfortunately, with Williams Esports Chill Blast. Both of them retired, and now alongside of the GridandGo.com esports car, Johan Royal, the last driver to be behind the wheel there, watching on from the sidelines. It means BMW M Team Redline, the car that Max Verstappen is doing double duty in this weekend, leads Florian Lebigra 20.3 seconds in front of the Mahler Racing Team car with Ryan Barneveld. That machine qualified outside of the top 10 and slowly but surely has kept itself in contention. What a story it would be for them to come out on top. Team Redline, though, have a second gun in this fight, with Team Redline's sister car, Gustavo Ariel, behind the wheel, sitting in 3rd position. Reina Talvar sits as the second gun for BS competition. In the BMW M Team BS competition, top 4 split by 30 seconds. Then you go back 4 minutes to find Falcon Sim Racing in their Audi, Door Esports Academy, and then Williams Esports Hoisingveld, the final cars, scored on the lead lap. Elliot Veyron and the VRS Coanda machine is still out there and circulating. They got involved in an issue with the Apex Racing team on the opening lap and have been fighting back since then. 992s, and the story of the race is the favorite Scherer Esports extending the margin out front. Luca Alpert has taken over from Will Chadwick, who put it on pole position, but with the split strategies that we're seeing, Scherer took 4 tires the last time by. Altus only took 2. The margin is closed down. It's 19 seconds back to Altus with Xander Reed behind the wheel. All drivers in that Altus car capable of fighting at the top level, but Scherer bring that experience. Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring champions over 2023 and 2024. Altus, by the way, down to pit lane with Valkyrie Competition, Visceral Esports, Greika, Carlar, Effect Sim Sports, Visceral, and Pro Sport, the final running machines. One retirement, unfortunately, in the form of Sim City Racing. GT4s, we had 12 take to the green flag. Only 1 retiree, and that was Drago Racing. Ricardo Rico had a big smash in the BMW down through the Hudson back, but it's BMW's dominating up front. Apex Racing Team, virtual coach by Grid and Go. Door Esports run 1, 2, and 3, all split by 20, 25 or so seconds. Maxime Briant currently behind the race-leading machine, with Cody Deeth and Nicholas Laubish behind, and then Team 75 Bernard by SimRC Drago Racing, Was Cooking Racing Adventures, the defending race winners, and then Simufy, Drago, Williams Esports Academy, Sontec, and the Frozen Speed by Grid and Go Machines, all still out there. Only one team one lap down. Frozen Speed back out after 9 minutes of damage repair. Two more classes to quickly talk about, and let's talk about the touring cars, where 3 drivers, 3 teams in contention, and it comes down to how hard they want to push. All of these drivers and teams are capable, and right now Impulse and Obsidian matching each other blow for blow, 32 seconds or so between the 2 teams. Team Hoisingveld a little bit further behind in what is the best running of the Hyundai Elantras. Everyone else is 2 laps down through the rest of the field. We've also had the retirements for the 222 Impulse Racing by GTU machine, of course. That took a hard left, unfortunately, due to a technical issue. An early stage retirement for AWK Racing in the 78. And last but not least, well, unfortunately for Forgia TV Racing, if you turn the cameras back about 20 seconds in terms of time, they've just been run off the road by the 3rd place GT3 car, the Team Redline machine. However, no harm, no foul. They still lead by 7.5 minutes from the Nürburgring esports machine. Team RSO sits in 3rd, final driver on the lead lap as, excuse me, in front of our screens, Scherer Esports decides, let's cut the grass. Let's take a slowdown penalty. I'm not quite sure what that was about. Team RSO, Roland Alone Fridson, 3rd and 4th positions respectively, with Vermilion Esports, Talk Freak Racing, Moyai Regards, and Tier 1 Motorsports, the final surviving machines, Ava Bravatic, XCM, and Matikas Kiwi Racing, your 3 retirements. Wow. Right during my read-through of the results that so far, right during the look at the race-leading GR86s. Lorenzo, what was Scherer Esport doing there?
Trying to do his best Will Chadwick impression.
Is that a Will Chadwick impression?
Oh, you haven't seen Chadwick nearly did the same thing while...
Did you really?
Yeah, check PGZ Discord on the clips. Actually, he did, I think about 3 hours ago? Something like that. 2 hours ago. 2 hours something ago.
So, okay, let's talk, though, about the analysis, right? Because I guess the way to think about that is it's a blind corner. So Luca probably wasn't too aware of where the Toyota was. He would have come around the second part of the right, seen the Toyota, and went, okay, I don't have enough downforce to go to the right. Let me go to the left because I've got a car behind me. If I get on the brakes, maybe it's a bit more dangerous.
Something like it. I wouldn't be surprised. But then again, he comes right after fluke plots. There is some time for him to react to the GR86, but of course the speed difference is going to be so tremendous that I think the best alternative for Luca is just throw it to the grass just outside fluke plots and take the potential slowdown around the corner, the left-hand king.
Wow, that's a heart in your mouth moment. And remember, we've already seen Altus come in for the full service. 4 tires, driver change. Simona Marceno takes over the Italian Stallion into the 43. Looking forward to seeing where they end up faring out in this strategy fight. Because again, Lorenzo, this class, the one class where tires and fuel done separately, and therefore there's some actual strategy intrigue for us to talk about, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Are you a fan of tire limits?
I'm truly a fan of tire limits. I wish we could have that.
I guess the only reason we don't is because you can't put on old tires just yet in case you run out of new tires, right?
Yeah, no, but I think also there's another thing. I don't think you can, let's just say you have 4 sets total. I think if you put 2 tires, you're already burning 1 set as it stands right now.
So with 10 hours and 52 minutes to go, we've just run you down through how things play out. Greiken Motorsports have just come down into pit lane. Why don't we take a quick fan immersion here once again? Who are you feeling riding around with, Lorenzo? Who is most intriguing to you?
Ooh, good question. I'm picking someone who actually has a low gap. Tell you what, I'm seeing over here, Team 75 Bernhard Barcy driven by Kieran Havuz. 4 seconds is his gap, so I think you can ride up with them.
There you go. They've got their new livery for 2024. They're running out through in towards Bergwerk. So this is one of the most important corners of the lap. They're heading up to the high-speed complex at the Mutkurve as well. Let's take in the sights and sounds around the Nordschleife here midway through the 2024 iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour race. The rumble on the curb, you hear Kerem Havas pushing the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC machine with 10 hours and 47 minutes left to go here in the iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, powered by Extreme Sim Racing. Arjuna Kangipati on hand alongside of David Haynes here on RaceSpotTV on the iRacing Esports Network. So glad that you join us for this second 24-hour blast around the clock. We've got one more of these races left to go later on this summer when we make our way over to Spa-Francorchamps. Lorenzo, as we head into the next part of this race, sun has risen, driver changes for some teams. We're starting to see those lap times as we expected to be rapid. 8:10s for the leaders in the GT3 class, even as they navigate their way through traffic. Florian Lebigra trying to extend the advantage up front.
Yeah, because that gap is around 20 seconds and it's closest as it ever been. Of course, we saw climb down to 19 seconds at one point when he came out of the pit lane, but in the track, I think it's as close as it's ever been. So you got to keep himself honest, got to keep that pedal to the metal every single corner that he goes on, and pray it doesn't catch up to traffic at the wrong spots at the wrong time, and this becomes a nerve-wracking race for the number 20 car.
10 hours and 45 to go. When does Max Verstappen get in? We've kind of been wondering that, because there is kind of the red line have said Max is doing another stint. Now, if he's got to race at, what, 3 p.m. or so local time for the race, it's going to be right around when the checkered flag flies for us, right? So,
give or take.
He's got to do all his media, pre-race preparation. I don't know. I think he's got to do his stint sooner rather than later.
I was saying this on our Twitch chat, on our racing Twitch chat. Right now it's 4 a.m. in Italy, because Italy is 1 hour ahead. I think it's on Central Time. Right now it would be a little bit, you know, of an overkill for himself to wake up that early and do a stint. So I think about 9 a.m. and let's just say right now 5 hours to go. I would say with 6 hours, maybe 7 hours to go, I think this is going to be his final 2 stints, I would say, and then go and focus full steam ahead into the Imola GP.
That's not its full and proper name. You got to. What is it? I've got to go and Google it to go and find out. It is the
Grande Premio di Emilia Romagna.
No. That's not even the full name.
Oh.
Wait 1 sec. Go to Google. Google will tell me more. Wow, I'm trying to find it right now. I am struggling. It is the Formula 1 MSC Cruises Gran Premio del Made in Italy e dell'Emilia Romagna 2024. There you go. What a name.
Imagine trying to fit that on a RaceSpot broadcast or one of the cars. Good luck.
We've had, what's the longest team name that we've had? I think it was when Michael Polishek entered the iRacing Road America 500 with why is there an arbitrary character limit on iRacing team names? I think that is the longest one. Now, we'll get back to that. What's happened to Rainer Talvar? Because he is shown as stationary on the timing screen. And oh no. Oh, he's on the flatbed back to pit lane. 4 in the battle for the front suddenly becomes 3. And does it end up involving someone else? There is the beaten up machine. I think we're about to find out. So there's a look at, again, the beaten up and broken BMW M4 GT3. When's it going to... When are we going to get a bit of a look, I think, at what happened down on the replay? We will get a sense for that, but at least now BMW M Team Redline, Marla Racing Team, and Team Redline 1, 2, and 3. Oh, it's at the Muck Curver, and Shera Esports just stay out of it, coming to a complete halt.
That was really close, but I think he got shunt.
Is that really a shove?
A very minor one, I think. Ooh, did he make contact with the rear left of the Shera Porsche?
I think he's just gone too hot into the corner, if I'm being honest.
I think he clipped. I think clipping the grass kind of killed Rainer's momentum.
That's a big one, and that car is going nowhere. I'm pretty sure that is day done for them.
I agree. Unfortunate, man. It was the last car within the 30-second gap.
Yeah, so it means the sole surviving BS competition representative, Marla Racing Team, how are they going to do from here? Guess we'll have to find out. Still 19 seconds off of the lead as we see them on the sister car on your screen in front of you. And now exiting the pit lane, so heartbreaking for them, and again just leaves the Marla Racing Team out there to try and battle against Team Redline to avoid another special event victory. See what happens.
at least there's a battle, still a top 3 battle going on with 10 hours and 41 minutes to go, which is always good on our books. We, of course, we would take for cars, but Nürburgring is just that kind of a track, Arjuna. It takes no prisoners.
Yeah, and again, it's much like the Speedway at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Sometimes it just picks its winner, right? And you've got to survive the night. They survived the night. They haven't survived the morning, have they? Oh, that's frustrating.
Yeah, that is frustrating. And I feel for the team, you know, they, of course, not within, you know, the gap they probably wanted to be into the number 20 car of Florian Lebigra. I think they probably wanted to be a little bit closer, so they can have they can, you know, have a more chance of pushing the car a little bit more. But 30 seconds was a very, very workable gap as they went through the laps, and unfortunately something like that happened. As I think I see Luca Alpert in the pit lane and William taking over, I think.
Yeah, well, Chadwick back in. And remember, they are a group of just European-based drivers, aren't they? So they are trying to work their way through the night with no help from, you know, an American potentially to carry them. We'll see what happens as Chadwick rolls his way on forward. See what happens.
I'm just hope that he doesn't pull the same thing he pulled in the evening, like I told you, his Kevin Astra impression.
Off and away he goes as he heads back out onto track. And again, he did a great job in qualifying. And it was interesting hearing the mindset, right, as to why he did qualifying but not the race start. They wanted to use the morning warm-ups effectively to let one driver focus on qualifying, one driver focus on the race. And, you know, that's very wise because, you know, the first couple of years we did the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, let's not forget that qualifying used to take place in the week before. So you weren't actually qualifying the morning of. Whereas now you've got to do the qualifying lap and then get yourself ready to go racing. I think it's probably not a bad approach.
No, I don't think so either. It's a good approach. You just try to do, you know, as most of the warm-ups that you can. Try to get a really good run of the car, get a feel for it as you go on through the car before you get out to a stint. And Will is a very capable driver. You know, drove the Contender Series, the Porsche Sports Supercup Contender Series. So had some solid results in it. Likes to drive around this Porsche, you know. So it wouldn't surprise me to see him have that kind of performance around qualifying and with the team. Like I said before, arguably is the best team in the world with that car in this track in iRacing.
This version of the track on iRacing as well, it's gone through some changes even in the previous winter, right? On our forest being the most important one. But, you know, the tarmac gets repaved, you know, some of those bumps get smoothened out over time just naturally as well. So it'd be interesting if we were to get, you know, there are many other tracks that need a rescan more than this, just to be clear. But it would be interesting if we got a rescan, what it would end up looking like and how it would change the racing, especially when we talk about, you know, the rain and whatnot that we've still got left to come, because wet curbs, right? That's a very dangerous thing, and I'm thinking about the way that you use some of the lines. On our force as an example, no longer do you use the curb, Lorenzo, like we do here in the sim. Out in the real world, they've got to avoid it and arc the corner just that little bit more.
Yeah, because I think if you do that nowadays, your car is going to be, you know, become the new subject of Pace Magazine, fortunately. But it's interesting how this track changes every time that we go on, right? Every single race is not unique. Every single race is different. And, of course, it would be very interesting to see a repaving of this track, the rescan of the track. But like you said before, some other tracks are getting, you know, the new rework. Some ones that are been long claimed by the community, and it's good to see that is actually coming into the sim soon.
So he's back out onto track as well, Chadwick, and seemingly instantly on the pace. Only took 2 tires, though, not a 4-tire stop. So something we saw in the 12-hour finale of the 24-hour esports championship. They did a 12-hour race at Barcelona. And so often, Lorenzo, there, by the way, is on our forest where you expect the drivers to stop using the curb now in the real world. Not taking 4 tires, but changing tires is something that often we wouldn't expect, but they kind of have to do it, Lorenzo, given the cool conditions and how they're trying to manage the strategy over the course of the race.
Yeah, and another thing we going on, try to draw parallel to the 24-hour series esports. It was interesting to see that kind of strategy happening on the 24-hour on Barcelona on the 12-hour race, because that was in my perspective, a very interesting thing that it was a 2x6 hour, right? It was a 12-hour in total, but it was a 6-hour race each, and you got points for each 6-hour segment. So this aggressiveness coming out of the gates with, you know, changing different tires, maybe the left-hand side tires or the front sides only or the back sides only, because I think it makes how dynamic this car is and how sensitive this car can be just by, you know, the driver's touch. You know, maybe some drivers more aggressive and is going to burn out their rears quickly, and in a car like this, the rears are very sensitive as your pace and stick goes on.
A long stint for some of these drivers as well, remember. We saw 12 hours for your race-leading GR86, and Roland Alonfredson is doing the full 24, albeit he's had now a brief interruption after the small issue that he had. Up through Berger it goes, the leading 992. The GT4 leader's coming down, though, isn't it? It's down to 18 and a half odd seconds. Cody Deeth has gotten into the virtual coach by Grid and Go-Kart, and is definitely starting to make himself known just a little bit. Those drivers not far away from coming down into pit lane as well. Lots of BMW M4 GT4s at the line.
I'm just gonna correct myself over here. I'm just verifying. Yeah, last lap, half a second faster for Cody, so he's flying around the track. You can see that the potential GT4 lead battle may be coming up in the next few hours.
Hoping as well that it closes back up. Now, it might be the case that setups across the conditions vary just a little bit. It's not expected to warm up too much, but because this race is going to end after midday, we are going to actually get past the warmest part of the day in iRacing. So that's going to be something where, you know, you might even see it get up to 30, 35 degrees Celsius potentially. We'll have to wait and see. Now, Vildenez has headed out back onto track in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car. They have stayed on the lead lap importantly, so that's definitely very, very important for them. There you go. There is a look at the now fixed up BMW M4 GT3 as the American brings it around the lap. Now, we were talking earlier about doing a full onboard lap. I think it might be time, now that the sun has risen and we can see a little bit more, to try and do that. Let's ride on board with your race leader, the BMW M Team Redline car, as Florian Lebiger heads his way down towards the opening corner. He'll be our taxi driver for 20-something odd kilometers, and hoping he's got the route all figured out. Break it just after the 100, downhill into the opening corner, and remember, we switch our way back through this opening sort of chicane. Roll yourself onto the power nice and tentatively, and just make sure to avoid any sort of wheel spinners. Also, just trying to make sure that you don't heat up the tires too much as you work through the first part of the Grand Prix section. This, of course, very familiar to the drivers, but the compromises made to make the car work setup-wise on the Nordschleife often make it struggle a little bit around this part of the track. Down into the Dunlop hairpin, open up the corner, and so often, including in Lebiger's case, you see them cut back and stomp onto the power. Rise up to the Michael Schumacher-esque, straddle the curb on the right-hand side, and straddle the curb as you cut as much of the distance as possible as well. This on the right-hand side is when, in the shortcut layout that sometimes drivers would race around, they would rejoin the facility and head on towards the back straight here on the Grand Prix section, as early onto the power as possible without kicking up any gravel on the left-hand side, which would slow roll your momentum, especially with that update a couple of builds ago on iRacing. That very much can frustrate you. Then you rise up into this far chicane. Got to be careful of track limits to make sure you're not racking up the off tracks lap after lap after lap, and then get ready. Steel yourself to head towards the Nordschleife. Down through the left, through the Sabine Schmidt curve and be brave as you begin to enter down into the Hadzenbach. This is where, as well, with traffic, you've got to make your decisions. There's high curbs on either side. Do you really want to risk it through parts of the track where you can't go too wide? Lebigra forces it up the inside on the entry into the Hadzenbach, and now just making sure that he carries as much of that momentum through as possible. Stays in third gear, avoiding the wheel spin from the rear, and look at the confidence to bounce over the curb on either side of the track. This is a very important corner in many ways as you make your way around to the 3-odd kilometer mark on the track, down through Kuttelbacher Höhe, rising up towards the Flugplatz. This is where every machine will see the front end of the car lift up into the air momentarily. Revs go wild for a sec and then be brave on the power. Double right-hander, carry that speed through now in towards Schwedenkraus, where the weight transfer in these GT3 machines will be important, and because you've actually just come through it downhill, sometimes you reach your highest speed around the entirety of the lap. Flick it through the left, keep it on the left-hand side, and downhill braking in through Arenberg. So easy to go deep and run out wide in what is a crucial complex then to carry your speed in through the foxhole. The track compresses here, both in terms of the downhill section that rises up, but also in terms of the width. Never really a section to go side by side and then clatter onto the curb through Adnar Forest, slowly down through the gears and bleeding off the speed as well. You'll want to make sure you're on the left-hand side of the track here, because there's another one of these short runs where momentum becomes so important. If you are a little bit slow onto the power, a tenth or two starts to add up as you make your way around the track. And for the first time here, you really get a sense for what is to come as you make your way through this left-hander, through Metzgefeld towards Kallenhag. We've traveled 8 kilometers so far, and now we're going to start to wind our way just that little bit more. Down the hill. Use all of the track on offer where you can, but you've got to be very, very careful here, because these curbs on either side can be treacherous, as they can through miss, hit, miss, quite literally telling you what to do through the corner. Slowest part of the track down here at Wersheifen though, but still holding second gear, because once again, keep those rear tires in mind. Now towards Exmüller, as you come towards what is in many ways the most important corner on this track. It's not necessarily here as you head up towards a corner where the car falls off the track in many ways as you rise over the crest. Very easy for the rear end to step away from you. But the right-hander that's about to come after this louder left is going to see all of your momentum carried up towards the Muttkurve and then towards the hairpin before the carousel. That was a little bit maybe too tentative in some ways from Florian Lebigra, but he seems to still be doing some very consistent lap times as he blasts his way through. This is where we saw the drama. Apex Racing and Williams. You can tell that it's not really a straight. The track jinks one way then the other. It's climbing uphill as well. You're not going to reach 6th gear in this machine with no drafting help as well, as we blast past the Roland Alone Fridson machine, still of course sitting there in 4th position. You've got to be brave through this corner, as the name implies, but be careful about how wide you run, not just because of grass. If you run offline, this right-hand kink can be quite treacherous as well. Down through the gears once again, and you're heading towards the fun part. You've got through the first half of the Nordschleife, and many teams, many drivers now get to say, hey, let their car run free. Not through the carousel though. Don't let the car run free through there. You'll be out of the line. You'll lose a couple of seconds. It's quite frustrating. Instead, as you come up towards Hohe Axe, this is where take a breath, steel yourself, because it's all about being pinpoint perfect from here on forward. This is where we saw Phil Denez have a mistake slightly earlier. He cut through the grass. We've seen drivers on the left-hand side in the Porsche Esports Super Cup unsettle their car on the curve. So many different ways to make mistakes. And now we've done about 13 kilometers, 15 kilometers or so. Just watch on either side where the drivers have to decide. Do I use this curb or not? Do I run wide or not? Can I risk this decision? Florian Lebigra is being about as perfect as you can as he navigates his way out through Eschbeck in towards Brunchen. It's been very tidy so far. Last time by, he actually did what his fastest lap of the race. He seems like he's in the zone. He's going to be heading down to pit lane this time by. Be a bit careful here though. I've always said through Flansgarden, brake before you get to the jump. because you can very easily do damage to your car. It doesn't look like much of a drama from inside the machine, though, as you work your way towards the Stefan Beloff S's. This is where, with traffic to navigate your way through, lift off the throttle, down through the gears. Lebigra, being very, very intelligent, does not want to get tangled up with Vermilion Esports, and heads up driving, and a driver that recognizes a 21-second lead behind to enjoy to his name. Just a handful more corners to go at this point, and still very easy to make a hash of them. This second carousel more frustrating than the first one, because you can pop up and be on the Arco on the outside, but Lebigra carries the speed. He's plenty brave as he heads towards Galgenkopf. There's no margin on the left-hand side. You want to be as far as you can over to the grass, as early as you can onto the power, and run your speed onto the Dottinger Hoa. You've done 19 kilometers so far. Now you can breathe. Now you can relax for a moment before you head up the hill underneath the Bilstein Bridge, and now just a handful more corners to go. Lorenzo, it's been 8 minutes so far. Lebigra has not put a foot wrong.
No, he hasn't. I think the only corners I think he had a slight correction was coming out of Esbach going into Brüchen, because I think he was going to get an off track, but other than that, pitch perfect, you know, from him, you know, for him to do a lap, and I gotta give out your commentary, top notch, Arjuna.
Oh, my voice just about held up as well. Now, I don't know as much about the track, unfortunately, as Peter Mackay. He would be able to give you a lot more of the history, but wow, just watching on board with your race leader into pit lane, what a experience that is. A driver at full chat, and probably going to stay in for another stint, Lorenzo. He's only been in there for the 6 or 7 laps so far.
Yeah, that is his first stint in the car. Obviously, he's gonna do a 2 stint. After he's done with that, I think he's gonna give way to Chris Lillum. And then after Lillum, we might see Max back in the car for a few more stints prior to going into the race itself. But let's look at the replay. What happened to Gabriel Couto right here for Tier 1? Is that the Valkyrie car that pushed him off?
I don't know if there was contact, though. It almost looked like the rear end got unsettled a little bit just by himself.
Yeah, I think so. I think so as well. I think he got caught up by surprise by the Porsche as he put up on the car on the inside and just had a little bit of a off moment into the Sebi Schmidt's Kara.
A little bit clumsy, and now we see the drivers in pit lane for the GT3's pit stops and driver changes for all bar your race leader, because Ole Steinbraten gets into the red line 21, Kaika Schuber into the Mahler Racing Team number 10, and off and away, Florian Lebigra back onto track after 41.2 seconds in pit lane, or rather in the box itself, for fresh tires and a full tank of fuel to boot as well. Margin back to Kaika Schuber, who's leaving now. About 20-odd seconds, 10 hours and 20 minutes left to go. 3 drivers still separated by 20 seconds. Yes, we've lost Fuldenez from this fight, but I do think that, Lorenzo, with this time remaining, hopefully by the time we get to the final 4 hours, we've still got the 3 contenders left at the front.
Yeah, let's pray that that happens, and we have something like we've said multiple times before. We're gonna say more again, Arjun. I think having a little bit of what happened at the digital Nürburgring Lingenstraßen series that you and Ewan got to commentate a few times, and lots of last lap battles. Not only GT3s but also GT4s as well. The gaps are still open, and who knows? Potentially we might see something in the Porsche Cup as well, even though that doesn't look like the case.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think when it comes to Altus up against Scherer, I think what we're kind of seeing, right, is 2 tire stops end up being a bit quicker initially in the run, just based on maybe the way the tires have been conditioned, which is a big thing in the Porsche Cup class. We've seen that across 4 years of Porsche Esports Super Cup action and plenty of other series as well. So maybe there is just something about the way that plays out. And maybe Simone Marchena, when he got in, wanted the 4-tire comfort for this initial stint, with the sun having risen and just continuing to butt his way on through. Talking about new cars earlier, we also mentioned there's a couple of new tracks making its way on over to iRacing. Of course, Circuito de Navarra going to be quite interesting to see how that is, because of course a lot of two-wheel action there, as well as maybe some smaller open-wheel machinery, but could see some endurance races there potentially. Sachsenring, that's going to be quite interesting to have as well. And then for the oval fanatics, both of the pavement and the dirt variety, Oswego Speedway potentially going to be added. So some new tracks to be added to the mix as well, Lorenzo.
Yeah, always good to see new tracks going in. Of course, there are a few more in the works for those who saw the main development update. Of course, not going to come this season with the being worked on, like Truxton. I think it was Truxton, Cadwell Park, and there's a reskin of Spa for those who are not aware. But I think I like to see the addition of Sachsenring coming into iRacing. It's a track that I've driven a lot in other sims. It's a very difficult track for GT3 racing because it is very reliant on setup, because there's lots of elevation changes. So that should provide a very, grounding moments for engineers to get the perfect setup around the car.
Just heard Roland Alfredson has said he has permanent damage. That's heartbreaking for a driver trying to take on the green hell for 24 hours solo. See if he is going to be able to continue going, and there in fact is a look. Maybe a look at his steering would tell us if there's maybe steering damage. I can't imagine what else there may be, because it doesn't look too bad visually from the outside. Maybe there's just something with the engine that's not quite right.
I really want to see whenever there's some offset in the car, or unless my eyes are playing me a trick, I think there's a slight offset in the car, but I could be going crazy. Well, me crazy in the same sentence is basically a repetition, so haywire would be a better word.
Yeah, it looks straight, the few times he's actually going in a straight line, so hard to really judge right now. But I'm guessing he's been out on track for 4 laps. He's still at least got, I think, 3 more before he'd want to bring it down pit lane. We will find out if he is going to bring it in just a little bit early. 10 hours and 20 minutes left to go. Expecting to see the checkered flag for this race right around about 12:50 p.m. UTC. About 10 minutes before the green flag going to fly, of course, over at Imola for the Formula 1 Grand Prix. There's, of course, that speculation that Max Verstappen's going to be back in the car at some point. He's not in the session right now, so that tells us he's definitely not going to be in, I think, next, unless he jumps into iRacing in the next 20 or so minutes.
Yeah, from commentator speculation, don't take my word for it, of course. Just like you don't take commentators' mathematics as if for granted. I estimate him to be with about 7 to 5 hours to go before he takes over his Red Bull stint in the F1 car for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix.
What a long name that. Can you imagine trying to say the full name as at the start of the broadcast? And now the green flag is out for the Formula 1 MSC Cruises Grand Prix Premiere del Made in Italy, the Emilia Romagna 2024 Grand Prix.
But then, actually, hold up. You're saying that, in the English form of it. In the English form, because some people would say you gotta say that in Italian, Arjuna, then you're gonna add a little bit longer version to the 2024. It's going to be 2024 or something like that. So it just makes the name of the the name of the race itself be much more longer than initially anticipated.
How many more things can we stack onto race names in the future? That's going to be the thing that we're going to try and have as a running gag here on RaceSpot. I mentioned earlier, Michael Polishek had the team name where he tried to break the broadcast graphics. His team name was, why is there an arbitrary character limit on iRacing team names? It looks very squished, as you can imagine, in the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. Phil Denez brings the BS competition number 89 into pit lane. Now, that was only after, 3 or so laps, so not necessarily sure what is going on there. but you can see it's stationary. We'll wait and see exactly what is going to happen and if they will be able to head back out onto track. Roland Alfredson did say, by the way, that what was happening, jumped into our YouTube chat, it's got no straight line speed, so I'm not sure if that's engine related or aero related. Has he taken a few too many bumps and bangs here and there?
Good question. I wonder if that hit in the car maybe broke some piece of the engine itself, or something within the engine to make sure that the car performance doesn't, you know, be at 100%. Because one thing we know in iRacing now, every damage is repairable, but not all damage is permanently repairable. There will be some wear down as the stint goes on, so unfortunately that might be the case for Roland.
Going to make a very difficult 10 hours and 16 minutes, and the other thing is sometimes when you work the engine harder, you do end up running the risk of the engine expiring. iRacing did a couple of builds ago slip in a very funny release note which said they removed the, what was it, 1 in a million, 1 in 10 million chance of an engine randomly blowing up. What, I forget the exact odds, but that's not the same sort of risk that necessarily we're talking about when the engine's running warmer, when you run with less cooling on it because your radiators are, you know, dented and whatnot in the front of the car. So various different risks just to keep in mind for Roland Alonfredson. And Roland does confirm, by the way, it does seem to be engine related from what he can see. So fingers crossed that he can get to the end, because 10 hours and 15 minutes to go. He's made it so far. Come on, Roland. We want to see you make it there. There's Team Hoisingveld, by the way. Third in the touring car category, best of the Hyundai Elantras. Now, though, almost, what, 60 seconds off of your race lead.
Yeah, and odd to see that Team Hoisingveld is not, you know, fighting for those top spots, coming from the fact that me, myself, and I, but me, Arjuna, and David is going to be taking over really shortly. Arjuna, I think, commentated in the 24-hour series esports, and we knew that in TCRs it was basically the Impulse and Hoisingveld show. So is that see them not being at the top of the standings of sorts, or fighting either 1-2 against Impulse.
That Impulse car has just come down into pit lane, hasn't it? Martin Asher.
Yep.
Probably going to see Michael Polishek in, I don't think this time by, although I could be wrong on that one. There's 9 laps in, and we have seen touring cars be able to go 10 laps. So same with this Hoisingveld machine, could go that additional lap beyond, and we'll find out in a few moments' time. I see support, of course, for Roland in our iRacing Esports Network Twitch chat as well, so plenty of people cheering him on and hoping that we see that storybook ending, at least seeing the checkered flag, as much as the race stewards are going to immediately yoink him from the track. And so both Obsidian and Hoisingveld come into pit lane, Lorenzo. The Martin Asher going to leave pit lane just as Polishek and Scheller make their way in.
Yeah, just coming into the pit lane, and he's going to do his service. TCR is one of those cars where you're going to be basically doing tires and fuel at the same time, and good sense for everybody. I think everybody's remaining in the car. As soon as I said that, Sven Winter's going to come into the Hoisingveld car.
I'm expecting as well. What time is it in Europe? It's
depends.
Yeah, so it's probably what, between 2:30 at the earliest to maybe 5:30, 6:30.
Right now it's 3:37 a.m. over here in Portugal, and I'm on West Coast time. West Coast, Western Europe's summertime.
Okay, so that's probably around the earliest then. So it's anywhere from like 3-ish to 6-ish, let's say. So you're coming up on when, if you did have drivers who had went to sleep, they'd probably be ready to wake up and jump in. And if you have drivers who have been staying up, it's probably a good time to get them out and for them to go to sleep. Maybe they can grab 3, 4, 6 hours of sleep at most, and then, you know, jump back in at the end and contribute once more. And so that's, again, 3, 4 drivers, kind of what we talk about as the norm for most of these teams. There are a handful that are going to try and do this with the 6-driver lineup, which is crazy to me because 6 drivers doing so much practice for this top split. There's a reason why BS Competition split them up into 2 different teams, Lorenzo, just so there's you try and cover your bases in case something goes wrong on one team and you have issues in traffic. The other team maybe has a little less of an issue.
Yeah, but you know what the true challenge would be, Arjuna, and I honestly gonna put this there on any team in iRacing on top split. I dare a team in top split in iRacing like the Red Line, BS Competitions, the Coendas, get me a 16 driver lineup in one of these events.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, Arjuna, come on, man.
No.
Of course, maybe, they're never gonna do that, but
maybe still, the Martinsville MX500.
It can be. It has to be one.
I don't actually even know if that's a solo or a team event, to be honest. So I'm looking forward to finding out more about that. We'll of course have coverage of it here on the iRacing Esports Network. That will be a first for us. We'll have to figure out how we can broadcast that because we aren't allowed to be moon call. We'd get in trouble if, unfortunately, as much as we would love to be as fun as Travis, I think we'd get in trouble if we were as free-flowing as he was.
Yeah, he would appreciate that. Even though when the event came out and the special events this year, I'm not gonna lie to you, Arjuna. The first thought that came to my head isn't this like the Moon Car event? They actually made it official, and then I actually had to read it up on Racer and other media outlets. This is actually an official event that is, predates the IMSA and it's part of the IMSA calendar. I was like, wow, okay, interesting. Never seen that, but I'm all for it.
This is where Ollie Steinbraten just slingshots the car through the corners. 1.7 seconds behind Kaika Schuber in the Mahler Racing Team BMW M4 GT3. Running their way through this final part of the Nordschleife before they head to the Dottinger Höhe and back towards the line to begin the roller coaster once again. Still so long left to go in this race, and I'm expecting that when I jump off the broadcast in 10 minutes, I'll be back in 6 or so hours' time. I am expecting that it's still going to be red line in front, but I don't think it's going to be necessarily still 25 seconds. Look how that, right there, Steinbraten gets caught behind the touring car machine. He's instantly lost 7 tenths. Traffic plays such a big part here, Lorenzo. There's no guarantee for anybody. You've got through the night, yes, still a long way left to go.
Yeah, you still have 10 hours to go, which is insane to think about in this instance. You have to deal with traffic in so many different spots, and there's still so many cars riding on the track. Of course, might be for something the GR86 like 10 laps behind. I think for the last one is 7 laps behind. In 8th place or 7th place, but still they're still running and they're still trying to do their best, trying to still have a lot of fun, and that's just how the spirit of sim racing is, endurance per se is, try to enjoy as much as you can and everything like that, but you got to be on your toes every single time, and it's gonna be a positive or negative effect on the race, especially in a close race like this.
Close race still in the GT Force 2, where Cody Deeth is within 16 seconds of the race-leading Apex Racing Team machine. Now, when did the gap open up so widely in the touring cars? Michael Polishek has lost 7 seconds on the last lap alone. 55 seconds off for the leader and only 20 seconds away from Sven Winter in the Team Hoisingveld Hyundai Elantra. So that's quite a bizarre sort of switch around there. I'm not quite sure if that's just can that just be traffic on one lap, Lorenzo, or is there something else that maybe has happened? The car doesn't look so bad.
It doesn't look like it is anything on the car mechanically speaking. I'm looking from the visual aspect. Of course, the car coloring is black, so it makes it a little bit harder for you to notice any potential dents and everything. But could be traffic 100%.
Just looking around on the track map, who would...
I wonder, Arjuna, bear with me.
Okay.
Cold tires.
Ooh, is this... But... Isn't everyone taking tires?
Everyone is taking tires whenever they're doing the pit stops.
Ooh, the GT4 leader almost runs into the back of Polishek. Lights flash. Very, very, I think, unimpressed there. Oh, that could have been a whole lot worse.
Some way he made it out alive, which is good to know, but Polishek not appreciative at all. Like I said before, I think they're just put up the tires on the fronts, but still it's going to be a slidey car nevertheless.
Oh, slidey car to say very least in some cases. He gets pushed out wide by Falcon's Sim Racing's Audi. Up to the top of Hoa Act and once again start that descent once more. 6 minutes to go to the top of the hour, a little bit closer for comfort than they would have maybe wanted to see. Well, that was a very, very scary moment. New build, by the way, is going to see the rain tires added to the Porsche Cup car, to the Mazda MX-5, and to the GT4s, at which point, Lorenzo, are the only cars that don't have rain the touring cars, or do they have rain as well?
No, they don't.
Okay, so we're almost at the point where we could run this Nürburgring 24 hours with a rain-enabled grid.
Yes.
Yeah, no, they definitely have rain. I was just thinking, Friday Night Primetime, we've commentated on some rain races on them here on RaceSpotTV. Super Formula Lights, they have the rain tire as well, so there's a handful of that are getting them. I believe the LMP3 car is getting the rain tire in the new build too, so yeah, there's a... Slowly but surely, it's rolling out across of the cars, and that's going to be exciting. Also exciting the fact that they've teased a little bit what's coming in the future. They're talking about the evolution of a tire model. That's going to be intriguing, how that's going to look. They've talked about improving the force feedback, maybe working together with a improved physics engine that will also work alongside of a new graphics engine, air quotes, because I think the idea of a graphics engine is slightly different to maybe what some other people would think within the context of iRacing. But yeah, they're hard at work on so many different things, Lorenzo, and yeah, it sounds like there's some exciting stuff to look forward to.
Yeah, one of the things I was reading and caught my eye pretty much quickly was the clutch, you know, effects that they're working on in the car. You know, because nowadays you have double clutch. You can assign a button to the clutch yourself, like have a second clutch to launch yourself off the line, especially in like TCR races where you kind of need this, or Super Formula like, or the Formula races, basically the open wheelers, except for Indy cars, which this is a rolling start. But other than that, it's good to see that they're probably gonna have like some wear on the clutch coming in really soon. So looking forward to that coming in the future for iRacing.
I didn't even realize that I'm still scrolling through the development update, and there's more and more information the lower I go. You mentioned the rescan of Spa. That's going to be very cool with that new grandstand, of course, on the at the very top of the crest with Eau Rouge and Radeon. That's going to be fun. They have a Zolder reboot as well. That's going to be cool. They said this rescan Sonoma, but the pavement came up, of course, just after they went to rescan it, so they'll be back to do it once again. Lots of cool things to come from Australia. They went back to England, apparently, to scan some tracks. They mentioned dirt road. Does that mean rallycross, potentially? Oh, so much being teased in this little dev update.
I gotta admire the fact they are putting a lot of effort, you know, bringing content to everybody and making sure there's plenty of stuff and cover all grounds for everybody. And we also know that they didn't put in this May update, but I think they put up a few months back the progress they have for the NASCAR game. They're doing for the consoles, and it's going on very well. So it's good to know that they are on that front as well. So lots of good things coming coming up for iRacing and about Aussie tracks, please give me the bend. I just want the bend. That's pretty much it.
The bend would be cool, and it could come with plenty of alternate layouts as well, right? Wouldn't it? Yeah. So, yeah. Someone asked, what time of commentary are we? It's permanent podcast mode right now, and it will probably stay that way for quite a while with how the race has played out. Maybe GT4 to close on up with the Apex Racing team. Maxime Briand now only 14 seconds in front of Cody Deeth and the virtual coach by grid and go. But, yeah, there's really not much to talk about. The gaps have opened up quite considerably. Race lead in GR86 has been cut in half. There was some sort of an issue that saw the Forgia TV racing team stay stationary in pit lane for almost 3 full minutes or so. So definitely a little bit of oddball stuff there, but it's an interesting phase of the race right now. On board with Paul Busby in the Effect Simulations car momentarily. That car looks almost completely fresh from the back though. Right front not looking so good. I'm wondering if they had an internet dropout or something somewhere around the lap.
Wouldn't surprise me, because this track can play its tricks on everybody. I saw Ariel's monitor flick twice, turn off and on twice while he was doing this stint, which is insane to think about. And his calm in the car to try to keep the control of the car and doing the corners. It's insane.
Yeah, it's been an interesting race so far. It's about that time as well for me to say goodbye. I'll leave Lorenzo Bonda in the very capable clutches of David Haynes, but we are now officially at the point where 14 hours about to be ticked off, 10 hours left to run in the 2024 iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours powered by Extreme Sim Racing. Coverage continues here as we work our way closer and closer to the checkered flag.
And hello, I'm David Haynes, capably clutching Lorenzo Bonda as we click into 10 hours left to go in one of the most challenging, most rewarding iRacing special events there is. Over 170 corners officially on this layout, racing from the day into the night, now back into the day. I've been watching along, I think, with you guys the last hour and a half, just over your shoulder, Lorenzo. It's been good.
It's good to see that you're now within our clutches, David. It's good to see you around for your first few hours, and it's been a very enticing race, you know. Close between everybody. Of course, the first 3 hours kind of dictated how the race would go in a few different classes, but still 3 cars within 27-something seconds is always good to watch on the top tier class.
Yeah, and we've seen, even with the number of cars running, the amount of real estate that they've all got to play with. Over 20 kilometers of combined circuit, or Gesamtstrecke, if you will, and I think I will. But there's still, you know, little traffic interactions, little things that can so easily ruin your race. Small contacts with the Armco, but at high speed, and your car might be toast, and your teamwork, all of your preparation, 14 hours of hard work to this point could evaporate. So even while we have some moderate gaps between cars for positions across the 5 classes, you're still monitoring who looks like they're closing, who's working really hard, and still, after all of these hours, with still 10 more to go, there is not room anywhere around the formidable Nordschleife to put your foot wrong.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's the same that there is no moment for you to relax. Me and Arjuna was kind of mentioning this, because here your focus has to be 120%, something like that, David, to be avoiding any potential crashes or any specific corners that you might I'm not gonna say overestimate, because I think overestimate might be a very strong word, but you say overrated, of course. You might say, oh, this is an easy corner, but you completely caught off guard, and the thing you're gonna meet is the wall or the barrier on that sort. So they still got to drive strong and be mindful of traffic and everything, and then for the final lap, for the final course, then they can breathe, relax a little bit, and say, oh, this is finally over.
So still watching your outright race leader. Certainly the outright class always gets a little more attention in any sports car series, endurance race, multi-class racing. But for a lot of the reasons that we've already sort of touched off, I think winning any of the other classes is as challenging or maybe even more difficult of a feat. 992, no ABS, no traction control, a little bit more tyre strategy at play. You might find yourself on some old tyres. You might also find yourself a little bit the prey in this hunter-prey situation of the multi-class traffic engagements, as so clearly demonstrated by your outright leader just struggling to get around this 992 with their close straight line speed, but the braking and cornering advantage of a GT3.
Yeah, it's so weird because I think this is the perfect track for, we've always heard that term, traffic gives and traffic takes, right, David? And in this track, just in a few sequence of corners, you can basically lose a very, very long gap. The gap, from what it looks like, is still stuck around 24 seconds, but still a very, very, close race between everybody and what we expect. Okay, Forney's gonna break away. No, he basically lost 2 seconds, nearly 2 seconds, just by catching a TCR in a 992 Cup car in the wrong place at the wrong spot.
Yeah, margins also still pretty close in GT4. As I look, I know they make those GT4 cars strong. Do they make the Toyota GR86s strong? Unfortunately, not strong enough. Look at that, Lorenzo. You need the GT3s on board, don't you? The closing speeds are insane. GT3 to Toyota GR86, and having been hit from behind, the GR86 goes into the Armco and sustains heavy damage.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing as comparing an LMP1 car or a GTP car to a Mazda around the track.
So with Ole Steinbraten, man, you can see the GR86 coming towards Flugplatz there, and Steinbraten fully commits to the double right-hander, and the GR86 is doing its line, isn't it?
Yeah, it's doing its line, and completely killed off the Moyai Regards car, unfortunately, right there. Nothing that I think Ole could do right there, because I think we saw a similar incident with Luca Alper earlier with the, I think it was also GR86. It is a blind crest. It's kind of like the first portion, you don't see anything. The second one, you kind of see what the car is doing coming out of the corner. Unfortunately, the red line couldn't do anything right there to take an avoiding action, and unfortunately, we might lose actually a potential interview, because that was Yushi Lin's car that was driving around the track.
When I hit my villain era, you're gonna know, because I'll start signing off my emails with unkind regards.
You know that from that moment, it just goes downhill, doesn't it?
So again, what we were talking about, that the race is never over until that final lap and you cross the checkered flag. Danger lurks around every corner, whether it's in the form of traffic or whether it's in the form of the sheer challenge presented by this circuit, the high curbs, the close Armco. Officially, 170 turns is what iRacing calls this configuration.
Yeah. What would you say is the most fun configuration for you?
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, it's all good. I was gonna ask of all the configurations over here at Nürburgring, because you have the GP, you have the Gesamtstrecke, the VLN, and all the. Which one do you say is the one that you enjoy the most?
Well, I certainly did a lot of laps of the VLN version, where you still have the sort of turn one arena, but then you take the shortcut, and I think I kind of like that layout. It's slightly shorter than the 24-hour layout that we're on here, where you just have the chicane at turn one, skipping the arena, but then go all the way around to the Dunlop curve and the Michael Schumacher S. So yeah, I like the arena VLN layout quite a bit, actually.
It's a fun one. I'm not gonna lie, it's enjoyable. I don't think there's one layout what I'm gonna say it's dull in my opinion, but like I said, every race that you go around the Nordschleife, regardless of the time of day and everything like that, is just enjoyable.
Ooh, Touristenfahrten, where it's basically it's like Mount Washington Hill climb, except when you get to the top, you start again.
Yeah.
Easiest place for traffic on the whole circuit, the longest straight on the racetrack, the Dodingerhohe, and you can see working their way past some of the traffic. Williams Esports Hoistingfeld Sotomuto is on to the pit lane in the number 2 car. And what are we going to see out of that car? Well, fuel's going to go in, new tyres are going to go on, but everything's still pointing to Sotomuto staying in at the moment, Lorenzo.
Yeah, also the time, you could say the time zone favors Soda a little bit because he's, in Japan, and Japan I think right now would be close to midday, if I'm not wrong.
I forget what time zone they're in, but it's not that far from mine.
Yeah,
it's a little bit close to like Perth, WA's time, so potentially 11 a.m., potentially midday. Yeah. They're out and away, full service for Sotomuto, who stays in. There's another driver standing by to have a chat with you, Lorenzo.
Yeah, let me pull one Sheelan over here to our broadcast chat, who's been driving pretty much for the Moya Regards. And one She, I just gotta ask you right off the bat, is the car okay?
No, it's not.
I kind of figured. Can you talk us through? You come out at fluke plots and you see the red light coming closer. What was the moment for you and the boys right there? Just try to survive the best way you guys can. You guys can now in pit lane. You're gonna have to take all the repairs and everything. How many repairs is in the car?
Honestly, I have no idea because I just signed off our team voice chat. It's a little bit annoying because I guess iRacing really have to simulate this. The Toyota as an amateur class. It's like apparently all other cars are fully repairable, but the Toyota is not. It was very annoying to having to drive a broken car for probably 10 minutes now.
I feel you. I feel your pain, Yuanshi, and.
But I mean the thing is, I think Sergio just got home and he had practice with the normal setup. Now he have to get reused to the broken car. I think he was a little bit too focused on that. He kind of misjudged the speed there a little bit. I mean, normally I would pull to the right to let GT3 have the normal racing line. It's, there's not really a position to fight for, so we're just driving around now.
Basically fun mode. That's what matters the most. As long as you guys finish, that's what good for everybody's books. But before I let you go, because I think you're gonna take over, and not now, eventually. OS Sharon has a little bit of a scary moment outside of Hassenbach, going to Kitabakehua. I'm gonna have to, it's not on the GR86 topic per se, but I'm gonna be talking about your dear beloved G4 GT that you like to drive around the GT sprints in official series. How does it feel to finally be replaced by a much more modern Ford in the Ford GT Mustang next season?
That is a tough question to answer for me because I don't really like the look of the new Mustang. That's a problem. Both the road car and the race car. Honestly, I think the race car looks even worse than the road car. But I don't know. I always kind of enjoy those older cars where it's more direct and there's less aero involved. So a little bit sad to see the old car go, but yeah. Well, it's a problem now for me to pick a car to drive for Spa 24 hour coming out in 2 months. Because I was originally planning to drive the old Ford GT.
I mean, you, Ethan Bass, and you guys like to do something with us, but with the 4 setup, that I have no clue how you guys pull it off. But it would have been interesting. I hope that is a good problem for you to sort. With GT car to drive around Spa 24 whenever we come down July-esque for the event. I'll let you go, Wanshi, but any final words before you go up?
Thank you again for having me, I guess. So, I have to say, the Nürburgring 24-hour has both been a challenge for drivers and a challenge for computers. I think everyone in our team was struggling with CPUs. So, can't imagine next year's race with rain, but looking forward to next year. I think both last year and this year, my team has been running in the front in early hours before running into issues. But, we will try again next year. And regards.
Yeah, regards, and see you next time, Yuanxi, and we'll see you. Oh, hopefully next year, like you said before, like you just said.
Yeah. Bye.
So hearing there from one of our Toyota GR86 drivers, and unfortunately, it's not great for them after that contact that we saw. Massive closing speed through a high-speed 5th gear corner for the GT3. Didn't correctly predict where the GR86 was going for their part. I don't think those guys were anywhere other than where I might have predicted them. But things happen like that, especially with those closing speeds. We're looking at the 992 class leader, who's also sliding around a little bit, trying to maintain that lead. There's a chance that this closes up a little bit as we go. We're also in the middle of a little bit of a pit stop phase, having Altus Esports having just made a pit stop. You've got 8 GT3 cars running. You've got 9 Porsche 992s running. You've got 11 GT4s running. 7 TCRs, and now 8, potentially soon to be 7 Toyota GR86s. So these GT4s, despite being the middle child of this 5-class race, proving quite strong, quite tanky. One of them has a black flag at the moment, though, which is Drago Racing's 369. I don't think they had that 30 minutes ago when I looked. In fact, I looked, no one had any black flags. There was a meatball or 2 out there, but they've picked that up recently.
Just a little bit more of an unfortunate moment for the Drago cars that we saw. Ricardo Rico's car earlier on in the race, having some issues, and now this car, which I think is not the leading of the GT4 cars, because they assigned 3 cars into the mix. Yeah, the leading car, I think, is driven by Vlad Kimachev, but unfortunately to see that happen for them.
Yes, they've got the 169 and the 369, and it's the 369 that appears to have a black flag at the moment. What kind of things would get you a black flag around here, Lorenzo? Because we've plainly seen what would get you a meatball flag. It's heavy contact with unforgiving Armco, but what would get you a black flag?
Ooh, good question. You got me thinking now. I know there's a few, like, for example, you cutting the final corner, not the final corner, but it would be the GP final corner, going to the Coca-Cola curve, and merging into the track and on the right hand side. You do get a penalty for that. Maybe cutting the course and not being able to clear the penalty right away, or a massive corner cut, like cutting, for example, half the track. But then again, this is a 25-kilometer track, so it's hard for you to cut 12 kilometers in just one corner, unless you find a trick, David, that I really don't know how that would work. Or maybe speeding in the pit lane, or something wrong in the pit lane.
Yeah, my key culprits are either incident limit, speeding on pit in, speeding on pit out, or failing to give up a slowdown penalty quite right. This is the end of 7 laps in the stint for Shera Esports, the leading 992, and they carry on for at least one more. my memory and understanding would suggest that 8 laps is typical. 9 is a real stretch. Occasionally we've seen a few that are a little shorter if it's like second stint on tyres or there's some damage or some other reason. So it's possibly the last lap of this fuel run for your class leader in the second fastest class right now.
Yeah, and just continues on to see how they were performing, but we're going to see what happened to the Forza Racing team. Bernardi.
Ooh. So that suspension isn't great, but also what a sharp drop-off it is at the apex of turn 1. They've had a gnarly bounce, spun around, but not hit anything and not been hit by anyone. So I think they get away with that, but not how you want to lead necessarily. I think, if I read this timing correctly, that all up cost them about 15 seconds.
Another question, that's been, wasn't that Florian Labigras 20 red line car, the overall leader right behind him, coming into turn number 1?
Not sure. I'm also not completely sure how long ago that was. But I'm looking at the lap times and saying I think it was about 10 minutes ago that happened.
Interesting.
Brings the lead gap in GR86 down somewhat, not massively, but less comfortable now for Forza TV Racing Team, and Nürburgring Esports get closer. We're on board here now with one of the Porsches. It's a super revvy engine in the class leader, naturally aspirated, 9,000 and some RPMs, and that power is all up in the high rev ranges. So you've got the quick racing gearbox, and you really do go third, fourth through a bunch of these sectors, like through here in the Hudson-Bach. But also, we had a great on board with the GT4 Porsche that Arjuna was giving us some good insight into. And then through Zipperman towards Flanskart and all of those bits, so many gear shifts, third gear, fourth gear, third gear, fourth gear. Just super challenging sector of the lap. Super high speed sector of the lap right here as you exit Flodplatz, head downhill towards Schwedenkreuz. Definitely saw... Yeah, I know, I've seen it too, man. We definitely saw the front axle get airborne earlier into Flodplatz. You see it get airborne there as well. High speeds, less downforce than a GT3. The previous generation of Porsche Cup car I used to really enjoy driving. Always felt like a challenge, and you were connected to it, but it was giving you nothing for free.
You mean the 991 model?
0.2.
Right? Oh, okay. Because
991.2.
991.2. Yeah, I always forget the 0.2.
Well, it's a pretty big distinction for that generation, because the 991.1 had a 3.8 litre motor, whereas the facelift then got the 4 litre motor in the GT3 and the Cup car. A significant horsepower difference, even if they didn't handle that differently. Hello, I'm Peter Mackay.
Taken out of the Peter Mackay's book. Well done. Well, that's good to see. But then again, coming back to, on this, I'm not gonna lie, I've never been a fan of the... Porsche is gonna kill me for this, but I've never been a fan of driving the 99 Cup cars, because it is not a car made for my driving style. It's not tailored for my, driving style that it comes into the open wheelers. It's more aggressive.
Skill issue?
Skill issue. No, 100%.
Okay, fair.
That's why I commentate, David.
Yeah, those who can do, those who can't either teach or commentate, potentially.
Yes, 100%. I mean, unless you're like William Chadwick, who's a fellow race spot commentator who can do both at the same time.
6:40 a.m. in the iRacing server now. There's been light in the sky, light on the track for quite some time now, but you're seeing just a little more start to peek in between the clouds, and it is getting a little bit brighter out there. Driving through the night is challenging everywhere, but it gets very dark in the dark spots. around here, so many drivers will be glad to be back into the day, but the track temperature and the air temperature still cool. 20 Celsius on the track, 21 in the air, and it'll probably only get warmer from here. So if your car is in good condition and the track's relatively empty, you can probably do some decent lap times right now. Visceral Esports have pitted from 4th place in this very class, 992. Ollie Peacock coming into the lane.
Yeah, finally, I think can just come after a very tiny break for Ollie. I think Ollie was the driver that drove the car previously, before the previous driver, and coming into the car right now. After, a very solid stint in that Visceral Esports car. They have both cars in the 992 class, and solid performances for them so far, even though the other car, the 404, is standing right now in 8th place in class.
This is the part of the lap I was saying, 3rd gear, 4th gear, 3rd gear, 4th gear, constantly changing. And in this class, like I said, Visceral Esports are just leaving the pit lane now. And there is 2 minutes and 11 seconds to Altus Esports right now, but Altus pitted just a couple of laps ago. Sherra Esports Blue are going to pit at the end of this lap, we would think, bringing the lead gap down to probably closer to, a minute or a little bit under a minute. And then you've got Valkyrie Competition there in 3rd. Visceral look to have rejoined, still in 4th, ahead of Gerica Motorsport Cup. Effect Simulations and Color Esports GT3 Cup still on the lead lap relative to their class leader. The Visceral Esports 404 might get back onto the lead lap with the pit stop of this class leader, and then you've got Pro Sport Sim Racing Cup couple laps back, and Sim City Racing out. That Sim City has been evacuated.
Not my Sim City. My Sim City's still going in strong, even though I haven't opened up the city in quite a while now.
My SimCity's great once I can get the working class away from the dirty industrial and towards more of the high-tech and manufacturing, and there's good money in that and less pollution, so that's always the goal. This is the 3rd place car, so don't mistake the 2 BMW M Team Redline cars. The number 20 leads, but the number 21, Ole Steinbraten, is giving it all he can right now because he can see 2nd place, the Mahler Racing Team car of Keiko Schuber. But a lap time comparison for last lap would be very, very interesting because, as we said, 170 turns on this combined Nürburgring layout for a total distance of 25.95 kilometers, and the difference in lap time last lap, 1/100th of a second. The 2 BMW M4 GT3s pretty much matching each other as they're right at their limit.
Basically dealing with a mano situation, which is always good.
So still working through the Grand Prix circuit where the track is wide, the runoff is a little more forgiving, and the curbs are also a little bit nicer, but it only makes up a small proportion of the total racetrack. In fact, I think that the Grand Prix circuit would be about 4 of the 26 total kilometers on this layout, so proportionally rather tiny, and that's why your car is set up for high speeds with the Dordingerhöhe, the run up towards Flugplatz, the run towards Schwedenkreuz, the run up the hill from not Arenberg, the other one, and then up towards Mutkurve, and of course some bumps, some compression, a lot more elevation around here. This is where you are going to gain time, is when you've got a setup that works and gives you confidence on the Nordschleife, and then the GP circuit is how you start every lap, but not necessarily your main concern. How challenging is it then to be the driver in this 3rd place situation where you can see your target just up the road, just a couple of 100 meters up the road, but in multiple laps Steinbraten has stayed in touch but not been able to close that gap?
I'm not gonna say it's overly frustrating as long as I think in his mindset is keep the focus to drive the best he can and maintain touch to the BS. Well, it is part of the BS team, but it is the model racing team. BMW right in front. The only thing he cannot afford is lose touch, because after that, I think, I'm not gonna say desperation is gonna kick in, but I think a sense of, you know, I have to drive faster, I have to get closer comes in, and then it could lead up to desperation and overdriving the car. But then again, these guys drive top level, so I don't think they would feel that kind of stuff with 9 minutes and 30 to go. Maybe if that was the final hour, then probably the situation would have been different.
Tiny bit of traffic coming up. Mahler Racing Team got around the GT4 before Fuchsrohr, whereas Ollie Steinbratton is still wondering exactly where am I going to catch that GT4 car. Is it somewhere that might cost me a little bit of time? Because Mahler Racing Team lost none. Now, if you're going to stay close, you also need to lose no time through the traffic. A little hesitation, and you might end up half a second, another second further back, and slightly further out of reaching distance. I'm sure Red Line would love themselves a 1-2 in an event like this. That's got to be the motivating factor. So heading into the left, the GT4 gets on the brakes early, signals it, and Ollie Steinbratton hasn't been happy with every car that he's lapped in the last hour, but has no reason to be unhappy with that.
No, not at all. And but then again, traffic gives, traffic takes, and there's nothing that was cooking GT4 could have done on that end. But somehow, despite everything, the gap is stabilized at between the 2.9 to 3.1 seconds, which is insane given the circumstances.
So getting into the high-speed sections there for those GT3s. What about GR86? We take a look at them here, about to leave the Grand Prix circuit, make this long left-hander past the small pit lane of the Industriefahrten layout of the Nürburgring. Talk Freak Racing's George Gruber in 6th, really not far at all behind Vermilion Esports. And we have 1, 2... I think there were more earlier. I think we're down to just 2 or 3 Australians on track at the moment.
By the way, which car of the GR86 you said that was your car? You said you were supporting one of the GR86 cars. Which one is it? Is that the Roland Alone Fritz? Oh,
there's quite a bit of damage on that car. There is quite a bit of damage on that TCR at the end of the Hutzenbach. And the GR86s go past. Who's going slowly? Lorenzo.
Yeah, odd to see a Kevin Carlisle.
We're going to have a look. No. 4th place, Kevin Carlisle, SimCity Racing, with 2nd place in 992 behind him. Through the Hutzenbach, here we go. Now, obviously, you're under a lot of pressure here. Man, again, just a miscommunication there. Kevin Carlisle's actually trying to stay offline, right as 2nd in 992. The Altus car decides, I'm getting down the inside no matter what. And we have seen quite a few cars sort of get offline, brake a little early to try to let someone through. Whereas, in that case, as they've done it, the car behind has not anticipated. It hasn't been signalled early enough. And that is super sad.
Fortunate to see that kind of thing happen. We're gonna look from like
it's gonna be more sad regards, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Man, it never opened up. It never opened up, Simone, and you've stayed full throttle there. The gap wasn't there and closed. The gap was never there.
No, I'd say I don't know if somebody thought the TCR would open up wide coming into the final portion of the Hatzenbach, going to the Kidebakahoa, but I have to assume that's the mindset that went into the head of the Italian driver for Altus.
So we got there when we were watching the GR86 battle. Well, now a pair of BMW GT4s are going to work their way through as well. Looks like Williams Esports Academy and Sontec Racing. So look at this. 2 battles for position in class together in the same part of the racetrack. Tough right hill up-hander there. The GR86s look to be spreading out a little bit, but Stefan Helvik for Williams Esports Academy looks to be under an incredible amount of pressure from Pietari Poikala.
Yeah, they're finally going to have a little bit of clear traffic, and then the opportunity for Poikala to try to do an overtake right before they go into Bravery Corner is going to open up. But I don't know if he's going to take that chance, though, as pit stops happening in GT3s. Brigger coming out of the car, Lulum taking
Here we go, though. We're going to get a bit of side-by-side up the hill towards the Bravery Corner, and the bravest driver is Sontec Racing's Pietari Poikala, because I think Stefan Helvik went, no, not worth it, not worth my time. Another GR86 replay here for Fortune TV Racing Team. Filippo Bernardi. Lorenzo, what's about to happen? Too much speed in there. Too much speed out, too much speed into the wall down at that Bright Shide, and it's done a number on the right front here for Bernardi, and he's limping that thing around. It is still moving. That's why they're third place now. That was the class leader, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
So now Nürburgring Esports leads GR86 class from Team RSO, and indeed it is super busy on pit lane for GT4s. We've had the 992 class leader pit, and they're on their outlap. Fair bit going on there.
It's insane how the GR86 race is shaping out to be, because one early on in the race, basically the leader car was that Nürburgring Esports car, right? They came out right off the gate, dominated a good portion of the race as they went on, and now after everything quieted down and it went on through the hours, finally regaining the lead in this race after the mishap from the Forza team. Unfortunate to see that happen to the Italians, but then again, like I said before, Nürburgring takes no prisoners.
And to be fair, while it looked like they were already carrying a little bit of damage, the suspension or steering was maybe not perfect based on the pogo we saw at turn 1. So easy to just, in that downhill braking zone where they crash, to come in too hot, and once you brake too late, again, there's a road bridge, there's like a road that goes underneath the circuit there, there's a town, there's a cafe. If you get the helicopter shot, you can see all of the very detailed modelled beer garden at the cafe there beside that part of the track, which makes me wonder if some of the iRacing art team didn't actually stop in somewhere near there potentially. But yeah, a challenging corner there with a downhill braking zone. You get a lot of that. You get some uphill braking zones here where you go, oh, I can brake so late here because then the elevation helps me brake, helps me turn in. But then there is a handful of other corners where you go, nope, extra caution needed, because even when you slam on the brakes, the downhill makes the car want to run on long. Speed doesn't go off as easily as you want, and then the car can understeer into the wall, as has happened for Forza TV.
It's funny if you think about it, David, how this race kind of like goes on for different cars, because you would think, oh, for GT3s is, for example, around next Müller, when we saw that incident happen with the Forza GR86, because they have ABS and the other, electronic gadgets, you'd say it's easier for you to do that. But in the GR86 where you don't have that, and the car is much more grassroots level of sorts. You have to have a little bit of a depth touch into the car.
Here goes Talk Freak Racing. George Gruber using the dotting her to close up massively on Vermilion Esports. Tal Serono, but not making any attempt at a move when they go underneath the bridge at the end of the long straight, but using that toe to stay close, maybe mask any damage they might be carrying at this point. You get another hit of toe in this GR86 down the Grand Prix straight towards the big braking zone, hairpin turn 1. I'm interested to see how much curb at the apex of 1 these drivers are going to take, because this is a car that can be known for a bit of a pogo if you hit the curbs wrong, and there is a big sort of drop away there. They get a bit of it, but still it pogos a little bit, it willows a little bit on the exit, but we get onto the Grand Prix circuit with the battle for 5th and 6th in one more lap's time. I think this will be 4th and 5th, because Forger TV, of course, well, they had a pretty big lead on, everyone except the podium in class, as they're now parked in the paddock. A few other cars are slowly catching up and getting past, and in a lap's time, I think it will be these two drivers, these two cars.
Now, David, question to you. I'm gonna ask the same question to you that I asked for Juna. Okay, we're seeing a solo driver here. That is actually placed there in Roland Alfredson, in the old Roland Alon Fritzon's car, right? It's a hard task, but it's doable. What about 16 cars for one team on top split? Do you approve this or not?
Now, I hear what you've just said to me, and I think you mean something else.
No, I mean, you register 16 drivers in one car only.
Well, that's the opposite of what you said. Yeah, there's some other splits that do have that. Now, officially, officially, the driver count is minimum drivers 2, maximum drivers 16. I have seen there is a team of 16 drivers elsewhere. I'm not sure you're quite gonna pull that off in top split for GT3. But it would be... it'd be fun. We need to... Yeah, are you starting the peer pressure campaign to try to make someone do that? Get one of these teams to do it. Be like, come on, Williams, everyone in one car, pile them in like a clown car.
I mean, they got drivers. They have 16 drivers to compose a car and still make it into the top split. So, hello, Falcon, by the way. So
how about
doable.
A Pro-Am class? So you've got to have 12 drivers over 8,000 I rating and 4 drivers under 2,000.
Ooh, I like your line of thought, David. I'm not gonna lie, that is a really good line of thought.
Like a Pro-Am class, so that the top split is whichever team has the most disparity between their highest and lowest I rating driver.
Now the question is,
rather than the average, but the spread.
The question is would the 8K and above drivers approve having the 2K less rated drivers on their team?
No, but that's why we're doing this, to force them.
Okay. It's kind of like... Okay. I'm not gonna lie, that is a good idea.
You love a little bit of bronze rated.
I love the
Pro-Am action. So we're still looking backwards from the GR86 of Vermilion Motorsports at Talk Freak Racing. Next car up the road for position is the much talked about and apparently much loved by the fans Roland Alonfredson entry Forger TV, who were leading this class, with that damage, we saw them limping. They eventually towed. The tow put them back to the lead of class for a moment. And then Nürburgring Esports, Vipperman have gone through for the lead. Team RSO have gone through for second. Roland Alonefredson's about a third of the way around a lap to then take third in class. And then after that, these two cars will each go up a spot. Just navigating the corner now where Forger came unstuck.
I'm just trying to see here as well while we're still watching this battle. This is the closest battle we have on the track right now. What did... I really wanted to look into Florian Lebiger's laps in comparison to... I think that was Kashubi's that's driving the car. I don't know if someone took over from him. I cannot remember now. But the gap is actually over 20 seconds. It's over 25 seconds. So I think it is as large as it's ever been in the past few moments.
So back with the outright leader of the race, Chris Lulham in the number 20. He's, of course, in a 24-hour race, got a couple of teammates. He's got some guy called Florian Lebigra, Gianni Vecchio, Diogo Pinto, and then, have you heard of Max Verstappen?
Who? Say his name again?
I won one of his shirts, so I've got a Max Verstappen shirt in the wardrobe that I won in a Red Bull competition. So it doesn't quite look the same as what Chris Lulham's wearing in that photo, because it's the fan merch, not esports or whatever. But also came with a little bottle of gin and a couple of cans of Red Bull. So good prize all around, good stuff. And whether he's awake or not, whether he gets to drive or not, things are going well at the moment in the number 20 car. The lead over second place is 29 seconds, then 33 seconds to their teammates. Team Redline number 21 in third place. We talked about there was sort of a leading 5, then a leading 4. We're down to a leading trio after one of the earlier incidents we saw at Nutkurva for one of our leading GT3s. So it's 4.5 minutes from the race leader to fourth place, Falcon Sim Racing Team, who have a minute and 10 seconds on fifth place Enduro Esports Academy. 6th and 7th are still on the lead lap, but what a big lead lap it is. 26 kilometers around here. You would be a lap or two down if this was any other circuit for BMW M Team BS competition. And Williams Esports Huisingfeld, who are 6th and 7th. And then the other GT3 still running but off the lead lap is the VRS Coanda number 8 with Elvis Rankin. You had the series of pit stops not all that long ago. This is the first flying lap after the out lap for the top 3 cars in GT3. So you were kind of keeping an eye across it, Lorenzo, but I don't think we only got a driver change from the number 20, didn't we?
On the number 20, yeah. Lebiger gave a headway for Lulham on this then. Only Mala and the 21 Redline car haven't switched drivers yet.
Yeah, so Kashube was already in. Kashube stayed in another stint. Steinbratton, of course, we discussed, was in, stays in. Speed check on the leading car. Doesn't look like it's got too much damage. Looks like the wing is pretty flat. So we're doing 249 kilometers an hour up the hill here before the hill gets a little bit sharper. You need to have a bit of a lift, even if it's not a big breakthrough there. He does have a bit of a slide, and we saw how easily just getting your speed in there a little bit wrong can lead to a big and difficult to recover slide. the tight battle at the moment for the GT3 is the fastest class of race cars in this year's iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. Second and third place here. So we look at Mahler Racing Team, who find themselves with a little bit of traffic at that very same section of track now. They get through. They've got another GT4 up the road, but they're trying to put just a little bit more time between themselves and the team Redline 21, which now also appears in shot. Isn't it funny like this? You won't see another car for ages, and then all of a sudden, two TCRs, two GT4s, right in the twistiest bit of the section of the lap, the most famous corner around this place, the carousel. And now once you get to the top of the hill, it is non-stop corners, so you're trying to get through, trying to put all this traffic between yourself and the rest of them. Here comes second place past those TCRs, still waiting on one GT4. Looks like the door car is not going to get it as they make the right-hander at the top of the hill, the highest point of the circuit. Now we're into the constant turning at Wipperman. The GT4 is just going to let second place Mahler Racing Team through. Now it's Ollie Steinbratton with so much traffic in a really tough place around the course.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to overtake quite fast around the GT4 cars. First car he goes around is at Asbach, so he's going to basically miss a full second right there. Then the next set of cars, the two TCRs rather, is going to be right at a little bit before and after ice curve, so it's going to be another full second of sorts for him, and it still has the T75R by SimRC GT4 right ahead to contend with, so it might be a little bit more time lost for the Norwegian driver.
Well, it was all pretty cleanly executed in the end, but still something that would raise the heart rate just slightly for Steinbratton, and something that's given about half a second or 1 second for free to Mahler Racing Team, exiting the Flansgarten and the Stefan Bellafest, heading towards Schwalbenschwanz. Ollie Steinbratton does get past and won't get held up through the mini carousel here. Tough because of the way it unbanks just before you finish the corner, and I think he didn't quite nail it, to be honest, Steinbratton. This helps Mahler Racing Team remain off the hook. You don't want to let your rival get within 1.5 seconds on the Döttinger. They will slipstream and suck all the way up towards your rear bumper, but Steinbratton's not going to be able to do that to Koshube this lap around, and through that traffic, the race leading number 20 gets even further away from this tussle for the other two steps on the podium. Don't count your chickens too early. 9 hours, 10 minutes still to go in the 2024 iRacing Nürburgring 24. I'm having a look at what other pit stops we can expect to have soon. Not really any from GT3. We just had that happen. In the 992 class, we've already had a little flurry of pit stops about 20 minutes ago. So GT4 also made all their stops. TCRs are coming up in a little bit, but they are the class with the longest fuel range up there with the GR86s. Your first three classes kind of need to stop every hour. TCR and GR86. Big tanks, less horsepower, go long way.
I wish you could drive Jettas around here for you to have the 3.5 hour tank pit stops.
Now, didn't the Kia Optima that was in this a handful of years ago, like 5 or more, have a massive tank but refueled really slowly? Something to do with that.
I think so, yes. You wouldn't be wrong on that assessment.
So you're like, oh, they don't stop very often, but when they do, it takes like 2 minutes to fill the tank. It's very slow. So, that lap just completed from Ollie Steinbratton. We made a lot of the traffic. The previous laps were sort of in the 8:10s. That was an 8:12.1. Is just little bits here and there. You lose 2 tenths, you lose 2 tenths. And even if it's only one sector of the racetrack, you can drop a second and a half, working your way through all of that.
It's like it is that classical thing of, you know, this is arguably the hardest track for you to learn and the hardest for you to master. So, because of every lap that you on is a different kind of smooth as you go around the track. So, makes sense.
Get a load of that sun, also get a load of how distorted that wide angle is. Man, real fisheye view. But yeah, the sun is out, so we're just cresting 10 past 7 in the morning. Air temp, track temp both remain very cool. Part of that because of the mostly cloudy conditions. That's what the weather report says, mostly cloudy. Looking at a replay of the 992 class. Whoa. Yikes. For the 17 Pro Sport Sim Racing, Kenneth Sakini might have been the driver at the time. Definitely is the driver in the car right now, as that made its way to pit lane. Messed up that tough braking zone through the Tiergarten. And then decided, oh, I need to get out of this. Jumped across the grass where there was also no grip. Couldn't get the car stopped, couldn't get the car turned. Went nose into the wall. Sustained some damage. Hopefully not too much damage, but that car's been in its pit stall for 2 minutes now. And now it goes. So about a minute of extra damage repair on that 17 after the incident we've just seen right at the very end of the Nordschleife as you're about to end the Nordschleife and get onto the Grand Prix circuit and the Grand Prix pits, which is where they went to get their damage fixed. But it was the end of 8 laps on that stint, so it was pitting on schedule, and right at the very last hurdle, tripped and maybe not face planted, but definitely grazed their knee. So, having a quick look at the GR86 class leader, I'm pretty sure is the red and white, is Gregor Kinski in the Nürburgring Esports Vipperman. And the GT4 leader, Apex Racing Team 199, bearing down on them. GT4 should have a decent straight line speed advantage over the GR86, and the track is fast here, uphill, and the GT4 breezes past, demonstrating why they are about a minute and 4 seconds quicker per lap. Some of it's handling, a lot of it is horsepower. So a naturally aspirated 4-cylinder not generating quite as much as the turbocharged inline 6 of the BMW M4. The IMSA decals on with the GS class sticker for Apex Racing Team. And of course, as I've made mention of a couple of times, this is the class with the most cars running, but we said, what's the black flag for Drago Racing 369? And since then, that car has not been circulating, so it's been stopped for 25 minutes, getting dangerously close towards retirement territory there for that Drago Racing GT4. It might leave us with just 10 running in class, of which Apex Racing Team lead, and the podium is then virtual coached by Grid and Go and Door Esports. And then Drago Racing's 169, which is their, I guess at this point, their last remaining running car, is 5th in class behind Team 75 Bernhard by Simar C, which is being driven by Corentin Guinée. I'm working on my French pronunciation. It's horrible, but I'm working on it.
Can you just repeat it itself for me?
Well, I typed it into Google Translate, and then the French AI lady says it, Corentin Guinée.
Corentin, yeah. Corentin Guinée.
Sounds better than Corentin Guineas. So I'm inclined to believe it's closer to the correct pronunciation of a French name than I otherwise would have gotten.
I can try to give you the forced Brazilian accent pronunciation of Corentin's name.
Is it going to get us in trouble?
Yeah, no, it would be Corentin Guinness.
You know, my only Portuguese is dois cervejas. Obrigado.
And even I'm gonna teach you someday that if you ever come to Brazil, you gotta say viver dois pastel em caldo de cana, dois pastel em caldo de cana, ou caldo de cana. Which means...
And what am I going to get served?
It's going to be two pastel. Pastel is kind of like a fried... I'm trying to find the hold up. I cannot believe I'm actually using the Google Translator for this. So it's fried pastry basically, and it has like a filling on the inside, so you can have like meat, cheese, whatever you want, and you're gonna drink sugar cane. It's traditional in Brazil, like especially in the Northeast. It's good.
I like the one that they put the shredded chicken in.
You can put that inside the fried pastry in it as well. It's worth it. It's really good, especially if you put like cream cheese on it inside as well. You have like infinite amounts. Oh, you're talking about the coxinha, okay. So it's like you can put a lot of stuff into it. You have unlimited options, customization options. Thinking about it, David. Thinking about like you're ordering your pizza, but you can put like any topping on that specific thing.
Good plans. We cross the top of another hour. There are now 15 completed, 9 hours to go in 2024's iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. We've been checking in with a couple of the class leaders of the 5 categories: GT3, 992, GT4, TCR, and Toyota GR86. We saw a little bit of our GT4 leader now checking in with Martin Aschert for Impulse Racing. His Honda Civic Type R leads TCR at the moment. In the 122 car, Martin is driving right now, but having turned laps in the car today, Szilard Nagy, Jan Bol, and Norbert Leitner. So looking like a 4-driver lineup. Leitner did 30 laps, I think, which of course translates to, about 4 hours in the car, and that's what Martin Aschert is also on to now. He's just started his 31st lap of the race, broken up across a couple of the different stints. And he's got a couple of cars in his mirrors, almost all of them quicker than him. That's life as a TCR. The only cars you're quicker than is the GR86s. So second in GT3 goes past third in GT3, bearing down upon, and also with a GT4 approaching, but the speed difference, GT4 to TCR, not as massive as some of the other class disparities I'm seeing. At the moment, it's 844s from the GT4 cars and 859 from your leading TCR, so it's a lot closer to 15 seconds a lap than a minute per lap, the difference GT4 to Toyota GR86. We're on board the BMW right now, which is gonna set me off, because as nice as this car is, the BMW M4 GT4, I get driven insane by the ratios in this gearbox. They're fixed, whatever track you go to, same ratios. 7-speed gearbox, in which first gear, second gear, sixth gear and seventh gear are entirely unusable. You'll never see anything but third, fourth and fifth in a 7-speed gearbox. We'll stay with the class leader here, maybe with a bit of a slipstream downhill. We might get sixth gear and still never touch seventh.
Completely forgot this car actually has 7 gears.
There's a couple of cars you forget they've got as many gears as they've got, like the Ford Mustang FR500S has 6 gears and you never use 6th. The Pontiac Solstice has 5 and you never use 5th. But this is worse because there's 2 gears either side for 4 of 7 in the box, useless. Bit of lift and coast here, deciding I will just wait behind this TCR and then power past them on the exit here, heading into the uphill. So we're on board with the GT4 class leader, lapping the TCR class leader. We've just had the GT3 class leaders go through. Don't ask me where the GR86 and the 992 class leader are relatively right now, but certainly, despite, the number of retirements that you're always going to expect from this race and this perilous race track, there's no shortage of traffic still for everyone to try to negotiate.
Yeah, it's insane to think about, even though it's not like the 100 and nearly something cars that drive on the real life 24 hours, right? And that we're gonna get really soon. It's basically 41 cars, still a lot for you to deal with over a 24-kilometer course. So it's quite impressive to see that still going on. 42 cars roughly on the track. Still surprising. Still very, very cool to see that going on.
Shortly we're going to hit, I think it's my favourite part of the racetrack. So from about the top of the hill right-hander here, turning in off of the curb, yeah, this is where it's third gear, fourth gear. You just flow the car like a rally stage. You sort of don't cut, stay right over crest, into left, tighten sort of stuff here. So you want to get that third of 4 apexes through Vipperman to carry speed down the hill here. Yeah, and then you got the blind crest, and it just doesn't stop from the entry to Vipperman all the way around to eventually you start picking up speed through the end of Glanskart and then the Stefan Baloff S. But you never have, more than 3 seconds with the steering wheel in a straight line around here. You're turning, braking, flowing as much speed as possible. It's one of the parts of the track where passing is incredibly difficult, but a little bit of fuel saving, a little bit of tyre saving, a little bit of underdrive the car but carry momentum can work really, really well.
You could argue this is the roughest portion of the track for overtaking before you go down to the Dorgehoa. So it's not surprising. For example, imagine you catch yourself with a train of cars around Stefan Baloff S, and you have to go around them. It is just kind of put his roll. Nice save.
Action elsewhere in the class. While we were looking at the leader, it's getting hot here over third and fourth. Now, Zoa Esports, 2 seconds a lap slower last lap than Corentin Ganay in the SimRC Porsche there, but that Porsche looks all over the place. I wonder if the tyres are somehow not right. Track's still cold though. But Tim Jarschel, Zoa Esports, not keeping the pressure quite on that Porsche so much. They'd love to share a colour palette here.
Now that you think about it, they're very similar, but at least it's easy to recognize which car is which, given their different layouts, like pin layouts.
Here's where it gets interesting on the Dottinger. Running just a little bit wide. Tim Yarshall is still going to pick up enough of a slipstream off the Porsche. Corentin Guinée knows he's giving a big tow down the longest straight on the racetrack. Looking at the speed trap speeds, and Zora Esports have got 1 kilometre an hour extra. You get halfway down the straight and then it changes uphill, and the slipstream gets even more powerful before you go underneath the bridge. So still with closing speed, Zora Esports getting closer, walking down the gap the whole length of the straight, but not getting close enough to try to strike back for the podium spot. This position did change on this lap, so the Porsche from Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC getting ahead of Zora Esports BMW on the last lap. Braking into turn 1, using the elevation for a bit of rotation, using the curb in 2 for a bit of rotation, and getting the power down. Still no room for a mistake from Guinée here. He appears to have just slightly more speed. 2 laps in a row that he was 2 seconds quicker than the BMW that now sits behind him in 4th place, and Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC's Porsche, because it's Timo Bernhard, it's always going to be a Porsche, goes into a podium position right now.
Yeah, then interesting to see that he's still pushing really quickly, and Corentin, normally it's interesting his transition, you know, from a former, I'm not going to say former, but he still drives TCRs here now and then, but now transitioning basically full-time to GT4, being still fast in the SimRC, like we've seen many times before. One of the premier teams in GTR and GT racing, in GTR and GT4 more specifically.
So having survived the Grand Prix circuit, we make that hairpin turn onto the Nordschleife into Sabine Schmidt's curve. Turn number 1, not of this combined layout, but of the Nordschleife in its purest sense. And you get a section of twisting corners to open it up, where a well-handling car can try to break away through your Hockeikens and your Hutzenbugs. But then you have a high-speed run up to Flugplatz, a high-speed run to Arenberg, a high-speed run down towards Fuchsrohr, where a car with just a little bit of slipstream will be difficult to shake off. How interesting is listening to the throttle through there?
I'm not gonna lie, it's very interesting. It gives a little bit of a, you know, a certain idea how the car is gonna approach around the corner, and how much amount of lift that you really want to give into the car for you to, you know, allow the grip in the front to really kick in, and then it can have a proper turn in. But also more interesting as well is how you know, Team Jarschel is I'm not gonna say overdriving the car, but you know, driving aggressively the car out, so you can actually keep yourself within the toe of Corentin Guinée and attempt an overtake whenever they come out of Bergwerk.
BMW seemed good through Arenberg, and then the traction down there, and hello, yeah, get in for a little sniff. This is an average sized sniffer though, this generation of BMW M4 GT4. It's not going to be easy for Guinée. am I crazy? He's just a little wide of some of these apexes every now and again. The car we're on board with, third place.
You wouldn't be totally wrong. But again, is that thing, the Porsche, I think, out of the two GT4 cars is the pogo stick. So maybe because of this pogo stick, or Quarantine, you know, try to maximize the track usage is what making him go off wide into the track.
Telling you, on the other side of that sound barrier, as we get past Torque Freak Racing's GR86, always a bit of a close call, not only with our camera car, but for fourth place. Yeah, other side of the sound barrier that you never see from the driver's position is an incredibly detailed, well-modelled beer garden. And you only ever notice it from the, like, helicopter shots, the high above shots. But someone at iRacing went, do you know what? We need to give it the perfectly rendered umbrellas, picnic tables, all the little accoutrements to go along with that, and a nice little paved garden. But it's a little too early at the circuit for that, but maybe later towards the afternoon be a nice Sunday for it. There's the Bravery corner, and then we get into the really twisty bit of the back half of the lap, approaching the carousel. So getting a great look at the body language of that Porsche, which we know is quick. It's caught the time, gained the position, gone to third, but is not getting away. But it does look like it's on a bit of an edge to make its speed. GR86 up ahead, we leap out of the carousel, picking which side of the road to go. Horsepower of a GT4 makes light work uphill of the Toyota GR86s.
Yeah, not too much drama over the more so, which is always good to know. And they come out of carousel, you can expect, you know, there will be some drama going around the slower cars, but not the case for either driver. But we know that.
But I hardly know her, man. Nothing. It's just it's a joke for the kids, I guess.
Fair. My mind, but then again, my mind blinked out for a little bit. It's been a long day.
This bit of the track, so fun when you're feeling the car and you know what it's going to do. Sort of 3 corners in advance, you go, I'm going to approach with this speed, and that means that the front won't initially bite, but then at the elevation change it'll bite, and then I'll straighten out the steering and we'll ride straight over the curb. And sort of not necessarily when you really get flow and zen with your car and you're not sort of exactly reacting to what it's doing, but you know what it's going to do. If you give it a certain input, you give it that input, it does it. You're not making any surprising corrections, only the corrections you knew were going to be necessary with the way the curbs are profiled, with the way you were going to drive the car, with the way the elevation is. If I'd just gone through the most significant of the elevation to Schwalbenschwanz, where again you'll be pleased with yourself as the 4th place driver here to still be within a sniffing distance of the draft when you get to the Dottinger again. It's so important from the carousel all the way around to here at Galgenkopf that you stay within that 1 second of a car that might be quicker than you, so that when you fire it up onto this final long straight and you hold full throttle for a minute and more, that you're right there in the toe with a chance to strike. The BMW is getting closer right now, about 3 car lengths back, going 1 kilometer an hour faster, going 2 kilometers an hour faster, now about 2 car lengths back as we go uphill. Now within 1 car length, getting towards the rear bumper of the Porsche, over the crest, underneath the bridge, heading towards the squiggly braking zone of the Tiergarten. No attack is offered and no defense offered either.
But I also think that there was no offense given from Team Jarsha right there. because there was a little bit of defensive effort coming out of the 75. As soon as they go into the Antonio's Bucha, you're gonna see he comes defending the outside lane already, protecting that outside lane that is eventually going to become the inside lane going to Tiergarten, to protect the car, you know, the track position and the car position from the BMW from Doha Esports.
.992 leader in the background, TCR leader on the pit lane right now. A couple more laps expected out of our GT3 leader before we expect to see them pit again, and we are on the outlap for the GR86 race leader at the moment. I think they had a driver change in that class leading Toyota, and Daniel Muth got in. I'm checking that as we speak to say yes, indeed they did. Gregor Kinski got out, and this is the first lap back in the car for Daniel Muth, who has driven 2 previous stints in the car so far this race. He's been chopping and changing with Gregor Kinski. So Muth was in, got out, Kinski drove the 10-lap stint, then Muth drove a 10-lap stint, then Kinski drove a 10-lap stint. Daniel Muth is back for what he's hoping will be another 10-lap stint. Other drivers in this class-leading car have been Ben Kelly-McCauley, Joel Kleinknecht, and Maximilian Straupe. A lot of those guys only did 9-lap stints and did doubles, whereas I think Muth has been taking it to 10 laps. Perhaps a little bit of a difference in the tyre life and the fuel economy, one driver to another, and of course 24 hours in iRacing's dynamic weather model brings us quite different conditions, daytime to nighttime to cloudy to sunny.
Yeah, so everything that is
and the
changes.
cars react to that, of course.
Yeah, I was going to mention that they react to the behavior of the ambient and temperature and the moist of the, you know, the ambient. If it is going to be a little more of a dry track or a wet track or more humid or anything, everything counts for the cars, you know, which is interesting to know. And like as me and Juno, we were discussing this prior for you to come in. Because TCRs are going to be the last cars in terms of the whole 5 class grid, and what happens is whenever the rain tires come in for those cars, it's going to be interesting how the effect of, you know, maybe it's going to be raining at one portion, but it's going to be raining like at Brünchen, for example, or other portions of the track. Which tire is going to be the best one for you to go around the track like this?
Not showing signs of too much damage on this car, but also not looking completely showroom anymore after all of the laps so far completed by the GR86 class leader. The lap counts are so funny around this place because, like I say, we've now been racing over 15 hours, and you look at it and go, oh, that's the 91st lap completed in the race with this car. It doesn't sound like that much. 91 laps really doesn't sound like that much, but never trust a commentator's math. It is 26 kilometer laps around here.
Yeah. It feels like you're driving it for a whole eternity. It feels
That's
like
the sound of me pulling up the calculator before I say that means that this car has now driven 2,366 kilometers in this race.
So basically what you're saying is he's kind of like driven half of Europe of sorts.
Yeah, he's driven from my house to Bathurst and back. That doesn't sound as impressive, but it's a while.
Your house is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Bathurst.
About that, yeah.
Right. So, it's in New South Wales. So, which direction would be Bathurst from your home in Brisbane?
Southwest.
Okay, I kind of figured that. I was gonna say south, direct south, not southwest, but I'm not far off.
having now done the calculation for the outright leader, they've done 2,880 kilometres to this point. The number 20 BMW M Team Redline. The GT4 battle is not done. They work their way easily again around a Toyota GR86. If the road is straight and the throttle is flat, the GT4s have no trouble breezing past and up towards Mutkurva again. The third place Porsche doing all it can to try to shake the fourth place BMW here. It hasn't happened just yet, but the body language says not for lack of trying from Corentin Guinée. There we go, put it on a postcard.
Also, one of the interesting aspects is, like, if you think about it, David, this is basically a real-life battle of sorts. Since both teams are actually virtual representations. Sorry, virtual representation is a strong word, and I'm gonna be called out by our YouTube and Twitch chat. It's gonna be the esports representation of the real teams, if you think about it. Because both teams actually exist on track.
Yeah, so do BMW, and maybe you've heard of Williams. Adrian Newey has, because that's where he's going next year.
Oh wait, so hold up, David, are you?
I'm spreading baseless rumors as if they're fact, just to try to inject a little bit of chaos into the world. Trouble as far as the traffic is concerned here, though, for Corentin Guinée, as he's caught Honda TCR at a slightly inopportune time. It's not perfect for Duo Esports either, but it is not how Sim RC Team 75 Bernhard would have wanted that to go. And once again, we're going to get towards the Galgenkopf from the Dodingerhur, and the Duo Esports car, BMW, is going to still just be in that nice right little slipstream zone down the longest straight of the combined circuit.
And I think for now, Tim is going to have the perfect opportunity for him to make an overtake. So you really, all right, in rate of cap to this, I actually think this is going to happen. Do you really think that Newey would be going to Williams?
No, that's why I said it. Instead of Ferrari, McLaren, golfing, gardening, beach home, anything like that. Now we're super close once again. Here, it's only Dodingerhur, close as ever. The BMW moving around a little bit in the toe, bouncing around a little bit coming up the hill. It's middle of the road. Getting to the apex curb there, but then tracking all the way out to the right-hand side for the third place car, just to cover it off, but nothing too crazy. Bouncing around through the bumps and the curbs there. These GT4 cars, they show a lot of that, don't they? They've got a bit more travel in the suspension than the GT3. They're a little bit less planted than a GT3, and they're going a bit quicker than a TCR or a GR86. So they really do look like they float and bounce a little bit with the curbs, bumps, crests, etc.
Yeah, which is a little bit, I'm not going to say surprising to see that happen. It's like trying to find the best way to actually mention that. It is kind of like the close to what a road car would do, because a road car, even though it is stiff, it does have some travel range, but these cars, you can basically eat curbs for breakfast, if you think about it. Even though the Porsche, the Cayman car, which is the old version of the Cayman, which is the new one, is the CS, not the Mark version. It looks like a pogo stick if you're not on the right setup or around the track.
So working our way through the Grand Prix course again with the podium battle in GT4. They are taking a little bit of time last lap out of virtual coach Grid and Go, which is the second placed car. BMW a little bit further up the road. Now I think there's still a 25 seconds, 30 seconds or so from the second place car back to third and fourth. You can see that they are just now entering the Nordschleife as Steen Ledger is sort of navigating the Hudson back.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not big margins right now up front in GT4, and Corentin Gunet bit between his teeth. 8.5 hours left in this race to just, 1 second a lap, 1.5 seconds a lap. Try to reel in second place, try to put the pressure on, and when the pressure is on, mistakes can happen around here.
Oh yeah, 100%. And mistakes are fatal. So either driver cannot afford to make a single mistake here. And we see in the tiniest of mistakes, human aided or not, is enough for you to have a trip to the wall, to the barrier, and then tow the car all the way back into pit lane. About the lead gap, Maxence Godinho's gap to Steen Ledger right now, I would say don't cut that one out just yet, because there's still Sven Haase to come around in the car. Sven usually is a bullet around this track, so there's still a chance we can see that GT4 lead battle reignite at any time.
Currently 3 Australians on circuit, with Byron Pierce in Visceral Esports 404, Steen Ledger in the virtual coach Grid and Go GT4, and I don't know, where was I looking? GCR? Yes, Tal Sereno in Vermilion Esports Toyota GR86. Do you know how many Brazilians are on track at the moment?
One.
Who's that?
I want to say he's a tier 1 guy, but I cannot say 100% for sure it is him. Am I correct or am I wrong?
Copy, we are checking. Felipe da Silva?
Is he Portuguese?
I don't know, he's Club Deac.
Iberia? Oh, Deac. Interesting.
And his teammates are Club Iberia, and Benelux.
Wouldn't surprise me. Club Deac, he could be like from Switzerland or from Germany, but have Portuguese parents. It's quite common. Have been lots of. I have a few workmates that were born in the Switzerland, but he was born to Portuguese parents.
So here we have what I'm petitioning for, like an hourly update on Roland Alonefridson, and he's off. Oh no, but he's kept it out of the wall. Stay sharp, stay strong, Roland. Of course, bears repeating that Roland Alfredson is driving solo in this Toyota GR86, and he's driving third in class. Says there's an engine issue that's costing him a little bit of power, but has picked up a couple of spots while we've been looking lately. Keep it on the road, son. And yeah, the number 7 car, he has driven 93 laps of this race. Sorry, I closed the calculator, so I can't multiply 93 by 25.95 in my head again. But here's your yeah, for all the Alonefridson fans, here you go.
I'm not gonna do that mathematic on my head right now. It's so
With the greatest of respect, if I can't, I don't. I'm not sure you're going to nail it either at the moment.
No. I was gonna say, if you're gonna time it by 10, it's gonna be 259 by 259.5, right? Deduce that, I was gonna say it's gonna be 225 by something, but then I would be completely off the number.
Thank you for your best efforts. I'm not sure we achieved or clarified anything right there. He's going up the hill to the Bravery corner right now. A little wide of the apex, but no trouble going through there. The peak speeds of the GR86, not great. And even then, before the damage that Roland believes he is carrying in the number 7. Falcon's Audi coming up towards him. 137 k's an hour is the highest speed I saw before he tipped it into the carousel. Maybe we'll check on him on the Dottinger Hur as well for a comparison to what some of the other GR86s are doing, but the 4 wheels are on and pointing the right way. There were 11 Toyota GR86s that started the race. We find ourselves with just 7 running since Moyai Regards parked up 17 minutes ago. Diogo Pinto has gotten into the race-leading BMW M Team Red Line. This is the outlap, and the number 20 car has just pitted. So has Marla Racing Team. So is Team Red Line 21, where Felix Kvernbach gets into the second place car, and Gianni Vecchio gets into the third placed Team Red Line BMW. Some people will be asking, no doubt, where is Max? Well, Italy, for starters, but not connected to the iRacing server at the moment. I've got my eye on it, Lorenzo. If it happens, I'll let the people know. But he drove 21 laps earlier in the race, so 3 stints earlier in the race. Whether or not he returns, we don't know, but that is enough to meet the minimum drive time in that class regardless. So the very capable teammates of Diogo Pinto, Florian Lebigra and Chris Lolham can do the rest of the work if Max Verstappen wants to have his Sunday off for other hobbies like Grand Prix racing.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think he does. I was gonna say, like, the real life racing, well, real life F1 racing as just for fun, not a hobby per se. He's kind of like contractually obligated to have fun.
Yeah. Well, his real passion is holding cans of Red Bull with the label facing out in interviews, and the rest of it is, you know, the stuff you got to do just to cash the check.
While Penelope is right next to him, correct?
Yeah, thinking about what they might have for a delicious afternoon tea, perhaps.
Okay.
Be nice. So whether he's checking in or not, things are still going well for the number 20 car. 4 drivers, one of which famously is Max Verstappen. I saw a couple of sort of mainstream motorsport publications getting on the, well, Max Verstappen, he's doing Imola, he's doing iRacing's Nürburgring 24, so it's well known not just to the iRacers, but around the rest of the motorsport landscape that he's had his part in this car, currently still leading GT3. Since we last kind of checked in on it, I think the lead gap has extended just a cheeky little bit out from about 25 seconds to 35 seconds now over Marla Racing Team, who are then extending their lead in turn over Team Redline's 21. So what was 3 cars covered by about 25 seconds for the podium in the outright class is now 3 cars out to 42 seconds. And the 4th place Falcon Sim Racing Team Audi is just hitting their pit stop now. and Luca Wunsch is driving the number 44 Audi. I think he was earlier as well. They are a very J-heavy team with Jesse Jones, Jonas Vanna, and Jonas Rutten. Luca Wunsch might need to change his name to like Jaluka Wunsch or something.
Or it could be Vunkalunch.
Possibilities. Yeah. There is a second David Haynes on iRacing, and I am David Haynes, and he is David Haynes too. And, imitation, greatest form of flattery.
I thought your name would be quite unique for Australia. Lorenzo Bonder is a unique name. There is no other Lorenzo Bonder in the service, let alone in the world, I think. Therefore, I am unique. Or I want to believe that. I want to live in this fanfic.
I don't know about our lovely viewers, but I didn't hear anything you just said.
It's all good. Just think it this way. I thought your name was gonna be. I thought your name was going to be like unique for Australia, but I was wrong.
If you Google it, there's a couple of other David Hayneses out in the world. Not a great number, but a couple that you'll find hits for. So there's my other iRacing companion, who I've never met. I think I sent them a message once. I don't know, just out of curiosity. But then there was a British aid worker who shares my name, or I share their name. There is a classical music composer of just enough regard that their pieces are out there, but they're not Andre Rieu or anything. And then there is a I don't know, he works at a religious university, and then he's appeared on a couple of podcasts discussing matters of theology or whatever. So there's two David Hayneses that appear on Spotify in podcasts, me talking about sim racing, and this guy who I've never listened to any of his podcasts, but it's about theology or something, and he's from some religious organization in Minnesota. So those are the fun David Hayneses that are out there in the world. Do you share your name with any exciting people?
Question is, David, think about it. Does any of them have a Dungaskog?
Probably not. No, I think the Jungelskogs are probably present in 1 in every 500 or 1 in every 1,000 households. So I don't do statistics well, but I'd probably need to share my name with more like 30 or 40 people before it was a greater than 50-50 statistical probability that one of them also had a IKEA Jungelskog soft toy brown bear 100 centimeters.
I need to get my own Jungelskog. I've been to IKEA so many times, but I always forget to buy one.
Meatballs and Jungelskog.
I need to tally up the list. Be one of them. Be part of the cool guys, I think.
Yeah, it does make you really, really cool. That's the biggest problem I've had ever since I started working on a gigantic stuffed toys collection, is I'm just too cripplingly cool. So you've got a couple more pit stops through the field. We've just had stops for basically all of the GT4 field, except for Door Esports, who've run a little bit longer. So Tim Yarshall goes to the lead for just a second as Apex Racing Team, Virtual Coach by Grid and Go, and Team 75 Bernard by SimRC all make their stops. And then we'll see where Door Esports slide back in, pardon me, where did that gas come from? And if Team 75 Bernard by SimRC are going to be undercut or overcut in their battle with Door Esports. I've always found the GT4 cold tyres are a bit of a challenge, so there's a potential that going a lap longer here for Door Esports might leapfrog them back in front of the Porsche by Team 75 Bernard SimRC because of the cold tyres on the outlap for Corentin Guinet.
I've always thought of the TCR cold tires to be a little bit more tougher than the GT4s. The GT4s, they are more slidey than anything else, but other than that, it's pretty much, you know, I would say right after Hatzenbach, the tires kind of like equal it out for the GT4, so you can push a little bit better without worrying yourself too much with the pressure and all.
In the 122 car, Jan Bol drives right now. Martin Aschitz was driving this Honda Civic Type R TCR car earlier. Jan Bol takes over the class-leading and fastest front-wheel drive car at the Nordschleife at the moment. I think the road car actually held a record as well in some niche category like fastest front-wheel drive production hatch and fastest front-wheel drive combustion engine production hatch. So it's not the fastest like non-production front-wheel drive car. It's not the quickest EV hatch. It's not the quickest hatch, but it's the quickest front-wheel drive internal combustion production hatch around the Nordschleife of the Honda Civic Type R.
Yeah, but let us just have a little bit of a, you know, dot, you know, an asterisk on this. This, we're talking about the Nordschleife, you know, just the, not the Gesamtstrecke with the GP track, right? We're talking about the only the Nordschleife circuit, where the last year's Honda is the track record. But back to the track, I think we still have a few battles around the track per se.
Down the Donninghurst straight out they go. Last lap was the outlap. This is the first flying lap of the stint for Visceral Esports, who find themselves in 4th place in the 992 class, but with a pursuer, Bruno Heinrich, Garrica Motorsports Cup. They're pretty close, but they're not quite as close as the battle for the podium in GT4, Lorenzo.
No, they're not. It's still quite a ways before you get that. But still, good thing between everybody. Still opened up for now for, you know, to try to push and go on and you know, on the battle for the lead. Though, still keeping an eye on the long run. For now, it's not a short run, but a long run. As there's still a chase from Bruno Heinrich over here on Garrica Motorsport Club on Leon Runiga on the 96 Visceral Esports Cup car.
You've got a lot of speed, but not a whole lot of grip, and no assists to go with your 992 car. We're banging back and forth, 3rd gear, 4th gear, using some really high revs in 3rd gear there. You could almost stay in 4th, but the downshift in 3rd is going to give you a little bit more engine braking on the rear axle, going to help you rotate this car, which is always the challenge with so much weight behind you, not a lot of weight in front of you. You are always trailing the brake, trying to use the engine braking, something to help you rotate the nose of the car into the corner, and then hopefully get really good traction off of high-speed stuff with the 288. My cursory glance has their highest recorded straight line speed as 278 kilometers an hour. Soon we're going to see what that looks like on the Dottingerhöhe, heading towards Galgenkopf. Blind right-hander there. Well, we're not, as we go to this podium battle here. Now, we were talking about it, Lorenzo, and in that time, Corentin Guinée has passed Tim Yarshall for third place in GT4. Running one lap longer, the Duo Esports BMW gets a bit of a nice little tyre overcut, but now it's their turn to be on the cold tyres, while the tyres have just come in for the Porsche, and it puts Corentin Guinée in a good spot to try to break away. He's got more grip.
Yeah, but I think at the same time has been that fuel saving battle for Team Yarshall, right? We've seen that Yarshall always had the opportunity to make that overtake on the Dottingerhöhe, but never wanted to execute it from what it looks like. Just trying to, push the 75 closer and try to save as much fuel as he could possibly muster up.
For 26 kilometers, never a shortage of traffic. We are not going to look on high approaching my favorite beer garden. Not to be confused with the Tiergarten, that's for sure.
I'm more of a beer garden guy.
Okay. Revolutionary idea that has absolutely been done many, many, many times before. But what about if the petting zoo with the baby lambs and the baby cows was in the beer garden?
Then you can pet the cows, pet the lambs while drinking beer.
Yeah, or you don't have to combine them, but it will be very easy to seamlessly move from one activity to the other, both of which would bring me a lot of pleasure on a sunny afternoon.
Okay. No, that is a really good idea. I'll take that every day of the week. And the question is, well, what would you be eating though? Like, oh, we forgot to talk about the sausages. But I think that would be the worst sausage, but that would be the only sausage for you to eat with beer still.
So not really any problems with the leading TCR there and getting through for this battle that will continue on. And I think the longer it goes on, the more the tyres come good underneath the BMW. And once again, the aim of your GT4 driver will be to stay close through the twisty part of the lap here before the Dottingerhöhe. Use the slipstream for all that it's worth. Really can give you a couple seconds a lap around here and keep you in touch with someone who might be fractionally quicker than you. But if you're smooth enough, consistent enough, no mistakes through here, then it will let you stay close. And again, I think this could be another stint where it all closes up in GT4, seeing the speed that Corentin Guinée has had in that Porsche, quicker than second, quicker than first. So this is the outlap with the replay. The BMW GT4 of Duo Esports. The tyres are not where you would want them, and this is how, with one more lap of heat in the Porsche's tyres, the pass for the podium was made. Oh, you see the change of direction there through the Grand Prix circuit, having only just put those new tyres on, just snapped in a really sort of cold tyre, lazy kind of way.
Yeah, I wonder, like, if that was actually a little bit of a slowdown moment as well. It's
possible, but I don't think he got that far outside of the limits. Maybe an off-track, but not far enough for a slowdown. The off-track comes before the slowdown as you go through that chicane, but I think it was sort of the loaded fast change of direction. The tyre's not up to pressure, and so it wobbles around a little bit. it feels like, rolling around on top of a flat tire, because that's what it is at that point. It's not to the best pressure. It's underneath the optimal pressure for the performance, because as it heats up, as you run on it, as you put energy into it, it will come up towards the pressure that you want, rather than starting at the pressure you want and then being horribly overpressured and slippery for the remaining hundreds of kilometers of the stint.
Yeah.
So just trying to hold on with those cold tires, but it did not quite work out.
Basically having the similar to a deflated balloon, if you want to think about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what else I sort of think of an under-pressured tire as being like. Perhaps a lightly scorched marshmallow? It just moves a little bit.
Another good analogy.
Not entirely favourable with the cornering speed of that 992 there in that particular battle. So, again, things can really spread out in the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour, but, with the way that the weather and the tyre strategy is at the moment, but won't be forever, with, of course, the lack of safety car intervention. Same thing happens for the real race, though, with the size of the circuit. You only get slow zones that sometimes give and take it away. We do have a couple of battles for position closing up, and again, any of your class leaders, no matter how small or large their lead is, cannot rest on their laurels for the remaining 8 hours, because this track can bite you. You've got to be ahead of it, on top of it, the whole way, no matter how much of a lead you have. Some of these gaps are closing in, like Visceral being pursued by Gerica Motorsports Cup right here in 992. There are, of course, 2 Visceral esports cars, Lorenzo.
Yeah, Leon coming out of his third lap in the stint, trying to get around with the behavior of the car on the early morning for the German driver. That is on loan for my team, actually. My driver for Visceral today. It's good to see
like
Leon.
Football? Do you get a transfer fee or something?
Yeah. Actually, more of a pat on the back. I'm a cheap guy. I'm a nice guy. Trying to be a little bit nice and cheap at the same time.
All right, good call. Hope the race goes well for them, goes well for all. I think what I've learned from having a look through the feedback we're receiving across all the platforms we're live at the moment from iRacing and RaceSpot is the 2 drivers people most want to know about is Max Verstappen and Alon Fritson. Bruno Heinrich's definitely closing in through the twisty bits here as we continue to ride on board. It's a slightly damped camera angle, which kind of then, I guess, shows but also hides the bumps, the changes of direction, how hard you have to work to carry that much speed through a sector like this. Do you feel a Dottingerhöhe pass coming on?
Oh yeah, 100%. The question is how close that gap is going to be from Bruno on Leon, because at this point I don't think he's going to be able to reach Leon coming outside of Galgenkopf into Dottingerhöhe for him to do that overtake.
We're just within 1 second right now, but not as close as you thought maybe was going to happen based on the closing rates through the rest. Also on the Dottingerhöhe. Okay.
For Williams.
Yeah, the GT3 car quicker onto the straight, maybe not quite as quick all the way down, but will it provide a bridge and a bit of a leapfrog potentially here for Gerica Motorsports? Slipstreaming off the GT3, who's slipstreaming in turn off 4th place Visceral Esports. This is where the BMW and the GT3 is really going to want to dive down the inside, but not able to. You've got way more braking performance in a GT3 that just doesn't quite get used in that challenging braking zone there, where the track sort of squiggles a little bit, tightens up as you go, makes it a little bit more one line, but the braking into the tight and slow turn 1 we'll see the 7th place Williams Esports Hoisingfeld's BMW shoot past. The beautiful livery disguises some of it, but I notice a fair amount of damage on the rear of Visceral Esports 96 as they continue to come under pressure from the 288.
Yeah. What surprises me is how battered up that Garrica Motorsport car is and is able to close down the gap on Leon and engage himself in the battle. I don't know if they're running last wing or something like that, or Bruno just beating around the course and just doing such a fantastic stint to get around the Visceral Esports car and challenging for fourth place.
Last lap for Visceral Esports was 8 minutes 19 seconds. Last lap for their pursuer was 8 minutes 17.4, so 1.6 seconds quicker for the car in 5th place, hunting 4th place. You see a couple more GT3s looking to work their way through here as well, so traffic always a chance to play in a multi-class endurance race. Certainly seemed like the long, twisty sections is where Bruno Heinrich was gaining a lot. Seems very comfortable sliding the rear of the car a little bit to rotate the car through corners. Comfortable to slide the rear of the car a little bit more in the traction zones here. Whereas Leon Rudinger, maybe he's straightening up the car a little bit more. Maybe he doesn't get to the throttle quite as early. So as we leave the Grand Prix circuit, head to the hut and back. Lots of little braking zones, changes of direction. Fast corners here in 3rd and 4th gear. I feel this is the sort of stuff where Bruno Heinrich has more confidence, more speed, and it's going to get him close, get him to that striking distance. The move's probably going to have to come in a straight line somewhere.
Yeah, but definitely that overtake is not going to come before Schwedenkreuz, so unless Bruno is a 10-something, that would be... not going to be right here. Massive understeer, massive air wash outside of Flugplatz.
Was he giving room to a GT3 that didn't take it, or was it just overconfidence?
Overconfidence. And also because Flugplatz is a fast corner, so that there is some natural aero push into the entry of the corner.
Wide again at Arenberg, but this time it is because the outright race leader, Max Verstappen's BMW M Team Redline car, currently Diego Pinto driving that car, wants to get through at Arenberg, and then as we get through Fuchsrohr and across the top of the hill, Diego Pinto now exercises his grip, and Bruno Heinrich's going to try to follow that car back up to his battle for position. The hours continue to pass in the 2024 iRacing Nürburgring 24. No class is decided until that final lap and until the checkered flag. The Nürburgring and the Nordschleife always has some twists and turns in store. I'm David Haynes. I've had Lorenzo Bonda with me. For the next segment of coverage, Lewis McGlade is going to join us.
Certainly so. Thank you, David, and thank you to Lorenzo. Obviously did a little 4-hour stint there, was Lorenzo. David, we'll be back on in a couple of hours with Ewan O'Leary. Obviously it's myself, Lewis McGlade, it's Dareth Thacker for the next couple of hours. To be fair, I was coming back into this point expecting this to just be banter-filled absolute nothingness. We've still got stuff going out on track, we've still got some cars that are pretty close.
Yeah, Arjuna asked me just as I was going to sleep, all but 4 hours ago, what I was expecting, what I was hoping to see when I woke up, and I said some nice tight battles still going along, maybe tightening up in a couple of these fields, but despite the fact that it's gone out a little bit in GT3, gone out a little bit in the, I believe in the 992s, GT4 seem relatively tight, and there's still battles all the way through the back of each pack.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I did see. To be fair, I was last on the broadcast 6 hours ago, and in that we still had a couple of close, nice close GT4 battles. Exactly what we're getting in all of this as well. I say it's been a solid race so far. Again, still the main talk of the town with 1/3 of the race left to go is keep it out of trouble. That is by far the most important thing right now. Obviously you're getting involved in an instant, and your race will be over just as it was earlier on the race. Obviously you're on board here with the Garicki Motorsports Cup car, which has got a fair share of damage after visiting fairly a fair amount of barriers thus far in this race. I think was also involved in a race in an instant one of the GR86s earlier on. I have to go check our little instant list that's getting so very long. Also another close battle on dirt track at the moment is the battle for third in the GT4's Team 75, Bernard by SimRC and Dur Esports, both rather close as we take to the banking going through the carousel and up to what I still maintain is the hardest part of the track, this entire final bit where it all kind of becomes a blur.
Yeah, there's a reason I'm up here. All of this track is the hardest part of the track for me, maybe apart from the straight parts, which there aren't too many of, to be fair. Yeah, I'm glad that I haven't done any racing, because I know that as much as we make jokes about other people crashing, including yourself, Lewis, I would be top of the list if I was driving, and glad to kind of get away with it by never having tried to never having failed.
Look, let's be clear here, right? I don't generally make jokes about my own crashes. That's what Arjuna and Ewan and that lot step in with this one crash that I did at Spa. Which, again, just to clarify, the driving before that point, I didn't have a single incident point under my belt, and I drove for over 2 hours, and I had the fastest lap on the car. I just happened to crash on the actual last lap of the stint. So you're not safe until you're into the pit lane. Is the the rule I took from that one. Don't count your chickens before they've hatched and all that, as we're taking a real good look on board with Bruno Heinrich, getting that real speed. I mean, one thing to note with the 992s is you actually kind of got a little glimpse of it when Diogo Pinto got past going down into Foxhole and then up the hill towards Ardenau Forest, is these cars are actually pretty quick in a straight line to the point where there are points on the circuit that are actually, generally speaking, faster than the GT3s.
Yeah, there's not too much time between. We've seen a couple of times, particularly overnight, where I think a couple of the 992s, particularly the 116, which has been so consistent on pace, was only about 2 to 3 seconds off the pace of generally just the GT3s. So they've been shifty, haven't they? They've not been relinquishing too much time, and it's testament to the fact that the 116 is only really a lap and a quarter off the lead of this race, and might easily stay within 2 laps, but I think will it even get overtaken or lapped again for a second time? It's going to be tight on that regard, I think
from what Arjuna was saying earlier on was, I believe the 992s will be lapped for a second time, but maybe not a third, but I don't know. I don't trust Arjuna, so read into that what you will. Obviously, as we ride on board with Heinrich, you can see there's a car in the distance. Not the first one, because they're just lapping their way past some of the GT4s. The next one is the Frozen Speed by Grid and Go car, which I almost thought was a Maniti car. It isn't. As we see Heinrich come into the pit lanes, because Heinrich is closing in on the Visceral Esports car for 4th position in class, though, bringing it down into pit lane. There he is, along with one of our GT3s. That is the Williams Esports Hoodingville car, I think. Certainly is. Parker White behind the wheel. Obviously, that one right at the back of the lead lap in the GT3. What an excellent camera angle. Take a look at that.
God, we are being spoiled, aren't we? Spoiled
Dane.
for...
#blame Dane.
Morning, Dane. Yeah, it's... we've had a fair share of interesting camera angles. I'm still absolutely overjoyed that when I said with 14 hours to go that I'd live and die on the sword, that by the end of my 2-hour stint they would be light in the sky, and they're only light in the sky in the last 60 seconds. That is genuinely one of the happiest moments I've ever had on broadcast. I didn't think it was going to happen, and then it happened. I'm so pleased. But the camera angles have been wonderful, haven't they? Hugo and Dane have done a wonderful job.
Yeah, let's be real. As much as we've had to talk about it, Hugo and Dane have had a fair effort trying to piece this broadcast together bit by bit. They're doing a great job, sort of. It's fine. To be fair, again, they've had to work tonight. Hugo did a lot of the heavy lifting. Hopefully he's gone off for a bit of a nap whilst Dane does a couple of hours. Hugo will be back in a bit. We're riding on board now with Tim Yarshall's Dur Esports car. Obviously, the battle for 3rd position within the GT4 category. The Team 75 Bernard by SimRC car sits directly ahead. Corentin Guinness behind the wheel of that, as we've seen before time and time again in SimRC. To be fair, riding on board with the Dury sports car, I'm a little bit more disappointed. I actually really like this livery, so I want to see it from off-board. It's such a good livery.
If that isn't a request for an off-board shot, then
It's
I don't know what it is. Yeah, I can't disagree with you there. But the number 3 car going along nicely. It just does feel slightly weird, doesn't it, with the virtual standard time being slightly ahead. But it is just completely day, isn't it? Only being just about 7 o'clock at the Nürburgring in real time. It's about, what, 9:30 virtual standard time?
8:24.
Oh,
yeah.
Give me an hour. But still pretty light, still pretty morning to everybody in the German hills.
Pretty warm as well. 21 degrees at this time of the morning. To be fair, it's to be fair, that is actually about right at the moment here, even in the UK. I'm pretty sure walking around my house. For one, it's disgusting to look outside the window, even over the last hour, and think, "Oh, sun's out, cool." Obviously, again, it is 6 o'clock in the morning here in the UK, but obviously the sun's been up for a few hours or a little while in game as we take our look over the top once more at the highest point of the race before we start dropping down the hill. It is indeed a good morning. The drivers, they've passed the hard bit of the race, arguably that night stint, hopefully without too much drama, although I think quite a few cars got a bit more damage and bumps and scrapes on.
I can safely say that myself, along with you, O'Leary, and our Gina Campibardi, watched at least 2 Toyota GR86s be completely rear-ended and spun around into a wall. So there's at least 2 examples, and just looking at the incident sheet, although it has been slightly dry and only there are 6 more entries since I went to sleep, it does seem like there were a couple of bumps and bruises. I was just going to say, actually, on the temperature, I've looked it up, and it should be, right now, at the Nürburgring, 10 degrees centigrade. So, actually freezing compared to what it is in virtual standard in the game.
Well, you've got to remember as well, the virtual standard time, the in-game date as well, is not today's date. It is June in-game. So there is also that to think about as they...
It should be warmer then.
Well, it's 21 degrees in game, isn't it?
Oh, that's a good point.
It's only, and let's be clear here.
Oh,
Let's be clear here. June is only 12 days away. Or 30
not. I haven't only had about 2 hours 45 minutes of sleep.
Get out.
I am blaming it already.
Gym, I've had a Mackey's, I've come back and sat down to enjoy this. Sleep is
We went to the gym last night. So
I know he did. Because we were both discussing it whilst we were talking about the Fury Usyk fight.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
But,
I don't care about
spoil it for anybody. Fury lost. Yeah.
Which, to be fair, obviously, I'm sure when you're in the ring and stuff, it's all very different. But he was like, "Yeah, no, I won that fight. I'm watching it." Like, no, you didn't. What are you talking about? Whatever. That's all right. Not good.
I saw that he said that he won the fight, and then immediately afterwards, there was a 20-second clip of him nearly being on the floor. But
yeah,
anyway,
exactly.
That's how I felt 20 minutes ago. But now I feel right as rain.
Yeah, I did wonder. I was looking at the timesheets. I thought you were going to pull a Cam Roger. A little no-show to the start you stint, but that's okay. I've done solo work and just cruised my way through the early part. There you go. Now you can see. Now we're getting the off-board of the Dury Sports car. A nice livery, asymmetrical livery. Do like an asymmetrical livery. One of the better liveries on the grid. Still not the best livery on the grid, which is the Team Hoisingfeld livery. I still maintain I think that car looks so good.
It does look good, doesn't it? Running through. Sadly for them, I'm just going to double check this before I say anything. Not in the lead. Yes, they're P3 now, so they're looking for 4 wins in a row, aren't they? Team Hoisingfeld. And they're not having it all their own way, are they? Have I got my stats completely wrong there?
I actually don't remember. I do have genuinely behind me in the cupboard, I do have a stats pack from, I think it was 21, might have been 2022. From where I did that, where it had like all the winners and stuff like that, and I did add to it last year, and I honestly I can't find that sheet. There you go, look at that. Is that not a hot livery?
It does look nice. Yeah, you can't really argue with it, can you? Were you talking about with the Williams Heisigfeld or just
No,
Team
the
Heisigfeld?
Team Heisigfeld.
Okay, I only got confused there because I saw a Williams car and then it said Williams Heisigfeld. I thought,
And they're both on screen at the same time.
oh,
One's
honestly,
significantly better.
They could give us a little bit of a media ride at 6 a.m.
Yeah. Look, I'm just going to say, it's not just a fact that I'm a big fan of Enzo Fazzi. Hashtag Enzo Explains. But I just think this livery looks really, really good. It's got a good colour palette. It's got it's an asymmetrical design. It's a smart livery. It's clean. You've got a little bit of like the texturing and such, particularly on the silver side of it. Looks really good. Not sure if it looks as good on the Elantra as it does in the RS3. I'll just drop that one out there. It does look very good on the RS3. I did. Oh, okay. Ooh, good job that Bruno Heinrich, by the way, got out of the Garicki Motorsports Cup car because he's just disconnected from the server. Ooh, that was close.
That would have been bad, wouldn't it? There's nothing. There genuinely is nothing worse than a disconnect in a 24-hour race, because it's not even that you can blame anybody for crashing into you, particularly if you're a GR86. That's just how it is in the end. Talking about those GR86s briefly, I see that we've got different people in the cars. Because I do remember when I left...
In a 24-hour race? Never.
Well, no, but when I left, we had two drivers who had done the entire race up to that point. I believe now, actually, one of the cars may be out of the race, looking at the names. Oh, no, Forgia Team Racing. As I say that, someone else getting in that car, Felipe Bernardi getting in that car. They were leading by 7 minutes. But
Yes.
now are P4, so something's clearly happened there as I've been asleep.
Yeah, I can't actually remember what it was, but I just remember them driving around the circuit with a very damaged car. To be fair, as has our race leader now in the GR86 category, so potato. So yeah, the GR86 has been. To be fair, the GR86 has been cannon fodder. Right, so there is also that. I have been asked by Dane to describe the colours on this car. This obviously goes back to the Daytona controversy, where the Williams was almost certainly more of a brown than an orange, or, as some people said, a copper or a brorange, depending on which way you want to go. That car is obviously... it's probably more of a... It would be classified more as a grey rather than a silver. Just because of refracting, whatever, but whatever, silver, grey, it's all the same. And it is a dark blue and red. It's a very dark blue though, like it almost looks black from angles, like especially there, but that is dark blue. I can confirm.
It does look slightly red, to be fair. I was looking at thinking orange, but
No,
that looks red.
It's red.
Well, it's annoying because there's only little strings. There isn't really like one big blodge, is there, anywhere, which would help us out quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can see what those what the pattern is. It's obviously.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's basically the back end of a pedal, not the plate itself, but like the actual structure behind it. Because obviously, Hoisey driving pedals. Bills is a busy boy on that side of things.
Looks nice though. You got to enjoy it. Got to be a Hoisey belt livery enthusiast.
Oh yeah.
But there has never been a more true statement said than grey is the same as silver. Silver is a shiny grey. That is all it is.
But it's still exactly. Silver is a shiny grey. 100% the truth. But then, like, to be fair, right? If you're making a livery in like Photoshop, or whatever, before you could make things more or less shiny than what they were, like you're adding a metallic or a gloss or whatever you want to it. Trying to make gold is hard work, because gold, if you just do it without any shyness or whatever, it's just yellow. It's just a really unflattering yellow. It's only when you give it that shine that it suddenly starts to look really good.
Yeah, it becomes more Spandau Ballet, doesn't it? If it gets properly gold. But
Ballet.
Well,
Wow.
That's gold, isn't it?
Yeah, fair.
Don't want to get copyrighted, of course, for my
No, please don't.
beautiful singing voice. But yeah, I do love a bit of gold and yellow, I have to say, being a bit partial to yellow and green. But I am still waiting. Yeah, I'm still waiting for a very nice yellow and green livery in this race. I don't know why I'm waiting for one. It obviously won't appear. But I do often like seeing a nice dark green and yellow livery. Just for anybody out there who, in the unlikely event anybody cares about my opinion of liveries, I'm just keep putting it out there.
Yeah, I mean, fair play. I don't. Did you not have a conversation with Arjuna about, you know, obviously being disappointed with being knocked out of the playoffs? Because obviously,
I did genuinely think
his
about
allegiance
this, to bring it up. Yeah, both of us were in the same boat.
You support Norwich, he supports West Brom. For some reason, I don't understand why Arjuna supports West Brom. I just don't know. iRacing. I don't understand that camera angle either.
Oh, it's at least the 15th time I've seen that camera angle where it zooms in on. Who is it? Like the love heart on the track?
No, it zooms in on the iRacing logo.
Oh, does it? Oh,
yeah, 100%.
I'm thinking about a different one then.
It just, if there's side-by-side action, it just cuts away from it to zoom straight in on the iRacing logo. It is a very bizarre choice from whoever put this cam back together.
At least it isn't the back of the pit lane. To be fair, it could be worse.
It could be.
But apart from that, there's I think there's one at the carousel where the camera will follow the car and then just zoom in on some of the writing on the track.
Here we go.
We're going to get a replay. Dane is spoiling us.
No, he was trying to get a replay of it zooming in on the iRacing logo. I think that's what I was hoping for. But clearly it didn't have the right group selected for it. So it'll try again. Let's see if we can get it once more. Are we going to get it?
Ooh.
Here we go. It's about here. No. You can't force these things. They're magic. I really respect.
Exactly.
I respect the attempt. Dane's fully on board with the memes.
5 minutes. Dane will try again. We'll just see another replay. We'll get to 30 minutes left in the race. Hugo will have taken over, and he will have taken up the mantra. And they get another replay. Are we going to it this time?
No, we've already gone past the logo. I like how we did a replay. They say if someone's watching this without audio on, they're like, why are we seeing a replay of this hoisting bell car going through Ardenau Force 3 times?
Now, this does remind me, there is something that I would love to have on one of these broadcasts, and that is a sign language interpreter. Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Speaking of sign language, we'll see if we can get the iRacing logo with a different car. This one, of course, being in the GR86, is one of our older race leaders. Of course, they were right embroiled in that battle with the Nürburgring esports team on the iRacing. iRacing! Fantastic. That's obviously the Forza TV racing team car. Well, if you didn't know what sim we were on, now there is absolutely no doubt, because it says it on the track. And also, twitch.tv/iRacing. We're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody woke up in the last 30 seconds and just watched us get excited about seeing that as well, morning, or good evening, or good night, wherever you are in the world. We still do have 7 hours 39 left of this Nürburgring 24-hour. Honestly, when I saw the start of that replay, I didn't know where it was going. Then I saw we were coming up to the right corner, and we're just going to get a still of it. Oh, isn't that lovely? That's what I was talking about, the Brian and Nicole love heart. That's what I'm guessing.
So you thought it was something else? No, this is the iRacing.
Well, that's the more colourful and bigger bit of art. So that's what jumps out to me initially. But I do now see the iRacing logo.
It is. I mean, there's plenty of bits of art around the Nürburgring that's definitely worth seeing. Again, if you're, as it was alluded to earlier, I think Paul was the one who brought it up, the Porsche photograph, the official Porsche photograph, where there was a certain drawing of a certain object. That,
was that on Top Gear?
Yeah, it did appear on Top Gear. And as I described, it was very big. So, if you don't know what I'm referring to, just use your imagination. Imagine what you would draw on a table in school. Just that. But really big and on the Nordschleife. So, fantastic news. Great photograph. As we'll see, obviously, a little bit of lap traffic being navigated from our TCRs. Was that actually for position? No, it wasn't position. It was just lap traffic. Yes, it was traffic. Whew, had to really think about that for a second. It's early morning.
Very early morning. I think they've just been kind of doing their own thing, haven't they, for quite a while. And they say Sven Winter clearly in the wrong season. It's being 1st of June, not the 1st of December. Had to get that one in there. I've been sitting on that one for nearly 12 hours now.
Sorry, what did you say? Honestly, I was reading something else.
Sven
I
Winter,
drifted out.
It's the wrong season for him to be driving.
I did think that's what you said. That's horrendous.
That really is the level. When the level was... The bar was sat, I think, 5 minutes in by Euron O'Leary, who said that... I can't remember who it was, but a driver called Poulet chickened out of a move.
Oh,
that was the
good.
level.
No, that's a great one. That requires
good.
A little bit of French.
It was good.
That's 10 out of 10. That's so good. I'm proud of my son for that. That's so
I
good.
wasn't expecting to say that. I'll also say I joined in later on with a Poulet joke.
There you go.
Exactly.
Look on your screen right now.
But it means that with Sven Winter, that is it. That I will be looking at anything and be using the level. I'm glad that Dane has
he's
the reference.
But there is, again, one slight thing though, is that yes, obviously, again, you were saying like in game and stuff, but it's not summer though, is it? This exact moment in time, it is not summer. It is still spring.
Oh, okay.
So,
but we're only 3 weeks off of the longest day of the year. That is summer in my books.
Just to be clear, yeah, indeed, we are. It's nice to have long days for long rounds of golf. That's what it's all about, and long days of motorsport or something. I don't know. It is. I will say it is quite nice to, but it's being technical away. Nice. I like that. Poor Sven Winter. He's only got to be fair. Who is it that we keep taking the mick out of on Race Room? What's his name? Gaspar Mish.
Say who? I mean, it could be any number of times, but Gaspar Mish. Bless him. I definitely think he's up there.
That's just thought.
It's such a great name, isn't it, Gaspar Mish?
Yeah. He's we honestly, we seriously do not miss any opportunity. So it's fine. As we'll see, the Apex Racing Team, no bias from our broadcast director. Got to say though, on this livery, and I don't know whether it's been touched upon before, whether it was brought up on social media and stuff. It's their old livery, which
well, I mean, I'd be honest, I would be absolutely none the wiser. I'd look at that and go, yep, that's Apex, and wouldn't see any differences. But that's because that's me. At least I can see the colours properly.
That is true.
Going for me.
That is true. Although, to be fair, there's no green on this one, so I think even Zach could see the colours on this one. Green is, of course, for their Academy car, or as he would call it, the Community car, which is in Split 2.
I was going to bring it up if you weren't going to.
Nice. No, they're in Split 2. I actually don't know how they're getting on in Split 2. Obviously, Marcus Holmes behind the wheel, or has been behind the wheel of that one, dragging those all around, and they're qualified on pole position. Obviously, there are multiple splits, as we're all aware, in these races, and not the max you're looking for.
No.
Why?
Dane just feeding into the...
He's talking about Max Verstappen.
Yes.
Obviously. It's just, I don't know, it's just, I was looking more for a bit of a Star Wars reference in there or something.
Because I remember when I went to bed, we were hearing rumours that Max Verstappen might return. Yes, he is in this split, ladies and gentlemen. But I wonder when that would be. I presume it would realistically be in the next hour or two, if he was going to jump back in the car. Because he won't want to be sitting on his rig for too long when he's got media work to be doing at some stage this morning, and obviously his prep with his Red Bull team. Last Imola Grand Prix with Adrian Newey for now, isn't it?
Shocking scenes for Red Bull. Obviously, I think this is the round he's tied Senna's pole record, isn't it? I believe that's what I've said. I say pole record is the amount of poles that Senna had. He's got the same amount, which is an interesting sector to have taken out.
I did see that there was. I did see that there was an interesting stat that Sky Sports threw up yesterday, and it was just full screen polls taken in 2024, and it said at the top Max Verstappen 6, because he hadn't taken pole at the time, but it's going to take quite a bit to stop him, and a safety car picking up the wrong driver, really. Apart from that, there's not really anything that's going to prevent him from winning a race. I know you won't even bother turning.
iRacing.
Sorry. I know you probably won't even bother turning it on, let alone waiting to turn it off.
Oh, I'm going to sleep during it.
Oh yeah, exactly. Got to wake up for the golf later, eh?
Well, not just the golf, but also the Premier League.
Oh, you are an Arsenal fan, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. I am.
I do feel sorry for you that you're going to lose the Premier League.
Oh no, everyone's like, "Oh, do you think Arsenal can win?" I'm like, no, I accepted this like months ago.
Yeah, but it's funny, isn't it?
It's just the thing is looking at it. This is very off topic now. Is that I said like weeks ago that I didn't see Arsenal dropping a single point until the end of the season from when we were talking about it. Right, looking at the games we had, there was a couple of question marks, but like for the most part, I was like, Arsenal aren't going to drop a point at the end of the season. The problem is City won't either. So that's just how it goes. And unlike in motorsport, where you're in these kind of championships, right, you're kind of in the same event as your rivals. There's a bit of a spin here for Victor Brill. That is not very Brill, as he's gone off to the barrier. See what also happened with Bernardi. Obviously, you got the Share Esports car directly behind and sent him round. More cannon fodder, ladies and gentlemen. More cannon fodder. As I was saying, though, in football, in that season, in the season finale, the two teams that are battling for the title aren't in the same match, generally speaking, as each other, which means they don't impact each other directly. Whereas in something like motorsport and stuff, you are in the same race as them. You do impact them directly. There's a bit more interest in that. I don't know, so I find it fascinating.
Yeah, I'm just thinking the American sports viewers probably don't know what it's like to have something like the Premier League final day with two teams in completely separate parts of the country still fighting over the same thing. Not like the Super Bowl, of course. Also, I just want to say, I don't know if you realise how good that cannon fodder to Arsenal reference was.
Thank you. Well, I didn't know. I was not intended at all.
I sat there and realised that's a great little transition.
Yeah.
But yeah, looking forward to that. Looking forward to the golf. I looked up the golf leaderboard last night, just in case Arjuna brought it up. And I brought it up very quickly with Arjuna, and he basically said, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't think he's that bothered.
Wasted 60 seconds already from me.
Yeah. Down to Chaufflet on top at the moment. Obviously, heading into the final round. My boy Rory McIlroy's 7 shots back. Absolutely no one cares. But I do. So that's fine. How come no penalty? Well, that's because as the GT3's come into the pit lane, in iRacing special events, as is with all iRacing, if you've ever done an iRacing official race, there is no, that's a close-up, no live race control in special events, as there aren't in any official race either. So there aren't any penalties to be dished out because that's not how iRacing works. In that, obviously, there can be protests and stuff filed. Generally speaking, it's not for standard incidents, it's more for like intentional wrecks and things like that, which that most certainly wasn't. That was just pure incompetence. Yeah, I don't think anything will come of it. But again, the important bit is there is no live race control, so that won't be a penalty. That's just how it is, because you can't really get live race control without having real people here. And if you do that, then you have to have real people for every single split, because one of the most important things with iRacing is all splits, as far as possible, are to be equal. So that if you're taking part and you're in split 25, you're in the same race as the top split. You've got the same rules, the same opportunities, the same, like, all of this, that and the other as they do in the top split.
which is good to see, isn't it, really? Because it means that even if you're not the fastest driver in the world, you can still pound around and feel like you're part of something. Of course, lots of people who aren't in this top split, I mean, people have been asking where Jimmy Broadbent is. He's not here, but I believe he's in split 2. So that's an example. There's all GT3 splits that I've seen. I believe, if someone told me correctly, there was an all TCR split, but I don't know how much I believe that.
There shouldn't be, because you're basically to explain how the splits work. Let's say, for example, 300 people sign up for the race, 100 of them are in GT3s, and then split the rest equally between the rest of those, or maybe even like chucking an extra 10 or whatever into the 992s. What will happen is they will split them not fully equally, so that it's not going to be like there's 10 of each car in one race, but because you've got more GT3s in there, eventually, once you've separated them as much as possible, you've exhausted the 992s, GT4s, TCRs, and GR86s, so it's just the GT3s left, and they have their own race. And let's say, for example, like the TCRs are the lowest when it comes to sign-ups. You have them in a top split and in the top few splits, but eventually down the line, those are the first to run out. And so you might not get them in like split 10, and then you'll have just the GT3s, 992s, GT4s, and GR86s. With so many classes, there's a lot of separation in there. The reason why I say that is that you wouldn't have it where you've got a full GT3 race and then a full TCR race. You'll probably have it where, if the TCRs have been signed up second most, you'll have it where half the grid are GT3s and half the grid are TCRs, but not one where there's an entire GT3 race and not an entire TCR race, at least not as far as I'm aware. Just to clarify as well, just on the no race control bit, you say that there's no track limits. There are track limits, because that's done by the default iRacing system, as Diego Pintes keeping the Team Hoisingveld, obviously Williams Team Hoisingveld car behind. There are track limits on. Again, if you've raced in iRacing, there are incident points. If you exceed track limits, i.e. by going off the circuit, you'll receive a 1x, so a single incident point for doing so. Loss of control, so spinning the car, is 2 incident points, and then 4 incident points is for making car-to-car contact. You have 100 incident points, and then you'll receive a drive-through penalty, and then every 20 incident points you add on after that, you'll be taking a swift trip back to pit lane. So while there's no race control, there's still some form of automatic adjudication, for instance.
Which is nice, isn't it? Because at least there is some kind of system in place, just in case anything goes awry. To be fair, it's somewhat difficult to regularly exceed track limits here at the Nürburgring, isn't it? And the Nordschleife, being that if you go fully off the track, one way or the other, you're likely to be finding yourself eating metal, which isn't what your car wants to see or taste in these closing 7.5 hours. It would be lovely for Parker White in that Williams Hoisingveld car if he was on the lead lap. Unfortunately, a lap down just in that car. Don't hit. Oh my word, that got a little bit tense with GR86 there on
race
the
leader
inside. Oh yes, right, you're right. They get through without trouble this time, thankfully.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time the race leader's been absolutely decimated from the road by a couple of GT3s trying to piece their way past. This battle, by the way, is not for position in the GT3s, but it is still pretty tight and a little bit scary as well. Do see as well, is there a server admin for this? Technically, no, but technically, yes as well. They're not directly in this race, right? But there are admins and stuff that are keeping an eye on all of the servers on iRacing, including all of the servers for the Nürburgring 24 hour. They're keeping very close eye on it just to make sure that everything's running smoothly. But there is no server admin directly in this, at least not as far as I'm aware. They can join and they can adjust things should it be required, although that never happens. And to be fair, iRacing server issues wise, knock on wood, it is something which very, very, very rarely happens. normally the server issues are about spooling the servers at the start of the session. That sometimes there are delays on that when there are large numbers of drivers signing up for an event, that sometimes the servers don't launch when they're supposed to. Look back to 2021 for that at Daytona, where I think it was 6 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, something like that, waiting for the servers to launch. It took a very long time. But mid-race stuff is super rare. So yeah, at least it's that.
So that means we've got another 7 minutes until the server goes kaput. Then, now that you've said that, so
there's no such thing as the commentator's curse.
Looking, oh no, it's only 6:27 in the morning. No one in chat mentioned the commentator's curse. Absolutely no one. Lest I didn't mention it. I implied. I didn't say it explicitly. The words commentator's curse didn't emanate from my mouth until 5 seconds ago. I've noticed quickly, Dory Sports have retaken the lead in the GT4 as the Apex Racing team have come into the pit lane. So a change in lead there, something that we can't really say for any of the other categories, considering I believe that particular Red Line has been in the lead for a bare minimum of 14 hours now. Pretty much the same can be said for the 992 Sherry Esport Blue leader, and for Impulse Racing by GTU in the TCR category. Of course, Nürburgring Esports Whipperman have retaken the lead after being absolutely demolished, and having to recover and dragging that car home. Somehow getting demolished in the first half of the lap, coming back into the pit lane and somewhat repairing the car and still coming out in second. Just shows how much of a gap there was. And then of course GT4, which I think has been a bit of an underrated category so far in this race, because it's really given us the tightest battles generally on track.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, now they are starting to be separated by slightly more, but then again, they are in the pit window as well, as we can see Felix Quernbach, second position at the moment in the race. Obviously, the run by BS Competition. There was 2 BS Competition cars, if you include the Marla car, running in second and third area until the issues for the BS Competition car a little bit earlier on, going up towards Mutkerver. And also the Marla Racing team have also had their fair share of decimating the GR86 class. Haha, lol. But either way, driving around in second position now and a fair way off. Obviously, you know, when it comes to this as well, again, just keeping you all in the loop. I do see a couple of people that are new to watching this. There are driver swaps in this race, so like no one. We'll back to that in a second. Not many are doing the entire race, where they'll, for the most part, you'll do, generally speaking, 2, maybe 3 hours, and then jump out. And then hand off to your teammate. Speaking of people that aren't doing that, here is a slightly damaged Roland Alfredson. Obviously, Roland Alonefredson is the team entry for him, because he's doing the entire race by himself. Now, 16 hours and 40 minutes into the race. I'll give a couple of shout outs, but I'll give one now. If you do want to go and support, find out what's been happening, how tired he is, twitch.tv/Roland_Alfredson. His name, just put an underscore between his first and last name, and you can see his stream. He has been going for the entire time, is probably absolutely exhausted. We had an interview with him earlier on. I definitely would like to hear an interview from him, maybe in the last couple of hours, although I feel that might be a little bit taxing on the brain.
Well, he's been going a while, isn't he? I remember he was complaining about being tired a good 8 hours ago, so halfway from there, isn't he? Maybe he's pushed through that and can try and get himself to the end, but a Herculean effort if he can do so for Roland Alfredson. I really hope he doesn't get towards the final hour and then his body gives up on him and he ends up crashing into a wall. I have very quickly seen a couple of things in the Twitch chat that I'll be more than happy to entertain. How many laps each class leader on right now? Well, the GT3's 121 laps, and then 120 laps for the 992 cars. GT4's Dory Sports 113. Then we look back to our 4 class, the TCR class, 110 from Impulse Racing by GTU, and then the Nürburgring Sports Whipperman, around 100 laps done by them. And also, I'd like to say that someone put in that they've been on iRacing for 5-6 years, never seen an issue outside of slight launch.
Yep.
And I've seen the name Ganut. Is it bad that I've immediately thought of Pingu?
Oh, because of Newt. Yeah. I think that's probably the point. As the 992 leader is into the pit lane.
Whoever that is, please let me know if that is a tribute to Pingu. I doubt it is, but I'd be pleased if it was.
I mean, where else would Newt come from?
I don't know. Anywhere.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Nearly did the Pingy theme tune. I can't do that because, again, copyright. But either way, yes, indeed. Share Esport into the pit lane from the 992 lead. So Luca Alper is jumping behind the wheel, taking over from Julian Reimer. So a little switch in there as we'll see them come, or they'll come straight back out onto the racetrack whilst we're keeping our eye on Roland. There is Luca Alper coming out of the pit lane in the Share Esports blue car. They've been dominant in this category, haven't they?
Yeah, realistically, Luca Alper particularly has been a consistent driver at the top of consistency. I mean, he's just been pounding in lap after lap. I mean, how much of a lead have they got now over the other? I mean, they're ahead of the of the Villaros Coanda car, who is of course a GT3 still. So, albeit that is still a Porsche 911, albeit not a Cup car, but they lead them by 35 seconds. They lead the P2 car in class by 49, and even though that isn't as big of a lead as we see in some of the other categories, you don't really feel like it's going to change in that aspect, in the same way that it's been under half a minute for the lead of the GT3 class all the way through, and you've never really felt that it's away from redline.
But do remember, this race can switch in a heartbeat. Obviously, just one instant, one issue navigating traffic, anything that can happen going around the Nordschleife, and especially in a 24-hour race, especially towards the end of the race when you're feeling that fatigue, you're desperate for the checkered flag to arrive, and yet still it feels so far away. Even on that last lap, when you've passed over 24 hours of racing, you've got to wait so long for them to come across the line and reach the end of the race. Anything can happen in that kind of stuff. I've certainly felt my fair share of late drama in a 24-hour race, be it as a driver or as a spectator. Still remember. Again, I did bring up the. I brought up when I was on with Zach. I brought up the Baku race in 2016, obviously Formula One, and how there was a small 24-hour race that was just before it. And that was obviously the Le Mans 24-hour in 2016, which if you haven't watched, there was a bit of drama on the last lap, or penultimate lap really, with Kazuki Nakajima basically having a car that had no energy, and then they ran out before. Honestly, huge drama, very sad to watch. But I distinctly remember that race ending, going into Formula One, and then just thinking, nah, I don't care about this anymore. And this is the kind of thing that can happen. It's, whether you're a fan of a team, or whether you're a driver or part of a team or whatever, that's the kind of thing that can happen in this. If you have a bit of drama late on in the race, suddenly the entire motorsport sphere is like, I don't care about any of this anymore.
Yeah, that was quite a good race though, wasn't it? The 2016 Baku Grand Prix. Memory serves. I might be thinking
I don't remember it.
A year either side. Perez got a podium, didn't he? Maybe. Well, he can't.
I know.
I think tomorrow.
He
today.
Yeah, I was going to say he did get. I think he got a podium in that one, because I know the year after it was. I can't remember who won, but it was certainly Bottas and the legend himself.
Oh yes, Lance
Stroll on the podium, scoring. I think it might have been his first point, second points in Formula One. Anyway, let's not speak of those those deals. Move straight on from that.
Yes, 2016. Oh my gosh, the manor. That feels like a decade ago, doesn't it? I say that, it's only 8 years ago. Nearly a decade.
2016 was nearly a decade, yeah.
I was going to say it feels like a lifetime ago, and then decade fell out of my mouth. That wasn't what I meant. But there we go, having a look at Ikan Guven on his laps in the Coanda. We've seen the Williams Esports Heisenfeld team having to overtake the Share Esports car on track for position. It's exactly what the Coanda car is going to have today. The Coanda car that has been in the walls from the start, haven't they, Lewis?
Yeah, indeed. Chan on our screen. We do like a little bit of Ryan Turnke, Ben. Like he's a good lad. Obviously, not just a sim driver. Obviously, a real world driver as well. Driving cars very similar to this in the real world, time and time again. Very excited to see how his year ends up going, as well as again in sim racing, as well as in reality. Very curious to see Chan back behind the wheel in sim racing, because to be fair, like I said, when it comes to Coanda, sometimes we see them take part in the special events, and then sometimes they're just like, oh, well, this is surely a special event where they're appearing, and they just don't show up. It's been a very interesting time for VRS Coanda, where obviously they had spent years prior where they've almost certainly been either the strongest team in sim racing or second strongest team in sim racing. Now, there is no doubt that, unfortunately, the purple and orange are not quite on the same speed as this team. The Team Redline, their long-term rivals, definitely have the one-up at the moment.
They have the viewership, don't they? They've got that going for them, definitely, Redline. But Max is not in the car, so I think the viewership has dipped ever so slightly. Not that there's a big draw for people at all, but yeah, I think that might be the case. Notice that Williams esports car has, I believe, unlapped itself. So big cheers. We've got 7 cars on the lead lap once again.
Yeah, and I don't know what that means really for the Williams team, but I'm sure it's a positive for them to at least get on the lead lap. I mean, all it means is that the end of the race is now for them delayed by an extra 8 minutes. So read into that where you will. Obviously, there is the whole thing of like you always want to finish on a lead lap and blah 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 blah. But then, whoa, that was silly. Really trying to force the issue was Diogo Pinto there, trying to work his way past the Tour Esports car. No patience in that one. No patience.
Yeah, Pinto nearly punto the car out. Does that work? Does that work? Really? It sounded better in my head than it.
Yeah, punto. But then all I can think about is Fiat Punto. So
yeah. Oh, a lovely Fiat Punto. I've just read in the chat, in the Twitch chat, someone's just put I've done 24 hours solo mountain bike races.
Ow.
I'm sorry. Are they suggesting that they've done 24 hours continuous of mountain biking?
That's brutal.
That surely can't be possible.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, to be fair, I did get invited. I think it might have been 2018. I got invited to go to Brands Hatch. I'm pretty sure it was a 25-hour race because it was on the day that clocks moved backwards, and so obviously it was 12. I remember the race being, it was 12 till 12, but obviously because the clocks move, it doesn't go 12 till 11 or 12 till whatever. It is 12 till 12, so you do the extra hour, which is why it was 25 hours. And this race at Brands Hatch was on bikes, not motorbikes, cycling. And I remember I was really like, oh yeah, maybe I'll do it. And I sat there for a second and I thought about it. I was like, Brands Hatch is quite hilly.
Yeah.
So no.
Could you imagine then going back up towards Druids at what 4 a.m. in the morning?
Yeah.
Of course, 4 a.m.'s in the morning. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
A.m.
That's fine. No, it's fine. Have you ever heard of a Ironman triathlon?
Yes, I have. Do we get the shot very quickly? No, we don't. I have heard of an Ironman triathlon. I actually believe that they've done one before relatively locally to me. In the big old forest. Although thinking about it, I don't know where they did the swimming. So, yeah.
A lake, I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I can't do an Ironman. I miss a few crucial parts. Number one, the ability to swim.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Can't swim.
Can't swim.
Number two, can't really run. Not really. I can cycle, but I don't have the fitness. So, I did once do the London to Brighton though. So at least there's that. Fun,
yeah, I mean, always giving you hope, isn't there? I mean, I couldn't do an Ironman triathlon because most of the bikes and stuff that they make for it wouldn't fit me.
Oh, yeah, you need a kid's bike. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. The stabilizer's on.
Oh wow, that's pretty funny. I do know a few people that still can't ride a bike, which I'm just kind of like. I think you need to understand the physics of how a bike works, because I feel like a lot of people, when it comes to bikes, they get like a little bit nervous over the stability of the bike. They're like, oh, what if it falls over? I'm like, I'm sure you might have seen the video of like they'll get a bike and then they'll roll it downhill, and it'll stay upright because of very interesting physics with a bike. It's very, very complicated, but it's fascinating. The bike will stay upright, and so that gives you the confidence that when you're on a bike, it'll stay upright. The fastest I've ever been on a road bike was 85 kilometres an hour. It was coming down a hill near here in Salisbury, and everyone was like, "Is that not scary?" I'm like, "No, you can literally shake the handlebars from side to side, and the bike will just stay really stable."
Yeah, I mean, I think the fastest I've ever been on a bike was going something like 55 miles an hour downhill on a big wide forest track in the middle of absolutely nowhere, when I didn't intend to go anywhere near that speed and was very scared going down that hill mid-lockdown, when that was the only way I could leave the house, really. But yeah, I know some people live locally, of course, because I live near a big old forest. There's lots of cyclists around, and they have their own stories. Lots of Strava records set around here, let's say.
Yeah, you're not going for any KOMs anytime soon, are you?
No, absolutely not. I've even created my own little bits so that I can be the leader.
Nice. Do you have a KOM?
Well,
or KOM,
yes.
depending on which way you're going with it. It's fine. Each their own. 24-hour mountain bike is something like 400 kilometres in 24 hours. Exclusively on dirt, 4,500 metres of climbing through the forest on a 20-kilometre loop. That sounds horrendous.
Yeah, you couldn't pay me to do that. No amount of money would get me to do that. I struggle doing half an hour. And that's not particularly... I guess it's very sandy around here, so it's difficult to pedal properly when you can reach them. But no, I absolutely not. Couldn't do that. If you're doing that, you're as mad as saying that Fahrenheit's better than Celsius. I will continue this fight till the end of time. But I think you missed that conversation, Lewis. You went to bed.
Probably. I mean, to be fair, I missed the conversation that I'm even in. So that's fine. Although
I feel that so deeply.
I did see a message from Dane, who obviously our broadcast producer at the moment, at least for the next, I think maybe 6 minutes. Maybe Hugo will jump in, push him straight out. Apparently his wife today can't ride a bike. That's crazy. Get on a bike, love. It's not that hard. Just literally climb on over and move forward. It's seriously not difficult. Then again, I'm sure people will say the same thing about swimming, but swimming is difficult, as Cam Roger can confirm, because when we another commentator, we had a little holiday in February, obviously to a golf course. Obviously, where else would we go? There was a swimming pool in there, and we both went in the swimming pool, and I could doggy paddle, and that was about it. In Saudi Arabia, I think I just stood in the pool and got sunburned.
I can totally envisage that happening, to be fair. Cameron, he's a man of many talents, isn't he?
Well, that depends on what you define as a talent.
He can somewhat drive. He can somewhat drive in both the virtual aspect and, of course, that golf aspect.
Yeah, he can't drive it as far as me though. Just saying, I've got at least 10 miles an hour.
Oh, and of course, and then also we were forgetting that you're going to the gym to get yourself that extra yard, aren't we?
Exactly. Well, I mean, look, I'll take a couple of inches at this point, so it's fine. Every little helps. I am wisely informed when it comes to the golf course. But yeah, no, you just got to do what you got to do to add that extra distance. As we're seeing Cody Deeth on our screen, virtual coach by G&G. Of course, I think about 10 seconds or so off of the GT4 race lead. Might be a little bit further out than that. The Apex Racing team running up there. Obviously, they've been there for a little while now. It's 11.7 seconds. There you go. Get it on your tower there.
Side by side though, look at this. We're actually having some action between these two guys. Bit of a flash of the lights there from the 001 car. Cody Deeth sitting behind.
Fair enough.
Well, I was going to say the number 1, but there is another number 1, isn't there, in the GT4 category?
Yeah.
So,
which I hate, by the way.
Yeah, slightly misleading. But Cody Deeth, only a 7th of James.
Indeed. Genuinely, for a second there, I was like, wait, what? Oh, 007.
So if James Bond is 9 letters, 001, is that just Ja?
Ja.
And the 002 is Jam?
Nice. No, I'll take 002, thank you very much. Fill me up. Just to give you a quick note, if you are watching on YouTube, obviously we are in part 3. Part 4 will be starting fairly soon. So just to make sure, if you are watching on YouTube, just to make sure that you're aware of that, move over to part 4 once it starts. I'll give you an update as well, but that'll be starting in about 15 minutes time, so you can then jump over and get yourself ready to sit back and relax for the final 7 hours of the Nürburgring 24-hour, where again we're not going to be short of drama or banter or waffle, to be honest. Yapping, as the cool kids say. There is plenty of that on this broadcast,
and it will never go away, will it? Absolutely never go away. Not when you've got yourself, Lewis, Arjuna and Ewan through the last 4 hours. The yapping will reach peak levels, I reckon. As they run up towards the final, towards the line, really. So, looking forward to that. Also looking forward to whether I'll be able to get back to sleep after this. I heavily doubt it. So, I'm up for the day now. Lucky me.
I mean, you say that, but I can tell you exactly the time that you'll fall asleep.
Go on then.
It'll be about 3 or 4 laps into the... Hold on. The Formula 1 MSC Cruises Grand Premio del Made in Italy del Emilia Romagna 2024.
Well, I can't do that, though, can I? Because the end of that race coincides nearly perfectly with the Premier League starting.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the end of that coincides nearly perfectly with the IndyCar qualifying starting.
Yeah.
So
what you're saying is it's a perfect 2-hour window for a nap. That's all I'm hearing. I discussed this with a good friend of mine. Normal work stuff, life stuff. We discussed it. His other half said, "Why do you watch Formula 1 when all you do in it is fall asleep?" And we both looked at each other. We both said, "It was like, I can't describe it, but there is something about falling asleep in the middle of an F1 race, waking up at the end of it, seeing that you've missed an absolute."
Classic.
Well, no, but a boring race. And just thinking, okay, great. That's an hour and a half of my life I've not wasted. There's something about it. I don't know. It's a solid feeling.
I have only fallen asleep during one Formula 1 Grand Prix.
What? How? It's so dull.
One. And that was the Chinese Grand Prix this year. So, make of that what you will.
Sorry. How long have you watched Formula 1?
I've watched pretty much every single race for about 8 years now.
How?
I'm good like that. I cannot get to sleep. When I'm awake, and that's pretty much the end of the story. There's not too much more to explain. I can't fall asleep.
Fair enough. So, see, generally speaking, I found that the longer my time with Formula 1 has gone on, the more it has become, much like other sports, such as golf or cycling, it has become a second screen sport, where it's just moved over and I'm focusing on something else. Because I still want to know what's going on, but I'm just sort of like looking at it being like, I'm just not It really is. Honestly, I don't want to be that guy. I am actually genuinely happy commentating on Formula E. It's just more crash happy. I like touring cars, and let's be honest, Formula E works as basically it's open wheel touring cars.
It is. It's become that more recently, isn't it? With no one wanting to lead the race anymore, Formula E, till the line. So there's that. That aspect of that. I'm going to the London E-Prix, actually. Got to remember about that. I genuinely forgot about that for about 3 months, up to last week. So glad I've remembered.
Maybe I'll be there, maybe I won't. I don't know. I genuinely don't know if I'm actually at
Well, I had to see Zach Sweeney last year.
Yeah, I know you did.
I had the pleasure of seeing Cam Roger, but I had to then also see Zach Sweeney.
Yeah. Didn't see me or Ewan, though, because we were too busy elsewhere at that point.
You were in Saudi Arabia, weren't you?
That is correct. That was that weekend.
Yeah. Look at me with my memory.
Dealing with Arjuna. No, I mean, to be fair, with obviously they were there for Formula E Accelerate, which is their esports championship, which is not on at the moment. But I mean, look, the London E-Prix. This is supposed to move away from London.
I think they were talking about that, but then they were also looking at other sites within London, weren't they, to have the E-Prix?
Well, let's be honest, them hosting it in the XL Centre is, for one, pretty cool, and for two, pretty ridiculous.
It is functional, though, when you think about it.
It works.
Because you can have everything inside the XL Centre, and then a bit in the car park. It works an absolute treat. I remember getting there last year when I got there. I think it was on the Sunday. The person I was staying with left to get there for free practice 1, and I thought, no, I'm going to wait until pretty much the end of qualifying before I appear. And I had a lovely morning, had a lie-in, it was great, and I didn't miss a thing. I've noticed in the chat, by the way, Lewis, in our little chat that we have for the commentators, both David Haynes and Dane Baird have asked for yapping level ratings. Now, I have not spoken to either of them ever. So you're going to have to be the one to assess.
I will not assess another commentator's yapping number. Just purely my own. So I'm going to sit on the old fence on that one.
Oh, I've just seen that Dane didn't actually mean assess a yapping level for Dane. So sorry, Dane.
What does he mean? Hold on.
He says he's talking about you and him in Liverpool.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, now to be fair, that was a lot of yapping. Me and Dane last year, we did Comic-Con in Liverpool last year.
You went to Comic-Con?
In Liverpool. For work, to be clear. For work.
How for work?
Well, there was Rocket League. We had a Rocket League game thing, and we sat there, commentated on random people that would come along and play Rocket League, whilst also talking about various things on the floor and getting confused by, honestly, just about everything. Let's see what happened on replay with one of the Duries. Oh, don't do it. Oh, he tried. There was an attempt.
That ended in the complete opposite way to, I think, both of us were expecting.
I thought the Tier 1 car was going to be absolutely destroyed.
Sent into the wall.
Once again. Do you know what I will say with a Tier 1 car? My disappointment is that we don't actually have the livery of it in the RaceSpot broadcast, because I will say everyone is missing out on an absolute treat. I can't even describe it, and I won't. There's a reason why it's not on this broadcast, but just know that you are missing out.
Yeah, that's fair to say. I'm sorry, I'm going to be honest, I didn't listen to the second half of that point because I was double checking the timing screen. No,
it's fine. So, you do you. You carry on. Do you know what? I really respect the fact that you agreed. It was like, yeah, absolutely. What did he say? No, I respect that wholeheartedly, as we'll see Gar Valero behind the wheel of the Obsidian TCR car now working its way up the hill. That's just brutal.
They are working their way up the hill. I listened to that bit. Past all the lovely mountains. One thing you've got to say about iRacing, they rightly put more effort into the tracks and making sure that they are perfect. than they do the setting around, don't they? But it doesn't matter too much. We like a bare mountain, don't we?
Yeah, no, certainly so. I mean,
Big slab.
just a big old slab. Look, there's only so much you can do when it comes to the size of it. It's there's not so much you can get away with. It's okay. Don't just honestly. I know there's a lot of people thinking, "God, when are these two out of the comedy with?" 54 minutes of both myself and Darry. You're done after this stint. I still have 2 more hours to deal with the larger half of Tall and Small. So we'll have to wait for Arjuna to get back into the comedy for the final 4 hours of proceedings. Obviously, David Haynes will return to this broadcast. Plenty more. I think, action-wise, by the way, if you are thinking we're missing out on anything, I'm pretty sure there is nothing happening on circuit right now. Everyone is just ticking off them laps.
I would like to... I do have to say I can't wait for the time if and when I meet Arjuna and the photo inevitably gets taken. That is something I'm looking forward to. It won't be the first time that I have met someone, had a photo specifically for the reason of, look at the height difference between, haha, isn't he small? So it'll be fun, but I haven't quite seen next to someone who's 6'7". Dane there, putting up the replay, confused as to what's going on that replay.
And with the team.
As we all were, we were expecting that to end very differently to how it did. But thankfully, at the end, actually, no slow cars were harmed in the making of the replay.
Yeah, how the GR86 didn't become cannon fodder in that, I will never know. But either way, it is what it is. Dane does claim... Okay, let me just prepare myself for this one. Dane does claim that he's the same height as Arjuna. Now, I have met both Arjuna and I have met Dane. And there is apparently a photograph from Saudi Arabia where they're stood next to each other in the same height. I just don't believe it.
I will say something
quite tall.
I will say something that I think is a bit of a banker based on the information you've given me. Dane might be taller than me.
He is definitely taller than you. He is definitely.
Well, we don't have the proof, do we? I might stand on 3 boxes like you and O'Leary did in Saudi Arabia.
That is also true, because obviously in Saudi we had a nice desk in front of us, and Ewan did have to say it was 2 boxes. It was 2 boxes, and I distinctly remember because when I stood over that side, I was much taller than George Morgan. I had a great time. As we'll see, our race leader BMW M Team Redline, of course, leading the way at the moment, still by a relatively comfortable margin, all things considered. When you compare them to the Marla race teams, about 26 seconds. I will say, when I left the broadcast, 7 hours ago from now, the gap was about 25 seconds, and it's just it's crazy to see them again still separated by the same margin.
It's really just growing out behind to Vecchio, hasn't it? Because Vecchio in the other team had like kind of 21, and of course the BS competition car, currently driven by Nürburgring, that has dropped back down to nearly a full lap off the lead. They were all running about 25 seconds within the lead, but Marla now just the sole remaining car that are kind of in that range, but they're all still lapping in the kind of the 8-minute 10 range. Marla a couple of tenths on the last lap, but when it's an 8-minute lap, we're talking about, I say, only 177 or so laps for a 24-hour race. 2 tenths is absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. So, pretty even pace, isn't it, realistically? Interesting to see if anything can unfold in the coming hours as the red line car makes its way through. Maybe a little bit more sketchy than hoped originally.
It's a battle between Redline and Apex. That probably wouldn't have been the nicest one. But anyway, if you are watching on YouTube, I did mention a little bit earlier on that part 4 would be going live on YouTube. So if you are on part 3 now, move over to part 4 and get yourself ready for the final 6 hours and 50 minutes of the race. If you're on Twitch, don't go anywhere. Stay exactly where you are. Don't move. Unless it's to go and put the kettle on for a lovely brew. 7 o'clock in the morning. I'd love a cuppa right now. But Sadly, I've got to wait 50 minutes. Bad, isn't it?
Yeah, unlucky. You've got to put up with me for another 50 minutes as well, haven't you? So there's that you got to deal with. But yeah, I mean, we're still going. We're still not even 3/4 of the way through, and has been day for hours now. It just feels like an extended race. It almost feels like it should have been an 18-hour race, really, doesn't it? Not a 24, just because of when the time of day that we started at. But now, looking a little bit better, looking a little bit nicer in terms of the weather. The sun's up, all is well. And yeah, realistically, this is red lines to lose at the front. There's no other way about it. I mean, if Diogo Pinto and co lose this in the number 20, I don't really know who else they're going to blame apart from themselves. Maybe a back marker if they cause another collision.
Yeah, maybe the same as what cost them an awful lot when it was with the Sebring 12 out a little bit earlier on in the year, where they got decimated from the race with netcode. Oh, I've just seen a bit of an incident with Felix Quernbach. Is that